If the most powerful martial arts master, after revering his age to 20-year-old, vanished from the world, only to reappear as a chef. Ryang, once unmatched in the martial world, now flips walks instead of wielding swords. This isn't just a job, and this isn't just a hotel. Bellboy, one of the 4 heavenly kings. Receptionist, a former cult lord. And the regulars, let's just say if you know you bow. Why would the strongest man alive hide in a kitchen? Secrets are boiling beneath the surface. One thing's clear, every dish served here might just spark a war. Welcome to the story of Ryang. On a beautiful day, flocks of birds were migrating across the sky. Inside the majestic ancient fortress, a voice suddenly echoed, "Who are you?" In front of a simple signboard, another voice rang out, "Don't you recognize me?" A man stood confidently and introduced himself, "I am Ryang, a disciple of Kunlun." With his calm expression, one of the men sneered, "Never heard of him," while another chimed in, "Looks like a beggar to me." As soon as they finished speaking, they charged at Ryang, mocking him, "If you're a beggar, go beg properly. How dare you impersonate Kunlun?" In a flash, Ryang appeared before the gate, leaving the two dumbfounded. "Speaking to a fellow disciple like that is over the line," he said. Seeing him ignore them and walk forward, the two prepared to draw their swords. "Hey, are you deaf or what?" Less than a second later, their faces turned pale as Ryang shattered their swords with his bare hands in an instant. Looking at their broken weapons, the two turned visibly pale. Under the clear, tranquil sky, Ryang walked in calmly without a hint of disturbance. He took a deep breath, filling his lungs with the air of Kunlun. It had been a long time. Suddenly, disciples blew their whistles as a signal. Immediately, more Kunlun disciples appeared and surrounded him. Gusts of wind stirred the dust across the ground. Every disciple of Kunlun wore a menacing expression. Using their numbers, they quickly isolated Ryang in the center. He quietly observed, puzzled, thinking, "Strange, I don't recognize a single face here." Then from behind, a deep voice spoke, "I am Song, the headmaster. Who are you to cause trouble here?" Ryang calmly turned to look. Scanning the man from head to toe, Ryang thought, "Another stranger. Just how long has it been?" Soon after, Ryang earnestly explained, "I am Ryang. I just completed my secluded training, but it seems too much time has passed. No one recognizes me." Hearing that, Song furiously growled, "Nonsense, our sect has no such secluded training." One disciple added, "Lately, there have been many imposters claiming to be Kunlun disciples." In response, Ryang remained calm. "What's the name of your master?" Song answered, "Xinjiang." As the sun climbed higher, more voices chimed in. "Above him is Noon Guang, and above him—" "Wait, how do you know this?" After a pause, Song cleared his throat. "I don't know the full details, but I've heard of a generation with the character." At that, Ryang confidently pounded his chest. "Exactly, that's my generation. I'm from your great-grandmaster's era." The disciples in the back tried to stifle their laughs while Song's face grew uglier, stammering, "You." Seeing him so disturbed, Ryang grew more confused. Suddenly, Song dashed like lightning and roared, "Silence, brat. With that baby face, how dare you insult our sect and ancestors?" His elegant sword techniques rained down on Ryang, who dodged them with impeccable ease. As the spearhead approached, Ryang ended it all with a single snap of his fingers. The lingering power from his move left Song stunned, eyes wide in disbelief. In a blink, the sharp spear had split into pieces. Song gasped, "What the?" Ryang stood tall, gazing at the sky, deep in thought. Has it really been 100 years? Realizing Ryang's power was no joke, Kunlun disciples grew wary. "He's using some forbidden technique. Anyone trained in the 9 Palaces formation, step forward." Amidst the chaos, Ryang spoke calmly, "I gave my youth and life to Kunlun. Time flies." As his words ended, every disciple pointed their sword at him, shouting, "Subdue him." Ryang's spiritual energy surged, his aura bursting in all directions. Overwhelmed by his unmatched might, the disciples were knocked down, groaning in pain. Dust filled the sky, panic spread, chaos reigned, and screams echoed all around. Like a falling leaf, he landed silently on the ground. With no effort, Ryang exited Kunlun. Ignoring the chaos behind him, he thought, "If even Kunlun has no place for me, where do I belong?" Soft clouds drifted in the sky as Ryang walked away, all alone. Unexpectedly, his stomach growled. He hadn't felt hunger in ages. "When was the last time I ate?" His face sunken, holding his belly, he muttered, "I'm starving." Suddenly, salvation appeared before him. Ryang drooled and cried out, "A rabbit." A slender hand reached out. In a flash, he snatched it up. Looking at the bunny's adorable expression, he hesitated. "Wait, it's cheating with those cute eyes." After a moment of guilt, Ryang ultimately chose to give up the tasty meal. "I can't eat you," he said, and the white rabbit seized the chance to gleefully dash away, chuckling, "Too easy." His feet continued stepping forward. Then something ahead caught his attention. Memories surged like a stream. It was the Kunlun Inn he had once visited. Together with his master and senior brothers, everyone had been cheerfully chatting. "Please have a taste. Are you a new guest? Put that on my tab." Suddenly the door burst open and Jin So-hee entered, full of energy, shouting, "Welcome." As Ryang sat down, she rushed over, politely asking, "What would you like to order?" It was only then that Jin So-hee got a good look at the person in front of her. Seeing Ryang's dusty, ragged clothes, she grew curious. He seemed to be from Kunlun, but why did he look like that? Hearing her, he scratched his head awkwardly while she continued, thinking, he must have been robbed by bandits. Finally, Jin So-hee smiled gently and suggested softly, "Take your time deciding." Ryang's face lit up and he nodded eagerly, "Sure." Once she walked away, he froze. "Oh no, I came in without even thinking about money." True to his righteous nature, Ryang decided to leave. He stood up, plotting to sneak out before she returned. Suddenly, a steaming hot bowl of food was placed before him, breaking the silence. Feeling awkward, he spoke up, "I didn't order this." But Jin So-hee proudly declared, "This is on the house, go ahead and eat." Beaming like sunshine, she added, "I can tell you were robbed, right? In tough times like these, helping each other is only natural." Ryang felt everything was beyond his expectations, awkwardly thinking, well, that's not exactly what happened. In the end, he accepted her kindness and sat down to eat happily. "If you put it that way, I'll respectfully accept," he said, while she smiled and walked away. Each noodle he slurped melted in his mouth, making Ryang emotional. So good. But then a sword suddenly rested on his shoulder, accompanied by a warning, "Stop." Yong-pung wore a dark face, radiating killing intent, and growled, "If you want to eat, take off that uniform first." He gritted his teeth and barked, "I heard imposters have been claiming to be from Kunlun. How dare you wear our robes and beg for food? You're done for." With noodles still in his mouth, Ryang turned around in confusion. Yong-pung had appeared behind him at some point, pointing the sword and shouting, "How dare an outsider wear our uniform? Take it off." Still calm, Ryang glanced longingly at the bowl of noodles and replied, "But I really am from Kunlun, though I've left now." Not finishing his sentence, he gently pushed the sword off his shoulder and said, "Let me finish eating first." Then he leisurely enjoyed the steaming bowl before him. The taste is still the same. His behavior made Yong-pung even angrier, his face darkening with rage. Gritting his teeth in fury, Yong-pung shouted, "Are you ignoring me on purpose? I'm a true disciple of Kunlun." He immediately sat down across from Ryang and called out. His brows furrowed tightly, muttering nonstop complaints. "Kunlun robes aren't for imposters like you. This is your last chance. Take them off now while I'm still being nice." But Ryang just focused on his bowl, completely unfazed by Yong-pung's nagging. A while later, he looked up cheerfully and praised, "You've inherited the rich, clear broth well." Yong-pung clenched his teeth in frustration at being ignored. Wiping his mouth, Ryang calmly lectured, "One should eat with manners. Does Kunlun teach etiquette anymore?" Yong-pung exploded, "What did you say?" Feeling insulted, Yong-pung lunged at Ryang, throwing a punch. "How dare you disgrace Kunlun?" With barely any effort, Ryang deflected the attack, causing Yong-pung to stumble backward from his own move. Dark red blood poured from Yong-pung's nose as he teetered on his feet, while Ryang nonchalantly commented, "Tastes great." After a moment, Ryang slowly pushed open the door and stepped outside. "I don't have money, so I'll pay another way." His eyes scanned the area seriously. Seeing a giant tree seemingly reaching the clouds made Ryang stop and ponder. The sun grew more intense. Halfway down the path, he paused in surprise. Jin So-hee arrived with another tray of food, looking confused. He finished and left already. "I wanted to offer some buns." Suddenly, noise outside caught her attention. "What's all that ruckus?" Still holding the tray, Jin So-hee stepped outside and was left speechless. The massive old tree had vanished, now replaced by neatly stacked firewood piled as high as a mountain. Completely baffled, she muttered, "What's going on here?" Ryang smiled proudly and explained, "I chopped a bit of firewood to pay for the noodles." Noticing her curiosity, he added, "I saw you were running low on firewood around the yard." While Jin So-hee was still dumbfounded, scanning the scene as if hallucinating, Ryang bowed and said, "Thank you, I'll take my leave." Snapping out of it, she called after him as he turned away, "Wait, please take some buns too." Hearing that, Ryang turned his head to look back. In the blink of an eye, Ryang suddenly appeared seated at the table and politely thanked her. His speed made Jin So-hee jump. A golden roasted chicken was immediately brought out, Such a feast made his eyes go wide with surprise. He gripped the hot chicken drumstick tightly, the rich aroma spreading everywhere. It had been so long since he last had chicken. Jin So-hee smiled and reminded him gently, "Eat slowly or you'll choke. Here's some water." Unryang, chewing like a starving bandit, quickly replied, "Thanks." She then introduced herself, "I'm Jin So-hee, I'm 19 this year." Unryang tried to reach out to respond, "My name is," but quickly pulled his hand back, thinking he shouldn't use his old Kunlun name anymore. After a moment he finally said, "I'm Byok-yu," a thought passing through his mind. If the wall is all I face, then the wall is my only friend. His next sentence shocked Jin So-hee. "As for my age, I'm definitely over 100. She quietly studied his face, silently judging. Warriors often age slowly due to training, so maybe he really is. As Unryang sat reminiscing about time flying by, Jin So-hee squinted and rebutted, "But you look normal," which made him turn to her in surprise. Unryang questioned her meaning, but Jin So-hee quickly stepped back, waving her hands. No, I was just talking about the chicken. It looks as good as it tastes." He didn't doubt her and continued eating, nodding in agreement. "It really is delicious." With shining eyes full of satisfaction, Unryang asked curiously, "This meal's amazing. Do you run this in by yourself?" A breeze lifted Jin So-hee's sleeve as she gave a sad smile. "My grandfather used to run it, but he passed away, so now it's just me." As time passed, the inn became older. Jin So-hee's tired voice continued, "That's why the guest rooms haven't been repaired." Hearing this, Unryang understood. It explained the state of things. He glanced at her, silently amazed. Running an inn at 19, it must be incredibly hard. He stood up and asked, "You've helped me again. I guess there's no other way. Would you like to hear my suggestion?" Jin So-hee blinked. "Huh, what suggestion?" Unryang's voice was calm as he spoke into her ear. "Hire me, and I'll renovate your inn." His face was full of confidence. "Once I'm done, I'll leave." Her cheeks flushed red and she quickly declined, "But I don't have enough to pay you." His answer made her light up even more. "Just food and lodging is enough." Jin So-hee became excited. "Really? Are you sure?" Amidst the quiet of the inn, their conversation continued. "Even if that's the case, don't worry, it's what I want, if you insist." Finally, she gave in and rushed inside, but not before turning around and saying, "I accept, this way." Unryang stood and scanned the inn, stroking his chin in thought. "Where should I start? I guess I should just use tools like an ordinary man." He turned to Jin So-hee and asked, "Do you have any tools?" She nodded eagerly. "Wait here a bit." As she watched him ready to work, she grew curious. He's already starting. With one hand, Unryang easily lifted a heavy wooden table. Maybe she should lend a hand after all. He carefully set it down and pondered his next move. Unryang sat down and worked seriously, not distracted in the slightest. Jin So-hee smiled at him as she kept herself busy as well. The familiar sound of tools brought back memories, the sound she used to hear every day when her grandfather was still around. She thought she'd never hear it again. Was this man sent by Grandpa? Something suddenly clicked in her mind. Wait. Jin So-hee remembered the inn's condition. None of the guest rooms were intact, which meant the only usable bed was her own. Her imagination ran wild. She pictured Unryang appearing at bedtime, saying, "Miss, I have nowhere to sleep." Her lips twitched into a forced smile, her face turning pale. In the next instant, she bolted out the door at lightning speed. Upon seeing him, she yelled, "No way, the deal is off." Her sudden move left Unryang baffled. They resumed talking. "All the guest beds are broken. There's nowhere to sleep. I didn't think of that earlier, but I saw it when I looked around." Hearing him, the blush on Jin So-hee's face slowly faded. "I plan to sleep on a table in the dining room." In a small voice she replied, "Then, please just continue your work." Once her figure vanished, Unryang finally looked up and glanced around. His hands moved swiftly while his mouth kept mumbling. "She seems so composed, but she's unexpectedly naive." Under the clear blue sky, everything felt so peaceful. Inside the inn, construction sounds echoed nonstop. Yongpeng's eyebrows twitched slightly. He suddenly opened his eyes. Once awake, Yongpeng kicked out the door in a single move. He landed gently on the ground, then ran straight to Unryang, picking a fight again. "I don't know what spell you used to knock me out, but take off that outfit now." Unryang sighed and stared at him, scolding, "Why break the window when the front door was wide open? Is this how Kunlun teaches you?" His words made Yongpeng flinch. But Yongpeng's fighting spirit reignited instantly. "You bastard, how dare you bring up Kunlun again, that's it." Yongpeng then drew his sword and shouted, "No more mercy." Like lightning he charged at Unryang, his blade gleaming. Meanwhile Unryang stood calmly, completely unguarded. Seeing that, Yongpeng clenched his teeth hard. He raised his sword but suddenly pulled it back. Yongpeng abruptly stopped, and his strange action puzzled Unryang. He sat down and placed a wooden crate in front of him, then stood back up, eyes stern, declaring, I'm a Kunlun disciple. I won't attack someone who's unarmed. Leaves fluttered in the wind as Yongpeng insisted, draw your sword. Still holding his icy blade, he stood before Unryang and warned, if you refuse, then take off that robe. That's the last courtesy I'll show you. Unryang remained silent despite the pressure. Losing patience, Yongpeng charged, shouting, you're a fool for rejecting my offer. He slashed wildly, but Unryang dodged with subtle movements, yet Yongpeng wouldn't stop coming. After unleashing a flurry of failed strikes, Yongpeng thought bitterly, he's dodging me like flowing water. Wherever the blade aimed, Unryang simply swayed and slipped away. Yongpeng gripped his weapon tightly, though they were only steps apart. He couldn't land a single hit. Why can't I touch him? His body rose lightly into the air like a cloud, bursting with power, while Unryang still didn't flinch. In midair, Yongpeng unleashed one dazzling sword technique after another, while Unryang simply kept evading effortlessly. Panting and red-eyed with rage, Yongpeng still refused to admit defeat. Am I always this lousy? Among my peers, no one's better than me. Unable to accept it, Yongpeng growled, you must have mastered some strange martial art, yet Unryang never offered a word of explanation. He just gave a sly smirk, I'll make that serious face of yours cry soon enough. Yongpeng gritted his teeth, his brows furrowed, secretly deciding, I didn't want to use this, but you forced me. Suddenly his eyes turned an eerie color as he took a deep breath, a powerful aura erupting from within. The secret technique of Kunlun. Dust rose from the ground beneath him with every movement. This was the third form of the missing sword technique. His body moved gracefully, each strike like art etched in the air, beautiful yet deadly. Chaotic bloom of 100 flowers. Yongpeng was fully determined, biting down hard and shouting, no matter how fast you are, you can't dodge this. But somehow, Unryang appeared right behind him and tapped him firmly on the head with his blade. Yongpeng's eyes went blank and tears welled up. How? He collapsed to the ground, and just before fainting he whispered, so this is how it ends. Unryang gently laid the unconscious Yongpeng down and muttered, you're really stubborn. Looking at his face, Unryang continued guessing, still, it seems your feelings for Kunlun are sincere. Even though Azure looks like a girl's sword style, how did you? Suddenly a noise from outside interrupted his thought. Unryang looked toward the sound and called out, Miss Jin. He quickly spotted cooking utensils scattered across the floor. Rushing over, he asked worriedly, Miss Jin, are you all right? Jin Sohee sat slumped, panting and holding her forehead. I've had a slight fever since yesterday, but suddenly it's... He moved closer and gently checked, let me see. After examining her, Unryang frowned, your forehead's burning hot. Her breathing grew labored and he tried to think quickly. If you knew martial arts, I could channel energy into your meridians, but since that's not possible, all we can do is let you rest. Inside the inn, Unryang's voice rang clear, looks like you've pushed yourself too hard. Jin Sohee groaned softly in confusion. Now lying in bed, her forehead had a neatly folded towel on it. After caring for her, Unryang stood up, reminding her, seems like a simple cold, just rest up and don't worry, I'll handle the inn. Half asleep, she mumbled, I'm sorry it's your first day and I already... Unryang quickly replied, no problem, I'll hang up a closed for today's sign. With that he left the room without lingering. Unryang walked over to where Yongpeng was still unconscious. Holding a wooden board, he decided, I'll write it here and hang it up. In his sleep, Yongpeng suddenly murmured, Master. Bindo squatted in front of him and called, Yongpeng. He obediently responded, yes, Master. With arms folded, Bindo declared, looks like you'll be attending the Spring Radiance Summit of the 9 sects this time. Hearing that, Yongpeng blinked in disbelief, pounding his chest in shock. What? The Spring Radiance Summit? Images of sword masters appeared as Bindo explained. It's where disciples of righteous sects gather to test their skill. Yongpeng lowered his head shyly. I haven't even mastered half of the missing sword technique. I'm not worthy. Bindo cut him off. I know. Yongpeng looked up, stunned and confused. The old man raised his head and sighed. Among all of them, you're still the most capable one. Yongpeng could only remain silent at Bindo's words. He followed his master while listening to him sigh over how devastating the righteous demonic war had been. Yongpeng lowered his head, recalling the great war between the demonic cults and the 9 orthodox sects. They had won, but the cost was far too great to call it victory. Bindo, walking ahead, added, we lost too many top experts back then. Finally, clenching his fist, he shouted, so are you really not going? At my age, do I have to go myself? Seeing his master's fury, Yongpeng shook his head. No, I'll go. Bindo looked at his disciple standing before Kunlun's gate and ordered, then go. Yongpeng respectfully bowed, "Yes, master." But after a few steps, Yongpeng stopped, his face unusually serious, making Bindo glance back in confusion. Yongpeng turned around, eyes shimmering with hope. "Master, can one of my senior brothers come with me?" Bindo barked, "Go, alone." Folding his arms, Bindo explained, "Your brothers have already been sent to the Golden Tiger Gang. You have to go by yourself." Yongpeng muttered, "Golden Tiger Gang?" His face darkened as images flashed in his mind. Isn't the Golden Tiger Gang run by the criminal underworld? They suck people dry with usury. Why are we going there? Clenching his fists with pride, Yongpeng grinned, "To teach them a lesson in justice, right?" Bindo stayed quiet, clearly rethinking his life choices. At the edge of a cliff beneath a bright blue sky, Yongpeng stood with luggage in hand, wearing a look of unprecedented seriousness. He recalled Bindo's last words, "We're actually sending them to borrow money. You know the sect's finances are rough. If we don't do something, we'll starve by winter." Yongpeng kept walking, muttering, "Some things in life martial arts just can't solve." Sunlight filtered through the leaves above. He sat up and let out a massive yawn. That nap was amazing. Then grabbing his sword, he stood firmly. Time to move on. Amid towering mountains and winding rivers, the moon had risen high, barely lighting his path. Yongpeng muttered nervously, "Man, this road is spooky." His face tensed as an eerie feeling washed over him. Something felt off. A sudden sound behind him made his soul nearly leave his body. Yongpeng spun around, face pale, and shouted. In a panic, he drew his sword and yelled, "Who's there? Show yourself." Instantly, something lunged from behind, leaving him stunned. In the silent night, the moonlight made his swordplay look even more refined. He was utterly shocked. "Too fast, that's not human speed." A silhouette emerged from the mist, speaking in awe, "So fast, after 100 years, all my comrades are gone." Then the figure shot upward like a lightning bolt, tearing through space. It moved so fast it was invisible to the naked eye, making Yongpeng collapse in fear. He instantly jolted awake from the nightmare, screaming. Looking around to collect himself, he realized, I'm in the inn." But seeing Unryang sleeping nearby left him even more speechless. Towering peaks pierced the clouds outside while screams echoed. A ghost, 100-year-old ghost. The sun rose higher, its rays spreading throughout the land. Inside the inn, Unryang sat calmly in a chair, defending himself. "I'm not a ghost." Yongpeng slammed his hands on the table, grilling him. "Then what are you?" "You're the guy I saw on the mountain the night before I came here." That same leaping figure appeared in his mind, and he muttered, "That jump, it was too insane. No human could do that." But Unryang just sighed and replied, "You were probably hallucinating, and frankly, I don't owe you any explanations." Still unconvinced, Yongpeng circled back to the real question, leaving Unryang deep in thought. "Then why are you wearing our Kunlun uniform?" At that point, Unryang had to explain further. "I used to be from Kunlun." The weight of his words shook Yongpeng's mind. Raising his head and closing his eyes, Unryang recalled, "I focused so much on training, I forgot how time passed. When I finished my secluded cultivation, over 100 years had gone by." Yongpeng's face twisted in disbelief. "No way, that can't be true." Amid the confusion, Yongpeng's stomach growled. Unryang stood up and asked with concern, "Want some noodles?" Yongpeng clutched his belly and nodded awkwardly. Unryang looked toward the kitchen, deep in thought. Holding up a wooden spoon, he hesitated. "I said I'd cook, but it's been so long. What if it turns out inedible?" Finally, he set the spoon down and made up his mind. "I'll do it my way." With that, he used inner energy to launch the ingredients into the air. From his palm, inner energy gradually gathered into a punch that landed beautifully. It twisted and curved with unbelievable grace. In no time, the ingredients from earlier had been finely sliced with the skill of a master chef. Water from the wooden bucket was drawn up by Unryang, forming small rippling waves that danced in the air. Droplets turned into bubbles that floated toward his hand. With both hands, Unryang cast a technique that blended water and prepped ingredients together like some divine culinary ritual. Using a sphere of water as the core, the ingredients flew into it as if they had souls of their own. Once the preparations were done, the water orb floated toward him, and from his hands burst out dazzling flames, true samadhi fire. A moment later, he looked at the glowing orb wrapped in fire and murmured, "The broth's boiling, time to add the noodles." Watching the swirling ingredients in the water, Unryang timed it perfectly and declared, "That should do it." Each strand of noodle landed flawlessly in the bowl, without a single misstep. Steam spiraled upward as Yongpeng watched in shock, jaw practically on the floor. So amazed he couldn't shut his mouth, he shouted in awe. Hearing the shout, Unryang turned back and replied, "Yes." Only to see Yongpeng kneeling deeply, begging solemnly, "Please teach me." Unryang looked at him, not even having time to respond. But Yongpeng kept bowing and explained loudly with full respect, I'm on my way to the Spring Radiance Summit under Master Bindo's order, but I'm still weak. I'm afraid I'll disgrace Kunlun. Please, just one lesson. At that, Unryang fell silent, lost in memory. Master. Back then, full of spirit, he once told his teacher, Master, I want to learn the supreme taking art. But his master had only smiled gently and declined. Didn't I already say, it's not time yet? Among the towering mountains, a young Unryang had asked, then when will the time come? Sitting together over tea, his master replied, first, to learn such an advanced technique, you need a solid foundation. Unryang had asked curiously, foundation, you mean my body? Energy flowed constantly from his body as Unryang's master gently explained, what I'm about to do is a technique to clear your meridians. It will cleanse your impurities by circulating my inner energy through your body. Your senior brothers are too old for this now, and back then, I didn't have the strength to perform it on them. His large hands were placed atop Unryang's head as he added, so this is also your blessing. The sudden surge made Unryang's eyes lose focus. Back to the present, he thought seriously, if Master hadn't cleared my meridians, I'd never have reached the level I dreamed of. Then Unryang gestured toward the noodle bowl and calmly said, eat before it gets cold. By then, Yongpeng was so hungry he was seeing stars. As Yongpeng sat down to eat, Unryang stepped outside, leaving only the words, come out to the yard when you're done. The breeze rustled his robe as Unryang stood under the blazing sun. Though the aroma still lingered in the air, his face grew serious. I've even forgotten the taking divine art. What can I teach him now? Yongpeng obediently slurped down the noodles. His eyes shot wide open in shock. With every bite, he imagined tasting the legendary flavor of heaven. This can't be real. This flavor doesn't exist on Earth. Still stunned, Yongpeng trembled. So, this is what noodles truly mean. He kept eating, analyzing every flavor like a noodle sommelier, chewy yet soft, full yet refined. Still in disbelief, he panicked, oh no, I focused too much on the taste and ate the whole thing. He lifted the bowl carefully and tried a sip of the broth. The moment it hit his bloodstream, Yongpeng's taste buds exploded. The perfect harmony of fire and water made him yell out loud. Lost in bliss, he felt like bathing in a hot spring. His belly warmed up while his head felt refreshingly cool. Staring at the bowl in awe, he muttered, it was just vegetables, how is the flavor this deep? Fueled by the meal, Yongpeng dashed outside and called out, grabbing Unryang's attention. Sir. His eyes sparkled as he clasped his hands and spoke sincerely, does such a noodle truly exist in this world? Unryang replied calmly, was it really that good? Yongpeng, fully triggered, shouted, yes, it's the best thing I've ever tasted in my life. Then he knelt down, smiling flatteringly, if possible, could you teach me how to make these noodles? Despite Yongpeng's passion, Unryang coolly refused, that's not possible. Yongpeng could only clutch his head and cry in regret. Standing under the daytime sun, Unryang faced Yongpeng and said, from now on, I'll teach you a martial art that combines palm and footwork. Hearing that, Yongpeng blinked in confusion. A technique that combines palms and steps, that exists. Unryang's legs began to move, releasing energy with each step. Dust gradually filled the air as Yongpeng watched, while Unryang explained, everything in this world begins from nothing before becoming something. His powerful techniques flowed magnificently, his body brimming with energy before returning to stillness again. Energy swirled around Unryang's body, growing stronger with each cycle. Without light, there is no shadow. His swift steps created soft tremors on the ground. Without day, there is no night. A palm strike was launched, its radiant five-colored glow dazzling the eye. These forces are not opposites. Unryang continued executing his technique while calmly explaining, these forces rely on each other to exist. Even a mighty storm cannot break a tiny blade of grass because hardness can't overcome softness. Yongpeng was entranced by the graceful move, his jaw hanging open. It's like watching a dragon walking through clouds. Unryang's whole body glowed with an awe-inspiring aura. If you internalize all of this and let it dwell within you. A powerful force like the will of the heavens themselves radiated from him as he looked at Yongpeng and confidently declared, it will become a martial art that governs the flow of the universe. He took a deep breath and drew the energy back into his body. Returning to a composed stance, he looked at Yongpeng and asked, did you watch closely? But Yongpeng still kept his head bowed in silence. When he finally looked up, his face was soaked with tears, and he stammered in awe. From above, Unryang looked down at Yongpeng kneeling on the ground and asked, puzzled, why are you clinging to me and crying? Still on his knees, Yongpeng wiped his tears and choked out, after seeing your move, I realize all my past efforts were pitiful. That finally made Unryang smile. That attitude means you're ready to improve, not bad. The sun was partly blocked by the inn's roof when Unryang continued. That's it. If you recall the earlier teachings, the techniques will evolve naturally. Yongpeng asked in disbelief. That's it? Unryang simply replied, yes. His voice echoed calmly. The things closest to reality are simple, not flashy. Sitting on a chair, Unryang said seriously, I already explained what yin and yang are. Yongpeng stood upright and replied, you said they don't oppose each other, but coexist. Seeing that he remembered, Unryang began expanding the lesson. Everything in life stems from yin-yang and the 8 trigrams. Using these 8 forms creates a style that constantly evolves. Like a good student, Yongpeng nodded eagerly, then asked curiously, so what's the name of this martial art? Hearing that, Unryang paused in thought. My Taoist name in Kunlun was Unryang. A beautiful name for a powerful style was born. Let's call it Unryang 8 Forms. Yongpeng immediately echoed, Unryang 8 Forms. Under the blazing sun, the two kept training. Unryang turned to Yongpeng and said, now show me what you've got. Yongpeng quickly bowed and shouted, yes sir. As he moved, the ground kicked up again, creating a mist of dust. The training continued smoothly despite the skin-burning heat. Later, Unryang stepped back inside the inn. He saw Jin Sohee lying unconscious on the bed, her face drenched in sweat. Gently placing a hand on her forehead, he frowned. She's still feverish. All her exhaustion must have finally caught up with her. After checking on her, Unryang quietly left the room. In the kitchen, Yongpeng was sprawled out on a bench after the exhausting practice. Seeing him sound asleep, Unryang smiled to himself. Well done, you're a valuable resource for Kunlun. With his arms crossed, he reflected, the day I realized I was ahead of my peers, it was thanks to Master clearing my meridians. Back then, he had been so moved he dropped to his knees and shouted, Master, thank you. I finally understand that my progress wasn't my own doing. His master had calmly looked at him and corrected, it wasn't given by me, but by Kunlun. Smiling gently, he added, so there's no need to thank me. Back in the present, Yongpeng still hadn't woken up and Unryang finally made his decision. I will pass this to you on behalf of Kunlun. Energy began to gather in Unryang's hand. If my master's meridian-clearing technique purified and expelled impurities. With extra focus, he continued, then what I'm giving you now is permission to absorb the essence of nature itself, something far beyond that. He finished speaking and transmitted energy directly into Yongpeng's body. Startled, Yongpeng woke up with a scream. At the same time, Yongpeng's entire body floated in midair, wrapped in a massive flow of energy. He instinctively inhaled the energy. It flowed through his body and merged completely with him. The power of nature is eternal, a limitless source for those who can absorb it. Unryang continued transferring inner energy into him. When it was over, Yongpeng quietly returned to lying on the bench. The lingering energy still floated gently around the kitchen. He reached out his hand, then grabbed a blanket and returned to his bed. You'll be hot all night anyway, so no blanket needed. Another day passed by. Footsteps marked a hurried but composed exit. Yongpeng's expression had changed, his eyes sharp as if he had reached a new realm. He gently placed the wooden box on the ground. His whole body emitted a powerful aura. I feel like I'm floating. No way I changed this much overnight just from learning one technique from an elder. Yongpeng focused again, practicing a basic martial form. He squinted and got lost in thoughts about his current self. Suddenly, he struck a boulder with a clean palm. Instantly, it shattered into countless fragments. A thin haze of dust and swirling energy lingered where he stood. Yongpeng stared at his own hand, stunned. I'm not the same me as before, just what happened last night. Suddenly, Unryang appeared behind him and reminded, if you don't want to be late for the Spring Radiance Summit, shouldn't you hurry up? Without looking at him, Unryang simply showed him his broad shoulders. No need for formalities, just go. Yongpeng clenched his trembling fists. Eyes closed, lips tight, tears spilled from both eyes. Master Bindo, I already have a master, I can't accept another. As Unryang stepped inside the inn, Yongpeng dropped to his knees and bowed deeply. Allow me to kneel 9 times to show my gratitude, elder. The scene shifted to 3 days earlier in Qinghai County. Then we arrived at the Golden Tiger Gang, a place that looked ancient on the outside. But inside was suspiciously lavish, crowds filled every corner. People gathered to watch a gambling match. Oh no, no way. One man laughed maniacally, raking in coins. Sorry, madam. Behind him, a woman shrieked, they've rigged it. Suddenly, a servant grabbed his arm and shouted, wait. With a slight shake, a loaded die fell from his sleeve. The servant immediately yelled, this guy's cheating, guards. Another man picked up the die and confronted him, making the gambler panic. Look at this. In an instant, fighters from the Golden Tiger gang surrounded him. Their belts black, red, blue, white showed their rank. The blue belt fighter was Wang Yang and another was Sam Bongyi. Upon seeing them, the man trembled and cried, Vuong Dung, but Wang Yang seized him without mercy. Move, scum, the man kept screaming, please, just this once. Sam Bongyi grinned, holding his blade. We don't care about the cheating. The man squealed as muscular arms wrapped around his neck. Outside the Golden Tiger gang, a mocking voice called out, you really shouldn't have let yourself get caught. At the same time, a scream of agony rang out. Ning So Bung and his thug had already handled him. He now lay motionless on the ground. Suddenly, someone arrived with a message. Brother Ning So Bung, the gang leader wants to see you. He turned slightly surprised. The boss? In another room, warm light filled the space. Antique jars were neatly arranged on the shelves when a voice asked, is it about Zhou Hwi, the county magistrate's son? The sly tone of Wang Muryang replied, yes, bring him back immediately or our gang could be in serious trouble. Ning So Bung bowed deeply. You've entrusted me with this mission. Even if I have to tear this region apart, I'll bring him back. Back to the present, returning to the familiar inn. A figure came rushing toward it. Zhou Hwi burst through the door and shouted loudly, Jin Sohee, your big bro is here. His face was anxious and he was panting heavily as he called out. But the one standing in front of Zhou Hwi was Ryang, who calmly asked, who are you? Zhou Hwi stammered in surprise, I'm Zhou Hwi, a regular guest here. And who are you? Ryang's voice echoed from the kitchen, my name is Byok Yu, I just started working here. Zhou Hwi asked in confusion, Byok Yu, then why are you in the kitchen? Where's our Jin Sohee? He replied, Miss Jin is sick and resting in bed. Then he gently hinted, didn't you see the closed sign? We're not open today, please leave. Zhou Hwi pointed to the wooden sign in the corner and asked, wait, you mean that sign? That's when Ryang remembered and picked up the sign. Oh no, I totally forgot, he sighed, realizing he got too caught up teaching Yongpeng. Zhou Hwi suddenly noticed Ryang's outfit and grew suspicious. He whispered, are you from Kunlun by any chance? Ryang bluntly replied, no. Zhou Hwi grew more confused. Wearing Kunlun robes, saying you're not from Kunlun and cooking in the kitchen, sounds like a poser to me. But he quickly shook off that thought. Forget it, no time to think about that now. He shouted, Jin Sohee. Ryang tried to stop him, muttering, I told you to leave. He turned around and firmly said, the manager's unwell, come back another time. Not being able to see Jin Sohee made Zhou Hwi suspicious. What if this guy tied her up and is lying? I don't have time to hesitate. But he had no better option, so he pushed the door open to leave. No good, I need to find another place. Just as Zhou Hwi poked his head out, a foot slammed into his chest. He lost balance and crashed to the floor, groaning in pain. Wang Yang and Sam Bongyi entered. Wang Yang grabbed Zhou Hwi's collar roughly. This bastard's been running around too much. The man yanked Zhou Hwi up face to face. Greetings, son of the magistrate. Zhou Hwi trembled like a leaf and stammered, denying his identity. I'm not the magistrate's son, I'm Zhang Hwi. He tried to explain they got the wrong guy, but before he could finish, Wang Yang slapped him. Glaring at Zhou Hwi, he asked again, who are you? Zhou Hwi mumbled, Zhang Hwi. Terrified, he thought to himself, I owe the Golden Tiger gang 30 gold taels in gambling debt. If I get caught, I'm done for. Still fuming, Wang Yang slapped him again. Sam Bongyi had had enough of the stalling and barked, Wang Yang, hold this bastard down. Zhou Hwi immediately dropped to his knees, begging, please, don't. Sam Bongyi started stretching and cracking his knuckles. This punk really pissed me off today, I'm handling this myself. He turned his back, got a running start, and shouted, don't need any fighters to help me with this one. Then he jumped and delivered a flying kick straight into Zhou Hwi's gut. Zhou Hwi puked on the floor from the impact, and Wang Yang stepped back, yelling, gross. After vomiting everything out, everyone finally spoke up and ordered, take him away. Suddenly, the figure of Ning So Bung appeared at the door. He saw him and was shocked. Warrior, enemy approaching, Ning So Bung enters. Sam Bongyi objected to Wang Yang's idea. No way, this guy keeps saying he's innocent. Ning So Bung laughed at them. You guys are ridiculously dumb. He told the two men, cut one of his Achilles tendons so he can't run. Zhou Hwi freaked out and nearly passed out. He panicked and confessed, I'm sorry, I'm Zhou Hwi, I'll go by myself. Ning So Bung smugly grabbed his leg and said, too late now. Zhou Hwi screamed in horror. Ryang walked over and demanded they leave. If you're here to make trouble, then get lost. He firmly reminded them, my only mistake was not putting up a closed sign, but I won't tolerate any chaos here. He added, otherwise order something, we only have noodles. Yang got pissed, drew his sword and charged at him. But before he could touch Unryang, he got flipped and pinned to the floor. Unryang tossed all three thugs out of the inn like taking out the trash. The three of them fell to the ground, limbs tangled like spilled chopsticks. Ning So Bung grumbled, confused why he got thrown out too. Yang scratched his head and asked, bro, what happened? Ning So Bung yelled at him, you idiots got beat and dragged me out with you. The guy blinked, wait, did that happen? He pointed his sword at Yang's face and threatened, wanna taste some pain, punk? The guy backed away nervously, sorry, please don't hurt me. Furious, Ning So Bung stormed back into the inn, muttering, looks like that guy got some serious skills. He kicked the door open and shouted, you damn bastard. Outside, Yang and Sam Bong-gi stared at each other, completely baffled by Ning So Bung's behavior. Sam Bong-gi nervously said, our bro's pissed. Yang mumbled, crap, cleaning up the blood's gonna take all day. He brushed off his worries and called his gang, screw it, let's just go in. Yang whispered, if our bro chops him up, that'll be a huge mess. As the two stepped into the inn, they were stunned. Ning So Bung was kneeling and bowing to Unryang. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize your noble status. The two thugs stared at him in shock and called out, bro. Ning So Bung suddenly barked at them, what are you standing there for? Get over here and apologize. The two thugs dropped to their knees, yes sir. Unryang calmly stood with hands behind his back, teaching them manners. Being a guest is simple. Sit down, order quietly, and enjoy the food. Hwi, sitting nearby, grinned to himself, satisfying as hell. He thought, man, lucky to bump into a hidden master like this. I better stick around until they leave. He waved at Unryang, can I get some noodles? Unryang walked over and said, of course, I'll prepare them, just wait a moment. Hearing that, Hwi lit up, awesome. Ning So Bung saw Hwi shamelessly staying put and muttered to his men, that coward, looks like he's camping here too. He gritted his teeth, he's no ordinary master, I got smacked before I even realized how he moved. Sam Bong-gi asked, then what should we do? He ordered, we can't let him slip away, you guys keep watching this place. Yang added, what about Sam Bong-gi? And she worriedly asked, what about you, big bro? Ning So Bung replied, I'll go inform the gang boss. He looked at Unryang's back and pondered, there's no way we can handle this alone. Reporting to the boss is the safest move before things spiral. One of his lackeys asked, but how do we even stay here? We need a reason. Ning So Bung coldly snapped, figure it out yourselves. After the meeting, he stormed off muttering curses, damn it, you're so dead. Yang couldn't sit still anymore and stood up, this isn't right. He nervously asked Unryang, can we get some noodles too? Sam Bong-gi jumped in, hey, you're acting on your own again. Unryang glanced at the two of them cautiously. Hwi noticed even the thugs were ordering noodles and felt a chill. Oh no, they're settling in too. Unryang cheerfully raised 2 fingers and said, of course, I'll prepare 2 bowls for you gentlemen. Hearing that, Yang and Sam Bong-gi laughed excitedly, while Hwi covered his face in disappointment. A moment later, Unryang brought out 2 bowls of noodles and placed one in front of Hwi. He hesitated, staring at the bowl, thinking, all right, let's eat first, then find a way to escape later. All 3 slurped their first bite together, in a small inn deep in the forest. After the first taste, Hwi was stunned by the delicate flavor. The 2 thugs were also surprised, such a small bowl yet packed with power. They held their bowls and scraped them clean while marveling. Yang praised, this taste is out of this world. Sam Bong-gi chimed in, it's like heaven in a bowl. Hwi nodded, still in shock. Dusk began to fall over the forest. After cooking, Unryang bent down to wash his hands. He dried his hands with a towel. When he stepped outside and saw the 3 still sitting there, he asked in surprise, why are you guys still here? I already took your money, need something else? Hwi quickly replied, oh, I'm a guest, can I stay the night? Sam Bong-gi glared at him and thought, this guy again. Hwi beamed, please let me stay. Unryang replied, as long as you don't mind sleeping on the table. Suddenly the inn's door was kicked down. Hwi screamed in horror as bad guys stormed in. Jang led his gang in boldly and shouted, let me see what kind of hidden master you really are. A whole crowd poured into the inn. The gangsters with menacing faces followed Jang inside. Hwi trembled, thinking, what the heck, they sent a whole black belt squad just to catch me. One guy pulled a chair out for Hwang. He sat proudly in the middle of the dining hall while Jang shouted, where are you, hidden master? Show yourself. Zhou Hwi looked at the yellow belt on the man and realized it was Huang Muryang, the boss of the Golden Tiger Gang. He panicked, "Oh dad, I guess I'm leaving this world today. What a disgrace I've been." Ryang calmly walked up to them and remarked, "Quite the crowd this time." He gently explained, "Dear guests, we've run out of ingredients for today. No more dishes available." One thug stepped forward and said, "We also need to renovate this place a bit." Zhang roared and charged at him with a sword, "You dare talk nonsense." But Ryang effortlessly leaned to the side, dodging the sword strike. He said nothing and walked forward, making Zhang stumble and mutter, "What the?" A bald thug stepped up to attack, teasing Zhang, "Why are you dancing alone up there?" He leapt, trying to smash Ryang's head with a giant club. "Can't believe you guys can't handle one clown." But once again, Ryang dodged in an instant, and the club slammed into the floor. The thug looked around, confused. Ryang had vanished. He stood behind the thug and reminded him, "You probably shouldn't be training here." Huang Muryang suddenly stood up, pointed at Ryang and shouted, "That guy, he's definitely the hidden master Shin Jiang." All the gang members charged at Ryang with weapons, but he moved like the wind, dodging every attack with grace. With hands behind his back, he slowly walked outside. The thug stood frozen, unable to believe what just happened. What was that? Ryang turned back and gave them a cold frown. Then he leapt into the air, sending up a giant smoke pillar in the courtyard. Huang Muryang rushed outside. He shouted in panic, "He's gone." Gritting his teeth, he growled, "Impossible, is he a ghost?" The rest of the crew followed him out. Zhang hobbled behind and called, "Boss Huang Muryang." Suddenly, something dropped down right in front of them, kicking up a cloud of dirt and dust. Huang Muryang and Zhang staggered back in fear, eyes fixed on the dust cloud. As the dust cleared, a massive boulder appeared before their eyes. Huang Muryang stared at the rock and muttered, "What is this? How the hell did that thing even land here?" Ryang appeared right beside the giant rock. He patted it and explained, "Since the second floor wall collapsed, it's better to rebuild using this stone." The thug stared at him, eyes wide as saucers. Ryang patted the rock again. A perfect cut appeared on the surface, slicing a piece clean off. The cross-section was flawless, no scratches, no cracks, smooth as silk. Ryang raised his arm and said, Too much hassle, better split the whole thing at once." Saying that, he started chopping the rock barehanded into pieces. The massive stone was now neatly stacked into perfect slabs. The crowd's jaws hit the floor. "Okay, that's beyond human, we should run now." Ryang walked over and asked, "You're still here? We're out of food, but you're welcome to stay overnight." Zhou Hwi popped out of nowhere and quickly said, "Then I'll stay." Ryang replied, "Please pay first." Zhou Hwi handed over a few coins. Ningso Bung whispered to Huang Muryang, "See that? He's totally up to something." The boss thought, he must be clinging to this hidden master to escape. He stepped toward Ryang and said, "Then we have no other choice." Huang Muryang handed him a pouch of money and asked, "Can we stay too?" Ryang replied cheerfully, "Of course." But he added, "You'll also need to cover the floor repairs." The boss nodded, "Fine." The next day, the sun was already high in the sky. Inside the inn, Jin Sohee had just woken up, stretched happily, and said, "So comfy, feels like I could fly." She pulled the curtains and stepped outside. Seeing the newly restored wall, she was stunned. She touched it and wondered, wait a sec, how did this wall get replaced with premium stone? She ran out calling, "Byokyu, hey Byokyu." As she stepped into the dining hall, she froze. The hall was packed with customers enjoying food and chatting away. She covered her mouth, baffled. Where did all these people come from? Ryang spotted her and greeted, "You're awake, Miss Jin." She turned back and answered, "Ah, yes." He asked gently, "How are you feeling?" So he blushed slightly and replied, "Thanks to you, I'm okay, but more importantly." She asked him, "What happened to the second floor? Did you fix it yourself?" He replied, "Yes, I replaced everything." She curiously asked, "And what about all these people?" He explained, "They all stayed overnight and they paid too." So he gasped, "Oh my god." Meanwhile, deep in the forest nearby, a man was practicing martial arts. It was Yong Peng in the middle of training. He muttered, "No light without darkness, no day without night." He struck repeatedly, thinking, these opposites don't clash, they support each other. He brought 2 fingers near his face. While channeling energy, Yong Peng was thrilled. He had mastered the 4th form out of 8 in just 6 days from Kunlun to Wudang. He silently thanked the elder. "It must have been his help that changed my body." Yong Peng walked alone toward the Spring Light Alliance of the 9 sects. Starring at the gate, he made a vow, "Thank you, elder, I won't bring shame to the alliance." Yong Peng approached the entrance of the Spring Light Alliance. As he tried to enter, the guards stopped him and asked, "Who are you and what business do you have here?" Yong Peng frowned. "There's a checkpoint now, wasn't like this before." He clasped his hands and introduced himself. "I'm Yong Peng of Kunlun. I've come to attend the 9 sects meeting." The 2 guards burst into laughter. Yong Peng looked completely confused. Flashback 4 days earlier, back in the forest. At the inn where Ryang was working, Zhou Hwi and Zhang's gang were happily sitting together, eating and drinking. Jin Sohee angrily questioned Zhou Hwi, "Hey, what about the debt you owe me? Why are you back again?" She yelled, "Stop chewing and say something." Startled, he froze and slowly turned to look at her. He pointed at Ryang and said, "I already gave everything to that guy." Ryang, confused, asked Sohee, "Aren't you too close? He called himself your big brother." Her face froze. "What, big brother? As long as he pays, I don't care." Outside the inn, Hwang Muryang praised Sohee, saying the meal was truly delicious. He expressed his surprise, "I didn't expect noodles to taste that good." He even complimented her looks, and the lady boss is quite beautiful too. Sohee blushed and replied, "You're too kind." She thanked him. "Thank you, sir. Will you visit again?" He grinned and said, "Of course, I'll be back soon." With that, Hwang Muryang rode off with his men. He barely made it out before flipping moods, grumbling, "Damn it, since when did Ziyang have a monster like that? Ming Buho, investigate that innkeeper's background." The man responded, "Yes, sir." Back at the inn, Jin Sohee tasted Ryang's noodles and cheered with delight. While slurping, she said, "Now I get it. No wonder they raved about it. How does it taste like this?" She excitedly appointed Ryang head of the kitchen. "Please take charge. I'll handle the serving." He replied, "But I don't know how to cook." She praised, "These noodles are unlike anything in this world. You're totally qualified to be the chef." She waved goodbye, promising, "I'll teach you other dishes little by little." Ryang felt joy in his heart. "Looks like I've finally found something I can do in this world, as a normal person, not a martial artist." He watched her walk away, thinking, all from one bowl of noodles served by Miss Jin. Flashback to 2 days earlier in Qinghai, a place ruled by dark forces. Among them, the Four Dragon sect was the most powerful, with thousands of warriors. Black Dragon Gu Diaki, White Dragon Yon Uxin, Yellow Dragon Hwang Yang, and Red Dragon Mogok. These 4 groups formed the Four Dragon sect. Among them, Hwang Muryang of the Golden Tiger Gang backed Hwang Yang and Guaxiang. Guaxiang, seated high above, scolded Hwang Muryang, "You can't even catch the son of a county chief." Muryang panicked. "I'm sorry, it's my fault." He explained it was because a hidden master was staying at the inn en route to Mount Kunlun. Guaxiang was surprised. "A hidden master?" Hwang Muryang admitted, "Yes, from Kunlun." But Guaxiang snapped, "Shut it." He lashed out, "You're scared of Kunlun now, and how slow are you at getting info?" Guaxiang puffed a cigarette and said, "Kunlun is finished." He believed they were collapsing financially. Hwang Muryang agreed, "You're right. 2 Taoists came asking for a loan from our Black Tiger gang." Guaxiang added, "Not just that, they've lost all their former allies." Muryang asked, "Allies?" He claimed they were expelled from the righteous 9 sects. He smugly told Muryang, "You won't see those Taoists around Qinghai anymore." Muryang asked, "Then who's taking Kunlun's place?" Guaxiang didn't answer, he just laughed like a maniac. Back in the present at Mount Wudang, Yongpeng bowed and introduced himself, "Amitabha, I'm Yongpeng of Kunlun." The martial artist burst out laughing, leaving him confused. A warrior from Tianjin mocked, "Showing up only when everything's over. Better not come at all." Shaolin fighters chuckled. He showed up late cause he was scared of getting beat. Yongpeng explained, "There must be a misunderstanding. I heard today was the right date." One of them retorted, "Misunderstanding my ass." Hyonak stated, "I'm Hyonak. We've gathered here for 4 days already to discuss swords. How could Kunlun think it's today?" The earlier martial artist waved it off. "Anyway, what does it matter?" He added that starting next year, Kunlun wouldn't be invited anymore. Yongpeng couldn't believe his ears and shouted, "What? Who do you think you are saying such nonsense?" Hyonak told him, "These guys are from the Tianjin sect. Actually, it's not nonsense at all." The arrogant martial artist mocked, "From now on, our Tianjin sect will replace Kunlun as one of the 9 sects." Yongpeng was shocked and rejected their claim. "What did you say? Kunlun being removed from the 9 sects? You're just disciples. Who gave you the right to decide that?" Another man told him, "Calm down. We have our reasons. It was a decision from above." He mocked Kunlun again. "So you came to the Spring Light meeting just to get beat up again? Last year you got your butts handed to you. I even heard you borrowed money from some shady gangs. You've hit rock bottom, still call yourselves righteous." Yongpeng couldn't hold back anymore, clenching his fists and asking, "Why?" He shouted, "Why is it like this?" He reminded them, 25 years ago, during the war with the demon sect, our sect sent every elite to fight and sacrifice. We lost our best. Tell me, has any other sect suffered like Kunlun has?" He roared with anguish, "And now you just cast us aside like that. How is this fair?" The arrogant martial artist didn't care, barking like a dog behind Yongpeng's back. He taunted, "Afraid now that the hunt's over, you whimpering mutt." Yongpeng turned back, furious. "What did you say? the man pointed and snapped, so bitter about losing to Tianchen. He mocked, "People act like you alone fought the demon sect." A woman beside him intervened, "Senior brother, stop it already." He glared at her. "What?" She pointed at Yong Peng and said, "Look, he's about to cry." The martial artist burst out laughing. The two kept laughing. "All right, weakling Kunlun, I'll stop." Yong Peng stepped forward and demanded, "Say that again." He declared, "I can let a lot slide, but I won't let you insult Kunlun's martial arts." The man acted surprised. He hid his weapon behind his back and said, "If that's what you want, I can keep saying it all day." Then he drew his weapon and charged, yelling, "Pathetic Kunlun." The Shaolin disciples who saw it were horrified, but Yong Peng landed a palm strike on his stomach. He sent the man flying. The attacker was launched backward. He rolled on the ground in pain. Meanwhile, Yong Peng calmly dusted his hands, ignoring the glares from Tianchen. A man with a sword jumped in to attack and yelled, "You bastard." He slashed at Yong Peng, but Yong Peng dodged just in time. The man struck from above while another approached Yong Peng from the side. He threw 3 daggers toward Yong Peng. Yong Peng skillfully deflected them, altering their paths. He effortlessly dodged every one of them. The daggers clattered to the ground. The attacker gawked. How can he deflect those? No way. Suddenly a woman flew in, screaming, "Die." Yong Peng remained unfazed and stepped forward. With swift movement, he flipped her over. He tossed her into the air. She didn't give up, gritting her teeth as she glared at him. She landed perfectly, not a scratch on her. A bald man swung a spiked club at Yong Peng, roaring, "How dare you use cheap tricks." Once again, Yong Peng ducked, causing the man to gasp, "Since when?" Yong Peng struck him square in the chest, making him drop his weapon. He sent the guy crashing into a wall. The Shaolin disciples gasped. He knocked out that giant like it was nothing. The massive man lay unconscious beneath the wall. The swordsman from before charged at Yong Peng again, cursing, "You bastard." He turned his head and frowned at the man. Then he kicked the martial artist hard in the stomach. The guy flew into the wall. The woman took advantage of the distraction and flew up to sneak attack from behind. But Yong Peng grabbed her wrist midair and threw her to the side. He slammed her down flat on the ground. Yong Peng raised his hand, gathering energy, ready to deliver the final blow. The woman, sensing danger, cried out, "Wait." But it was too late. Yong Peng struck her with a devastating blow, shaking the ground and scattering dirt and rocks everywhere. The onlookers shielded their faces while whispering in awe, "What kind of move was that? The pressure hit us all the way over here." Yong Peng stood up straight, surrounded by thick swirling smoke. At his feet the woman lay motionless in pain. One martial artist watching the fight asked doubtfully, "Does Kunlun really have a technique like that?" He looked at the marks on the ground and said, "Look at the pattern left by that fight." It was a dragon. The image of the Kunlun dragon appeared behind Yong Peng's back. Kunlun's Kai Long. At that moment Yong Peng finally spoke, "Never again." He turned his back and warned, "Never again look down on Kunlun's martial arts." Meanwhile, back in the forest where the inn was located. At that same inn, Untak shouted, "Come out now, show yourself and I'll spare you." Bang Nek scolded Joe Hwi, "You cowardly rat." Inside the house, Ning So Bung was grumbling, "Where the hell did that guy run off to?" Joe Hwi was hiding behind a bush, trembling as he heard the thugs call his name, Joe Hwi. He thought to himself, "If they catch me, I'm dead, but I can't hide in that inn forever." Untak called out to Ning So Bung, who instantly replied, "Yes, elder." Untak ordered, "We're heading down to the village. You lot stay and grab some pitchforks, keep searching the inn." Ning So Bung nodded, "Understood, elder." Untak added, "The boss told us to watch this inn closely, so don't wander off, keep your eyes open." Bang Nek, sitting on a horse, added, "If anything weird happens, report it immediately." Ning So Bung answered, "Got it." With that, Untak and Bang Nek rode off, while Ning So Bung's group waved and shouted, "Farewell." Joe Hwi peeked from his corner and thought, "The black belts are finally gone." He turned to watch Ning So Bung's group enter the inn. "Now's my chance." Joe Hwi jumped up and bolted, yelling in his head, "Run for it." Inside the inn, Jin Sohee was teaching Unryang. "All right, now we're done explaining the bao-making part, only the practice is left." She pointed to the dough and said, "The key is how thin and chewy you can make the wrapper." He nodded, "Got it." Jin Sohee said, "I'm heading out to pick some wild veggies. Practice while I'm gone, okay?" Unryang stood in front of the dough, raised his hand and pondered. With a light wave, the dough split in two. He kept pressing and shaping the dough to make it thinner. He showed off his impressive skills to Ning So Bung's crew, who watched with stunned admiration. They sat there wide-eyed, not blinking for even a second. Huang Yang said to Ning So Bung, "This is kind of suspicious." Sam Bongyi beside him asked, "Should we report it?" Meanwhile, Yong Peng was packing through the forest. He walked anxiously, thinking, "I can't believe Kunlun's reputation has fallen this far. What should we do now?" Suddenly, a voice called out behind him, "Well, this is ridiculous." A man holding a strange staff was sitting in a tree, staring straight at him. The old man jumped down agilely and ran toward Yongpeng. Yongpeng was stunned. An old man, he's so fast. The elder stopped in front of him and asked, "Young man, may I have a word?" Back in the inn, someone said, "Why are you guys still hanging around here?" Unryang looked at the three bulky thugs in front of him and asked, "Don't you guys have jobs or something?" Ning So Bung scratched his head and answered, "First, we've got enough money. We won't be late on payment. Please let us stay a bit longer." That only made Unryang snort coldly. A moment later, Unryang's gaze shifted like he'd made a decision. "Well, in that case," but before he finished, Jin So-hee joyfully called Byeokseonsing. Right after that, a new outfit and a pair of boots were neatly laid out. She beamed tada. With sparkling eyes, Jin So-hee held the clothes in front of him. "Try it on." Unryang looked puzzled. "What is this?" She cheerfully replied, "It's something my father used to wear." She looked at his worn-out robe and said, "You can't just wear the same thing forever, right?" Unryang unconsciously touched his clothes, thinking, "I guess it's time to shed this Kunlun robe." Scene changes to outside the inn. A little later, he stepped out in the new outfit. It fit his cold aura perfectly. Seeing him dressed up, Jin So-hee clapped and exclaimed, "It looks amazing on you." Meanwhile, Ning So Bung's group squinted at Unryang and grumbled, "Seriously, he got even more handsome. Life is unfair." After finishing his makeover, Jin So-hee excitedly suggested, "Let's go on a little trip." Unryang glanced sideways and asked, "A trip?" Jin So-hee stretched her hand out and explained clearly, "We're running low on ingredients, and besides, we need to do some research." The more she spoke, the more confused he looked, until she added with a smile, "We'll go to Chang'an, visit successful chefs, and learn from them." Jin So-hee continued, "We'll also try out all the trending dishes lately." After her long speech, Unryang finally understood and let out a quiet ah. Ning So Bung's gang saw the two walking side by side and immediately stood up to follow. Sam Bong-gi whispered, "Looks like they're heading out." Ning So Bung grumbled, "So do we follow them or what?" Right then, Unryang turned around and shouted, "You three!" The trio froze in place, faces blank in fear. Then Unryang ordered, "Watch the inn while we're gone." The three quickly placed their hands together and shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." Scene shifts deep into the forest. Yongpeng clenched his fists, staring at Nagok across from him. The air between them felt tense. The old man, dressed in rags like a beggar, held a strange cane and stared back confidently. Yongpeng assessed him silently. This guy's aura, definitely not some average old man. After silently studying him, the old man raised a foot, preparing to strike, forcing Yongpeng to grit his teeth and raise his hands in defense. Yongpeng frowned, looked at his own hands, and stammered, "Wait." His feet lifted, hands ready in a firm stance, radiating fierce energy. "Please don't come any closer, old master." Suddenly Nagok said out of nowhere, "I was right, Kunlun hasn't declined yet." Yongpeng stood there, stunned and confused. The old man calmly praised, "For someone your age to reach this level is nearly impossible. And from the start you were granted such a great divine artifact." Yongpeng furrowed his brows, thinking, divine artifact. He stared thoughtfully at the mysterious elder, realizing, so it's true, our elder must have given me something special. Yongpeng's eyes turned sharp with determination. "But I can't just talk about him to someone I don't even know." He glanced at the old man and firmly said, "I can't tell you." Nagok asked again, "You can't?" Yongpeng replied with certainty, "That's right." Suddenly, a burst of inner energy flared from the old man, filling the entire area. Yongpeng stayed alert, feeling the power in the wind. "It's strong, is he going to attack me?" But unexpectedly, Nagok didn't strike. He turned and said, "Then I have no choice but to go to Kunlun myself." Yongpeng stood frozen, baffled. In a blink, the old man vanished using some kind of teleportation technique. Only a streak of shadow passed by. Yongpeng looked up and saw just a tiny black dot in the sky. He clenched both fists and shouted, "Wait," but there was no reply, only silence. He gritted his teeth and growled. Yongpeng stared into the cloudless blue sky and muttered, "He's gone." Scene shifts to a bustling town with streets full of people. Among the crowd were Unryang and Jin So-hee, blending in cheerfully. They stopped in front of a place called King Yua Inn. Inside, a waiter stood beside them and asked, "What would you like to order?" then placed the menu on their table. Jin So-hee browsed the menu and asked the waiter, "These buns, and is this the chicken dish?" The waiter replied, "Yes." Meanwhile, Unryang looked around, assessing the restaurant. "Wow, the vibe in these downtown places really is different. So fancy." Jin So-hee kept pointing at the menu, "We'll have this and that." After a short wait, their freshly cooked meal was brought to the table. Without waiting, the two of them immediately dug in, grabbing plates and stuffing their faces. While eating, Ryang overheard the table next to them gossiping. Kunlun is done for. Yeah, I heard they've been kicked out of the 9 sects. Hearing that, he widened his eyes in surprise. Kicked out of the 9 sects. Another man added they even borrowed money from the Golden Tiger Gang. Word is the 4 Dragons sect has its eyes on them too. Instantly, he recalled what he saw a few days ago and thought to himself, with skills like that, they won't survive in the martial world. Oh well, none of my business anymore. Seeing him lost in thought, Jin Sohee frowned and asked, is the food not good? Ryang hesitated. No, I was just thinking about something else. She finished eating and blushed, eyes sparkling. So how was it? He calmly answered, meh, ours is better. Jin Sohee shouted excitedly, exactly. She looked at the bowl of noodles and said proudly, in terms of taste, we totally win. But when she glanced around the restaurant, she folded her arms and muttered, so unfair that they're doing so well with this level. Ryang casually sipped his tea and added bluntly, you're just unlucky today. Jin Sohee froze mid-step, her pride shattered. Suddenly, a commotion behind them caught his attention. HMPH, you think we're just gonna eat and leave? A staff member at Kinghua Inn trembled before the tall Taoist and tried to explain, sorry, we don't do credit. The Taoist glared and growled, do you know who we are? The poor waiter stammered, why you're from Kunlun. Realizing the guy knew their identity but still said no, the Taoist exploded, get the boss, where is the boss? The innkeeper quickly rushed over and greeted them nervously, aren't you the esteemed Taoists? The Taoist pointed at the server and snapped, we said we'd pay next time but he acted like we're some nobodies. The boss, sweating buckets, apologized, so sorry. The boss continued, but we recently changed the rules, no more credit tabs. The Taoist's face twisted in rage, what did you say? Just then 2 of his goons flipped open the ledger and smirked, found it, you gave someone else credit today. The boss froze, grinding his teeth, totally busted. Furious, the Taoist slammed a nearby table with his foot. He leaned close and snarled at the boss, you will let us buy on credit, right? The boss could barely speak out of fear. After a moment, the boss bowed and said, yes, yes, of course, please go ahead. The Taoist stood up, smug and satisfied. Out of nowhere, Ryang pointed straight at him. Where do you think you're going? If you've eaten, then pay, especially as honorable Taoists of Kunlun. Annoyed at the nosy interference, the Taoist stepped forward, and who the hell are you? Ryang answered without delay, Byok Yu. The Taoist scoffed, wow, even showing off your name, then asked, what sect are you from? Ryang calmly replied, I'm the head chef at the Kunlun guest house. Hearing that, his 2 minions blinked, a chef, then one burst out laughing, a chef, you think you can mess with us? The Taoist puffed up his chest and growled, listen up, punk, I'm Yong-sing. You arrogant brat don't know gold from garbage, but hey, I'm feeling generous today. Before he could finish, Ryang cut him off, your name may be Sing, but your soul reeks. Yong-sing twitched in fury. Ryang added coolly, rotten trash deserves to be taken out. Yong-sing snapped, what did you just say? No more words, Yong-sing threw a punch, yelling, you bastard, you've gone too far. But Ryang remained calm, pulling his arm back and narrowing his eyes in focus. Then Ryang flicked something unseen. It sent Yong-sing tumbling backward. He hit the ground, lying motionless and gasping, as the crowd erupted in shock. One of them pointed at Ryang, who stood calmly with arms crossed, and shouted, what the hell did you just do? Ryang remained expressionless, his eyes indifferent, not saying a single word, he simply flicked his hand lightly. The guy was flung into the air by just a flick of Ryang's hand, then slammed hard onto the ground. He lay sprawled on the cold floor, completely motionless, eyes shut tight, with a giant swollen bump on his forehead. Seeing him knocked out with that huge lump, his companion turned pale, eyes wide in horror, stammering, I'll pay, someone get the boss. The Kinghua innkeeper happily took the money, yes, thank you. The guy quickly turned to Ryang, I paid, okay, I'm out of here. But then his eyes bulged in fear as he witnessed the next scene. Turns out, just a light palm from Ryang sent him flying into the air and knocked him out cold. With a stern face, Ryang declared, even if you pay, evil acts still deserve punishment. Hidden in a corner of the inn, a man had been secretly observing the whole scene. Holding his chopsticks with interest, he chuckled, I just came for noodles, didn't expect a show too. Amid the bustling market, Jin Sohee and Ryang strolled slowly through the lively street. She asked curiously, why are noble Taoists such jerks? He replied, sorry for the drama during your meal, Miss Jin. Jinsohee didn't mind at all. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. No, you did great. As they continued walking, she turned to face him. But how did you do that? He blinked. Do what? She flailed her hands, reenacting the earlier beatdown. That's that, and then bam. Hearing her excited rambling, Ryang smirked slightly. Want to learn martial arts? She paused, realizing Byokyu was indeed a martial artist. Thinking for a moment, she smiled and continued walking, stretching out her arms. I'd love to, but now's not the time. Her face turned serious, fists clenched with determination. The top priority is restoring our inn. Seeing her so energetic, Ryang smiled to himself. Thanks to this little miss, I've been smiling more lately. She wrapped her arm around his and beamed. Let's go buy ingredients. He nodded gently. Let's do that. Zine shifts to a certain forest. Nagak leapt, his figure darting swiftly through the trees. As he flew, he muttered to himself, if I force him, someone with that kind of pride will never speak. Kicking off a branch to launch himself higher, he kept thinking, Kunlun cut ties with me over 10 years ago. No one listened to my warnings. His brows furrowed, bothered by one question. How could a divine weapon emerge from a crumbling Kunlun? At the gates of Kunlun Temple, 2 disciples stood guard. Nagak landed gracefully before the giant doors while the 2 guards snoozed, completely unaware of his arrival. Seeing the dozing guards, he clicked his tongue in disappointment. Dying in their sleep maybe. Without hesitation, Nagak pushed the massive gate open. The loud noise startled the guards awake as he called out, Is anyone here? One of them instantly jumped forward, arms spread, blocking him. Who do you think you are, old man? Nagak looked at them calmly. I am Nagak. I've come to investigate something. The 2 looked at each other in confusion. After a brief awkward silence, both pulled out their weapons and shouted in unison, You think this is some beggar's playground? Get lost. Swift as wind, Nagak tilted his body, slipping between their raised weapons with ease. The 2 were left dumbfounded as his figure calmly walked past, their anger rising. One guard lunged forward, grabbing Nagak's shoulder in an attempt to stop him, growling, Stupid old man. Without hesitation, Nagak swung his arm and sent the guy flying into the air. The man slammed hard onto the ground, kicking up dust from the violent impact. Seeing that, another guy instantly unleashed his signature spinning blade move, shouting, I won't let this slide. He aimed the spinning blade straight at Nagak and attacked. Nagak didn't even dodge, he simply tapped the guy's head with his plain bamboo staff. The attacker dropped to the ground with a thud, his blade flying aside, lying motionless. Nagak strode forward confidently, while the 2 defeated disciples lay helpless on the floor. One of them managed to blow a whistle, signaling the rest of the sect. In response, figures emerged from all directions. Who's that? What's going on? Enemy alert. Disciples surrounded Nagak, ready to strike, blocking his path forward. But Nagak didn't seem the least bit concerned by the weapons pointed at him. Instead, he calmly scanned the crowd as if looking for something. Not here, not on the right. His gaze moved left, still not here. Then he looked behind him, not there either. From behind the crowd, Bindo stepped forward with authority, raising his hand. Everyone, stand down. He gestured toward the old man and introduced, This is Nagak, leader of the beggar sect. Upon hearing his name, the disciples burst into whispers. No way. One of the 7 immortals of the previous era, one of the 5 supreme masters of the martial world. Bindo frowned and scolded, Masters, please do a better job teaching your disciples. What a disgrace. He forced a polite smile. We apologize, Lord Nagak. Please come inside. Nagak, however, remained thoughtful. He couldn't sense it from anyone. Sensing no divine aura here, he turned to leave. Then I apologize for intruding. Everyone at Kunlun's gate watched Nagak's silhouette as he walked away. Beaksong, standing nearby, whispered to Bindo, What's going on lately? High-level masters keep popping up and stirring things up. As Nagak walked off, he pondered, Have I become so obsessed with the divine artifact that I'm just sniffing around aimlessly? Heading toward the forest to descend the mountain, he muttered, Maybe I'll stop by the mountain inn for a cup of rice wine. Back at the inn, someone shouted, The table's broken. Ryang turned to look, ready to interrogate the trio, Sam Bong-gi, Ning So-bung, and Hwang Yang, who all shook their heads quickly. Not us. He narrowed his eyes and let out a cold HMPH. Ryang touched the rough stone wall nearby, and a thought struck him. Right, it may not be fancy like Kinghua Inn, but if we make stone tables, they won't break. He focused his strength into his arm, calculating how to reduce the thickness so Miss Jin could move them. A wave of inner energy surged from within, concentrating in his arm. With a decisive motion, Ryang split a large stone in half using only his hand. The 3 onlookers watched in awe. Hwang Yang asked, Is he doing something weird again? Ning So-bung replied, Should we report it? From the top of a nearby mountain, one could clearly see the silhouette of a small guest house. Nagak stopped outside a modest-looking inn, his eyes slowly scanning it. This inn is still operating. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, as if he just sensed something incredible. Nagak's gaze locked onto the jagged stone wall next to the inn, where a mystical green glow pulsed. A divine aura, why would it be in a place like this? Meanwhile, Unryang was still deep in concentration, shaping the stone into a table leg. He carefully lifted the finished stone leg and slowly carried it toward the table. One more leg and the final table would be complete. Unryang gently placed the stone leg into its socket beneath the tabletop. After inspecting the completed table, he stood up and called out, "Hey, bring the last table over there." Upon hearing the order, Sam Bong-gi and Hwang Yang didn't dare delay. They carefully moved the table. Unryang's eyes showed a brief look of approval as he watched them handle it with care. Jin Sohee's eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing the stone table. Her face lit up. "Oh wow, this stone table really changes the vibe." Standing nearby, Ning So Bung overheard and frowned slightly. Cold as heck, what's so lovely about that? Suddenly, a blur of movement, Nagak flew in like the wind and laid himself comfortably across the stone table, sighing contentedly. Not bad at all. Hwang Yang glanced at Nagak and said, "Guess he likes it." Nagak hugged the table and muttered, "This place is full of divine energy." Unexpectedly, Nagak sat up and asked, "Who made all this?" Instantly, Sam Bong-gi, Ning So Bung, and Hwang Yang all pointed toward Unryang, who was cleaning in the corner. Nagak narrowed his eyes and began walking slowly toward Unryang, gaze fixed on him. Unryang looked up, puzzled, his brows furrowing at the sight of the old man standing before him. Nagak clasped his hands behind his back and slowly circled around Unryang, scanning him from head to toe. He couldn't take his eyes off Unryang, thinking, "HMPH, I can't sense anything from this young man, not even a trace of inner power." Nagak finally spoke, "May I speak with you?" Unryang kept wiping the table. "You ordering something? I only talk to customers." Silence. Nagak didn't answer. So Unryang added, "Then buy everyone here a meal." Immediately, Sam Bong-gi and the others cheered, "Excellent." Sunlight shone through the mountain ridges, bathing the little guesthouse roof in golden light. Jin Sohee walked in happily and said to Nagak, "They'll love it, elder." Nagak sulked, thinking, even a beggar gets ripped off, it better be good. Unryang brought over a steaming hot bowl of noodles. Nagak's eyes lit up, he couldn't take them off the bowl. "What is this?" Even the noodles radiate divine aura. He quickly slurped it down, mumbling with satisfaction, "I've never had noodles like this in my life." After finishing, he introduced himself, "I am Nagak of the beggar sect." Unryang, sitting across from him, replied, "I'm the chef of Kunlun Guesthouse." Nagak's expression turned serious, eyes locked on Unryang. "Are you a martial artist?" Unryang replied, "I used to be back in Kunlun when I was young." Nagak jolted, visibly shocked. Off to the side, Hwang Yang whispered to Ning So Bung, "Maybe I should open a place like him." Ning So Bung snapped, "Stop spouting nonsense. I can't hear, shut up." Ning So Bung glanced over and muttered, "Wait a sec, how can someone that young say, when I was young, about Kunlun?" Nagak asked Unryang, "Exactly how old are you?" Still holding his noodle bowl, Unryang clicked his tongue, definitely over 100. Nagak fell silent, bowing his head in contemplation. Moments later, he slammed the table and exclaimed, "So it's true, you've regained your youth." He added, "I'm 115 myself. Do you know Unyop the master?" At the mention of that name, Unryang's expression subtly changed. He knows second brother, he thought. Cut to Kunlun, disciples were unconscious, hands tied behind pillars. One of them woke up. Nearby, Yongsing, also tied up, asked, "You're awake?" The disciple, unable to move, clenched his teeth in anger. "Why are we all tied up, senior?" Another tied-up disciple shouted from a corner, "Who did this to us?" Suddenly the door opened and someone ordered, "Drag them out." Seeing people rush in, the disciple panicked. As they were dragged out, one Kunlun disciple screamed, "What's the reason for doing this to us?" The others snapped, "Shut up." The tied-up disciples were taken outside, hands bound tightly, faces full of fear. One of them saw something, eyes widening in shock. In front of them were fellow Kunlun disciples, also tied up and forced to kneel. He gasped, "They're all Kunlun Taoists." A soldier stepped forward and reported, "Lord Hwang Yang, we've searched all of Qinghai and captured them all." Guaxiang stood there with contempt, "Worthless scum, like you should have died on that mountain instead of crawling down to beg." Tied-up Yongsing looked at the crowd and thought, "Hwang Yang, Guaxiang, so it's the Four Dragon sect that caught us." He knelt upright, proud and defiant. "What exactly do you plan to do to us?" One of the henchmen behind him kicked him in the back, knocking him to the ground. "Didn't I tell you to shut up?" The man grinned wickedly, "You're all dead anyway. We'll chop off your heads and hang them high. we'll tear your bodies apart and feed them to the dogs, then no one in Qinghai will ever have to see those damn Taoist robes again. Hearing that, the disciple's eyes and mouth flew open in horror. He thought, public torture in the middle of the street, that means they're preparing for war. Onlookers began gathering and murmuring, looks like the Four Dragon sect, taken down Kunlun. Whispers spread, well, Kunlun's finally fallen, not like they ever helped us commoners anyway, I don't care. Yon Uxin strolled in with a fan in hand, smiling lazily, not like we'll do anything to you right away. The crowd recognized him as the White Dragon Yon Uxin. Covering his mouth with a sneaky grin, he continued, first, we'll take all of you home, then we'll slice and dice the whole bunch. Guaxiong turned to Yon Uxin with satisfaction, we've finally removed those who have oppressed the Four Dragon sect for decades. Yon Uxin covered his face, hiding a sleazy smile, been waiting for this, brother. Ma Gok suddenly arrived with an imposing air, followed by black-clad men. Locals watching whispered, that's the Red Dragon, king of the sword path. Yon Uxin bowed, elder brother, you've arrived. Guaxiong also bowed, elder brother. The old man drew his sharp sword. Ma Gok shouted, raising the blade to the sky, today will mark the end of Kunlun. Na Gok stared at the man ahead and asked, how can one person accumulate so much divine energy? Unrayang sat opposite him, arms folded, silent for a long time. Then he finally spoke, not with a direct answer but a question in return. Let me ask you instead, why are you trying to contain all of nature within such a tiny body? From the corner of the inn, an argument broke out, because I want to use the power of the divine. Unrayang calmly countered, that divine power you speak of, isn't it just nature's essence crystallized? His eyes were clear as he thought about the gods of nature and explained further, nature has its own flow. It's not something to be compressed and used like internal energy techniques. Nagok was stunned, eyes wide, and stammered, so what you're saying is, Unrayang just gave him a mysterious smile and said nothing more. After a while he finally added, instead of embracing nature, let nature embrace you. As if enlightened, Nagok jumped up, slamming his hand on the table and letting out a loud roar that startled even Unrayang. He remembered all those years of grueling training and sighed inwardly, what a fool I've been, stuck in ambition, wanting to surpass others, losing the humility of a beginner and drowning in arrogance. Nagok quickly clasped his hands and bowed deeply, thank you for enlightening me, master, you've helped me reflect on myself. As he turned to leave, he couldn't help but ask, would it be all right if I came by more often? Unrayang cheerfully waved, customers are always welcome. Nagok clasped his hands again and smiled, then until next time. Ning Sobung narrowed his eyes and whispered to Huang Yang, looks like he's trying to butter up that old geezer into becoming a regular. Sam Bongyi chimed in, I think so too, didn't he say he's Nagok from Beggar Sect? What a joke claiming to be over 100. He snorted mockingly, next thing you know he'll say he can kill us with just a sneeze. But one of them wasn't laughing and seriously reminded the other two, this isn't something to joke about. Watching his buddy's arm wrestling and laughing loudly, Ning Sobung sighed, I think it's time we head back. A disappointed voice echoed in the inn, you guys leaving already? He led the two out saying, Jin Sohee, thanks for the rest and the delicious noodles, time to get back to work. Huang Yang smirked, whispering, work, yeah right. Hearing that, Jin Sohee didn't stop them, simply smiling, come again sometime. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed, leaving already. The three froze and slowly turned their heads. Seeing it was Unrayang, they bowed nervously, why yes sir, we have jobs. The other two stood still, faces stiff with fear. Unrayang just smiled and said, take care of yourselves, go. Ning Sobung was a bit surprised but quickly regained composure, why yes sir. After they left the inn, he awkwardly asked, so where are we really going? Then suddenly snapped, you idiots. He shouted, of course we're going back to the Golden Tiger sect, where else? Sam Bongyi clicked his tongue and Huang Yang wiped sweat off his brow, right. Cut to a forest, Guaxiong's squad charged forward on horseback, kicking up dust as they advanced toward Kunlun. Huang Meryang spoke, Huang Yang, before we go to Kunlun we should stop by the inn I mentioned, you have to see it. The man riding ahead replied coldly, if there's someone as strong as you say, I must meet him. Huang Meryang grinned, thank you sir. Yon Uxin narrowed his eyes thinking, I need to see with my own eyes who defeated the boss's men in one move. Ma Gok next to him had his own thoughts, if someone that strong exists I must fight him. Unlike the other's eagerness, Huang Meryang looked smug thinking, doesn't matter how strong he is, with 3 of the 4 dragons together today will be your funeral. Meanwhile atop another mountain, Unrayang stepped on some rocks. Hands behind his back he frowned and calculated 10, 20, 100, maybe 200, that's quite a crowd. Are they attacking Kunlun? Suddenly Unryang's eyes lit up with suspicion. He spotted people being dragged away, tied up, and was shocked. Those are Kunlun Taoists. They were wounded and limping, injuries all over, some were in terrible condition. Unryang observed silently, assessing the situation. Even the young disciples were among them. Just then, a few wild horses nearby neighed and reared up unexpectedly. The wild horses suddenly freaked out, causing Guaxiang's men to lurch forward. He shouted, "What the hell?" Unryang calmly stepped out and cursed, "You wicked bastards! How dare you treat Kunlun disciples like this?" Seeing Unryang suddenly appear, the group froze in shock, staring ahead speechless. Right then, Huang Muryang shouted, "That's him, he ruined everything." Guaxiang gripped his reins and muttered, "What? He looks weak as hell." Yon Uxin flicked open his fan with disdain, "Looks like he's lost his mind." But Unryang remained calm and issued a demand, "Release the Kunlun disciples now and leave. Otherwise." Before he could finish, Yon Uxin had already charged forward, fan in hand. "I'll shut him up real quick." At the order, several masked black-clad fighters charged forward, bloodlust in their eyes. "You're dead, psycho." But Unryang remained composed, idly twirling a small dry twig between his fingers. The masked attackers were getting close, weapons raised high, rushing at Unryang. Just as they were about to reach him, Unryang raised the twig, gathered energy, and thrust it toward the ground. Instantly, a thick cloud of dust exploded, knocking the attackers flying backward. The black-clad men spun midair before crashing to the ground, screaming in pain. Witnessing this, both Yon Uxin and Guaxiang were stunned, eyes wide. "What the hell?" "I've heard of this," Yon Uxin shouted. "It must be some kind of sulfur fire from the west." Without missing a beat, he jumped off his horse. No idea where he got that stuff, but whatever. Yon Uxin flew toward Unryang, smirking, "That won't work on me, pal." Then he launched his signature frost sect technique, a flurry of icy strikes aimed right at Unryang. But Unryang remained as composed as ever, silently watching as internal energy began swirling around him. Yon Uxin scowled, "Why is my ice dissipating the moment it touches him?" Unryang casually lifted the twig again. Then he swiftly slashed it through the air with a sharp flick. Yon Uxin took the full hit, exploded backward, and crashed into the ground. He landed right on top of the black-clad troops, causing a domino effect as they all fell over with grunts. Another explosion of energy sent dust flying again, scattering the fallen fighters even more. Soon, the ground was littered with motionless black-clad bodies, only a few weak groans audible. On the other side, Yon Uxin lay on the ground coughing up blood. Guaxiang was beyond shocked. "What the hell is happening?" Only Huang Muryang kept his composure. "Didn't I tell you to be careful?" Yon Uxin clutched his stomach and coughed, "Brother, I think my inner energy is gone." Guaxiang's eyes went white, trembling in disbelief. Watching Yon Uxin struggle to stand, he shouted, "What are you saying? That guy destroyed your inner energy." But Yon Uxin collapsed again before he could fully stand. Seeing this, another figure leapt off his horse and faced Unryang directly. Ma Gok gripped his sword, radiating killing intent. "I am Red Dragon Ma Gok. Who are you?" Unryang answered flatly, "Byokyu, cook of the Kunlun guest house." Hearing that, Ma Gok gritted his teeth. "A damn cook, really." Without another word, Ma Gok dashed forward, mouth open in a roar, "I'll kill you." The black-clad fighters, now full of spirit again, shouted, "Ma Gok is the greatest warrior of the 4 dragons." Ma Gok's face was fierce, his massive sword slicing through the air as he charged. Meanwhile, Unryang just narrowed his eyes and lightly waved that same little twig in front of him. When his sword came slashing down, luckily Unryang's tiny twig managed to block it. Then Unryang gently flicked the twig upward, causing Ma Gok to spin in the air before crashing to the ground, sword pointing skyward. Only then did Ma Gok widen his eyes in disbelief, blurting out, "What the hell is this?" From behind, Yon Uxin clutched his stomach in pain and tried to warn him, "Brother, stop it. My inner force is completely ruined. If you keep going, you'll be next." But Ma Gok was still stubborn, standing up and gripping his sword. "Stop talking nonsense. 1 dose of tonic and I'll be good as new." Ma Gok glared at Unryang and shouted, "I don't know what dark sorcery you're using, but I'll hang your head on a spear in front of the guest house." Then he stretched out his hand, summoning the soul-breaking sky-splitting slash. The black-clad men murmured in awe, "It's the sky-splitting slash, the sky-splitting slash." But that wasn't all. Ma Gok followed up with Thunderlight Strike, a glowing chain of blue lightning wrapping around his massive blade. The crowd gasped silently, their eyes bulging as they watched. On the other side, Unryang casually waved the twig, sending out a purple arc through the air. The attack may have looked light, but its force shattered nearby rocks into flying debris. As expected, once the dust settled, there lay Ma Gok, utterly wrecked on the ground. Realizing the tide had turned, Guaxiang shouted, "Ma Gok, After a while Ma Gok groaned and managed to sit up, clearly struggling. Then he fell silent, clutching his stomach in pain. As if realizing something, Ma Gok's eyes widened in panic. His hands rubbed his belly in disbelief, thinking, I can't feel any inner energy, it's empty. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood, same fate as Yon Uxin. With no strength left, he face-planted back onto the ground. Grinding his teeth, he muttered one word, bro. Guak Xiang turned and yelled at his men, what are you all waiting for? Whoever catches him gets a huge reward and a promotion. One guy stammered in fear, our reward. Another clenched his sword, thinking, even masters couldn't beat him, group attack it is. Sounded logical enough, so the black-clad troops all charged forward, shouting, catch him, beat him down. Seeing them all rush in, Unryang calmly set down the twig, no more playing around, and began channeling inner energy. Unryang took a deep breath, assumed a firm stance, and began channeling inner energy as qi gathered around his body. The black-clad men, oblivious to the looming danger, recklessly charged at him with weapons drawn. Waiting for the perfect moment, he stepped forward with a loud stomp, sending dust flying. In the next second, he unleashed his stored energy, Unryang's 8 techniques, blasting the black-clad attackers into the air, screaming. Witnessing that, Guak Xiang's shock quickly turned into terror. Sweat poured down as he stared wide-eyed. Seeing his elite unit laid flat by a single move, Guak Xiang couldn't understand what was going on. Trembling atop his horse, he stammered, wait a minute. But nope, a hand from behind yanked him by the collar. Unryang dragged Guak Xiang off the horse like a sack of flour, the guy screaming, I'm sorry. With a flick of the wrist, Unryang sent him flying like a paper kite, spinning and wailing into the sky. Guak Xiang skidded across the ground and crashed into a massive rock far away. After settling everything, Unryang gently landed on the ground. The black-clad men gawked, whispering, he's a divine being, a godly guardian of Conlin. He shot them a glare and said coldly, 4 dragons sect, stop your wickedness or I'll make each of you pay the price. The groaning guys on the ground peeked at him in terror, muttering, that's not a man. They stared at his majestic back and added, I heard a dragon lives on Conlin. Maybe it turned into a human. Ignoring their babble, Unryang flew into the sky and vanished with a boom that shook the heavens. Left behind were people scattered like dominoes and strange scorch marks carved into the dirt. The sky above was blue and filled with puffy clouds. Cut to the next day in Thanhai. In a room someone shouted, bro, hey bro. Ningso Bung and Huang Yang barged in, saying, the sun's already high, time to go. Still groggy on the bed, Ningso Bung rolled his eyes, it's that late already. Scratching his head, he muttered, I haven't had a drink in ages, I lost track of time. The 3 of them headed out. From behind, Huang Yang said, who knows what the boss will assign us this time at Kim Ho sect, so better drink while we still can. Looking ahead, he added dramatically, still, I crave noodles. You too, said Sam Bongyi, surprised. The noodle mention made Ningso Bung lick his lips and mutter, damn, I'm not the only one. Why did I crave those noodles so much? What did they put in them? Just then, the 3 saw a thick plume of smoke rising in the distance. What the fire, isn't that near Kim Ho sect? They immediately rushed toward the smoke. Seeing the blazing fire inside, Ningso Bung shouted, is that really Kim Ho sect? Then he grabbed a passerby and yelled, move out of the way. The flames grew even fiercer and people could only gape in panic like stunned dogs. What the hell is going on? Who did this? A nearby man kindly recounted, bro, you're way behind on the news. He said, a dragon showed up at Kunlun yesterday. Ningso Bung was shocked and blurted, a dragon? You mean the 4 dragon sect? The man continued, nope. A dragon turned into a human and wiped out 3 of the 4 dragons. I heard even the boss of Golden Tiger Gang got sent to the afterlife. That made him even more terrified. The man finished the story. Those who held grudges against the Golden Tiger Gang gathered like a pack of wild dogs, torched the place, and ran. Karma's a real thing, huh? Ningso Bung clenched his teeth in silence, staring at the burning wreck. All 3 of them were pale with fear. Sam Bongyi spoke, old bro, what's gonna happen to us now? Amid the scorched ruins, Ningso Bung consoled his 2 buddies. There are still plenty of shady factions out west. We can earn money wherever we go. Huang Yang nodded, got it. But Sam Bongyi, who had been quiet the whole time, suddenly objected, I'd rather not go west. That puzzled Ningso Bung. Seeing Ningso Bung's confused face, he explained, you might get treated well there thanks to your skills, but if me and Huang Yang go to a big city like that, we're probably gonna end up dead. I'd rather stay here, no matter what happens. Those words left Ningso Bung speechless. Watching the fire grow stronger, Sam Bongyi said, I want to go back there. Huang Yang asked in confusion, where? Sam Bongyi was surprised, don't tell me you mean Kunlun Inn. When Huang Yang guessed right, he confirmed, exactly. Seeing his serious face, Yang asked, but why? He didn't hide his intentions. Why do I need a reason to stay close to a top expert? Just being nearby, I might pick up some tricks. Who knows, maybe I'll impress them enough to learn some martial arts. Hearing his plan, Ning So Bung frowned. Ridiculous. Who just teaches martial arts to strangers like that? But before he could continue, Yang stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, but he's got a point. It's a better chance than wandering around elsewhere. I'll go with you. Old bro, you're not going, right? With his idea being supported, Sam Bong-gi chimed in, right? Seeing his two friends all fired up, Ning So Bung began to waver. These guys, they might have a point. He was just about to say yes when the two were still debating, ignoring the golden-haired guy's hesitant expression. He's not going anywhere. Forcing him would be rude. Besides, he'll do fine out west. They finished their discussion and bowed slightly, saying their goodbyes. Thanks for everything, old bro. Take care of yourself. The blonde guy gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart. You bastards. As the two were about to leave, a voice barked from behind, hold it. They turned around to see Ning So Bung standing there silently, but his clenched teeth and bulging forehead veins screamed rage. Seeing Ning So Bung's expression, Sam Bong-gi and Yang gave awkward smiles and wiped sweat from their foreheads, both saying at once, bro. He spoke up, I'll go too, of course not to mooch martial arts just because the food there is amazing. I'll be a customer. Ning So Bung continued explaining, with my level there's not much I can learn anyway, but his hesitant face betrayed his words, clearly torn but trying to act aloof. Sam Bong-gi and Yang couldn't hold back their laughter. Yeah, sure. Scene cuts to the inn. Inside, Jin So-hee was cheerfully greeting someone. Oh my, you came again. Across from her was old man Nagak, smiling as he replied, you'll be seeing me every day from now on, so don't be surprised anymore. Hearing that, Jin So-hee brightened up. Really, thank you. He glanced around and asked, where Byokyu? She didn't hide it. Ah, he's in the kitchen. She looked puzzled. Why? Nagak explained. Today I want to see his noodle crafting skills firsthand. When he mentioned Unryang's noodle making, she beamed. Everyone's obsessed with Mr. Byok's noodles. You sure about this? He nodded. Absolutely. He continued, also, tell Byokyu to come out here for a bit. A moment later, a white wine bottle and two small cups appeared on the table. Unryang stood with arms crossed, looking at the bottle curiously. What's this? Nagak smugly said, this is Prince 15, an exquisite wine I traveled far to obtain. Holding the bottle with glee, he said, I heard a dragon appeared at the base of Kunlun yesterday. As he poured the wine, he added, apparently the infamous 4 dragons of Thanhai clashed with a dragon during their nighttime attack on Kunlun and got thoroughly thrashed. The commanders bit the dust and the rest scattered. Wiped out, heh. Nagak scoffed, those guys did awful things for money, but now maybe they'll be grateful for a chance to atone. Who knows? Unryang fell silent, unsure how to respond. Raising his cup with a chuckle, Nagak toasted, to the dragon hero, he must be exhausted after doing so much good. One drink for you. Unryang held the cup in hand, thinking, it's been ages since I last drank. He tilted his head back and downed it in one gulp. Watching him drink, Nagak chuckled and placed his cup down, then added, rumor is the commanders aren't actually dead. Unryang blinked. Oh. Unryang picked up the bottle and poured for him. Here, one for you. Nagak accepted it cheerfully, thanks. Holding the cup, Nagak sighed in admiration. Ah, amazing. I might never forget this taste. Unryang agreed wholeheartedly. Yeah, it's been so long, brings back memories. With a hearty voice, Nagak raised the bottle. I came a long way to get this, so let's drink it all. Unryang grinned. Sounds good to me. Just as they finished drinking, Jin So-hee called out, noodles are here. Looking at the steaming bowl in front of him, Nagak smiled. Thank you very much. After Jin So-hee left, Nagak spoke up. Hey Byokyu. His next sentence surprised Unryang. What if we became friends? Nagak held the wine cup in hand, staring into it as he spoke. At my age, all my old friends are gone and my disciples, well, they're busy with their own lives. I've got no one left to drink with. It gets lonely. Looking at the old man before him, Unryang grew silent. The martial legacy of Kunlun and the taking divine art were gone. He understood solitude better than anyone. Nagak asked again with sincerity, would you be my friend? Hearing that, Unryang replied, it would be my honor. His agreement made Nagak beam with joy. Nagak shouted happily, at this age, to find a friend, especially one who looks young enough to be my grandson. Anyone hearing this would probably faint from jealousy. Holding up the wine bottle, he asked, so we speak as equals now? Yes. Unryang chuckled, why not? Nagak gave the bottle a shake and found it empty. He sighed, nothing like running out of wine when the mood's just right, my friend. After another futile shake, he waved toward the door. Jin T I letter 1 EC3 U Thu, if there's more good wine, would you kindly bring it out for us? Jin So he responded with a laugh, oh my already. Scene cuts to the ruins of Kim H letter 1 ED5 bang, now nothing but rubble. Amid the ruins, a dark figure reached out and pushed something aside. It turned out to be a lone pillar surviving the destruction. That shadowy figure was none other than Hwang Muryong. He rubbed his forehead and sighed, visibly relieved. Almost lost my life. Smart move to flee when Red Dragon got wrecked. Looking at the chest beneath his feet, Hwang Muryong grinned smugly. I, the great Hwang Muryong, leader of Kim H letter 1 ED5 bang, cannot fall so easily. He bent down and opened the chest, his face full of anticipation. Inside was a mountain of money. He gasped, this is a brand new beginning. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind him, you little rat. Hwang Muryong spun around to see a dark silhouette standing still atop the roof. Panicking, he yelled, who's there? The figure slowly emerged. It was a tattooed youth who sneered, abandoned your brothers to save yourself and pocket the loot, huh? Upon seeing him, Hwang Muryong froze in disbelief, muttering the name in his heart. Black Dragon, Gudiaki. Scene shifts to Kunlun sect. Inside the main hall, the elders of the sect sat in serious discussion over recent disturbances. Rumors had it that a dragon appeared at Mount Kunlun a few days ago. One of the elders spoke up, now those rumors have evolved into legends, stories of Kunlun defeating the 4 dragons. That's our Kunlun pride. Unryang's master added, I've heard about it too, but where did these stories even come from? Bindo responded, according to the disciples we rescued, they witnessed a young man defeat them all. Hearing that, another elder shouted in surprise, what, just one young man? Beekmoon didn't deny it, and Bindo calmly said, it sounds unbelievable, but that's what they reported. Many others couldn't refute it either, though they tried. No way, they were probably tortured into hallucinations or just made it up to save face. Amid the wave of skepticism, a rational voice cut in, whatever the truth may be, our sect's reputation has certainly improved. Unryang's master chuckled, that's true. He asked, what's the name of the disciple we sent to the 9 sects Spring Radiance Gathering? Bindo replied, it was Yong Peng. The elder continued, and he claimed they kicked us out of the 9 sects gathering. Is that true? Bindo nodded solemnly, yes, it is. Upon confirmation, the old master slammed the table in rage. Those bastards. After venting, he asked again, so the 9 sects really turned their backs on us, then we have no choice but to act. Beekmoon asked, do you have a plan? Bindo, take some disciples and visit the Namgung clan, the master ordered. Bindo raised an eyebrow, Namgung clan. Scene cuts to outside. A foot steps down the stairs, let's go. A disciple asked Bindo, master, why are we suddenly visiting the Namgung clan? He didn't hide it. Since the 9 sects severed ties, we need new allies. Behind him, Yong Peng silently noted, I heard the Namgung clan is filthy rich. At the entrance, a voice called out, hello. Seeing who it was, Jinsohee exclaimed, oh wow. She looked at the 3 returning brothers and asked in surprise, didn't you say you had work? Why are you back so soon? The 3 entered. Ningso Bung puffed up with pride, well, business was going great, so I thought I'd stay a bit longer. Jinsohee's eyes widened, really? That's great news. Hwang Yang rubbed his chin with a playful grin. Actually, I came back because I couldn't stop thinking about the noodles. Jinsohee couldn't help but laugh. But Ningso Bung's face darkened, as if someone had splashed cold water on him. The loud slurping of noodles echoed through the room. Joe Hwi was hunched over, devouring his bowl happily. Just as he was about to lift another bite, he froze. Ningso Bung was staring daggers at him. 3 seconds later, Joe Hwi dropped his chopsticks, panic written all over his face. Crap. Before he could lift his foot, a cold hand grabbed the collar of his shirt. Joe Hwi turned around and forced a smile. Brother, what a pleasure to see you. Ningso Bung's face was stern, voice low and threatening. Where do you think you're going, huh? Soon after, Joe Hwi was seated at the same table as them. Sam Bong-gi said, no more running. Kim H letter 1 ED5 bang is toast. Joe Hwi's eyes lit up. Really? That's great. But Ningso Bung added coldly, still, you caused us a lot of trouble by constantly fleeing. What should we do about that? Joe Hwi broke out in cold sweat, forcing a grin. He turned back, ready to beg for forgiveness. Jin T I letter 1 EC3 U Thu, 3 bowls of noodles, please. Jinsohee cheerfully added, we also have steamed buns too. Seeing the mischievous grin on Ningso Bung's face, Joe Hwi nervously asked, then can I get a plate of buns too? Taking advantage, Ningso Bung said, and 1 more week of room fees. Zhou Hy's eyes widened. What? Huang Yang chimed in. Little bro, you're so generous. A shadowy figure was approaching from behind. It turned out to be Rayang, carrying a tray of food toward the group. Huang Yang and Sam Bongyi lit up with excitement at the sight of him, while Zhou Hwi lowered his head, nervously glancing for an escape route, perfect timing to flee. Ning So Bung wiped sweat from his forehead, thinking, it's not like I haven't seen him before, so why am I so nervous now? Rayang set the tray down and smiled. One of these is on the house, he said. One of them blinked in confusion. Huh, what do you mean by that? Rayang glanced at the buns. Usually one plate only has 3 buns. With that, Rayang turned to leave while the others joyfully prepared to dig in. Ning So Bung asked, so, how is it? Sam Bongyi replied, of course it's good, it's free. If I knew you were leaving, I wouldn't have brought yours. Hearing that, Ning So Bung spun around. Who left? He shouted, you idiots, Zhou Hwi, running away, but the other 2 waved him off. Brother, eat first. Yeah, the noodles will get soggy. Ning So Bung fumed, you guys. Scene shifts to the evening. Rain falls steadily. In the rain, several figures approached the inn. One asked, why is it suddenly raining? Another replied, let's just take shelter in that inn. Jinsohi stepped outside to welcome them. Welcome guests, how many are you? It was a group from the Kunlun sect, led by Bindo, who replied, 4. Jinsohi asked, what would you like to order? As they entered, one answered, whatever you've got. Jinsohi informed them, right now, we only have noodles and buns. Suddenly, she recognized Yong Peng in the group. Oh my, hello again. Yong Peng smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. Hello, so you recognized me. He thought, I just wanted to slip in quietly to not bother the elders. Yong Yuak turned to him and asked, you've been here before? Yong Peng didn't hide it. Yes, I came here before the Spring Radiance gathering. The group sat down. Yong Peng praised, the noodles here are amazing. Elder Bindo heard this and nodded. Then please bring us 4 bowls of noodles. It was still raining outside. The noodles were served quickly. Rayang looked at Yong Peng. Yong Peng respectfully bowed his head in greeting. As Yong Peng picked up the noodles, he thought, not only martial arts, this elder's noodles surprise me every single time. Beside him, Huang Yang was eating when he heard someone behind say, that guy's crying. No, I just got broth in my eye. He was about to turn his head when Ning So Bung snapped, don't look at them. He added, didn't they say a Kunlun dragon stomped on the 4 dragons? That's probably an exaggerated tale. Now that we've lost our backers, best stay out of Kunlun's business. Back at the Kunlun table, Yong Yuak asked, Master, do you know how much the Namgung clan makes? Bindo replied, I haven't heard the specifics. The disciple continued, I heard they rake in thousands of coins a day. Bindo was stunned at that number and exclaimed, impressive indeed. The disciple added, yeah, there's no commercial field in Anhui they're not involved in. They're definitely a different league from the 9 sects. Bindo sighed, how are we supposed to earn silver or rice if we just hide up in the mountains? Nobody even knows who we are. Sigh, so much to learn from them. Yong Yuak chimed in, Master, you're truly wise. They kept talking while Yong Peng muttered, so if we go there, we'll be treated like royalty, right? Ha ha, absolutely. In the kitchen, Rayang was also listening in. What matters is, we need to build an alliance with them. Bindo slammed the table and stood up. All right, we've eaten and the rain stopped, let's go. Seeing that, Jinsohi came out and said, the bill is 8 taels, dear guests. The number surprised him. He casually walked out but turned around and said, I'm Bindo of Kunlun, I'll pay next time. That made her blink in confusion. Excuse me, Yong Peng beside her stammered, Master, you really should pay before leaving, which left Bindo puzzled. What's the big deal? He just kept walking. I never said I wouldn't pay, I said next time, whoever has money, pay. His disciples chimed in one by one, I don't, me neither. Yong Peng pulled out his pouch, only 1 coin inside. Face flushed, he said, I'm sorry, this is all I have right now. Then he handed it over, I promise I'll return to pay the rest later. Jinsohi smiled, all right, but you must remember. Seeing her accept it, he smiled in relief, thank you. Up ahead, Bindo called back, what are you waiting for, let's go. But before they could leave, Rayang stormed out, fuming. The stink reached all the way into the kitchen. He took Yong Peng's coin and said, let me see how much she got. Seeing Rayang's angry expression, Yong Peng quickly stepped out and bowed, I'm sorry. Rayang glanced at him and calmly replied, you have nothing to apologize for, you actually paid more than your share, didn't you? Rayang took the money and placed the extra coins into the boy's palm. I'll return this part to you. Then he raised his voice, the rest should be paid by those guys. Upon hearing that, Yong Yuak shouted, what are you talking about? We said we'd pay next time. Sam Bonggi chuckled, this isn't going well, and Hwang Yang added, yep, we're in trouble now. Unryang sternly said, at Kunlun Inn there are no free meals, and no running tabs either. Bindo scoffed, you brats, show some manners. The two disciples grinned smugly, yes, master. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind, Byokyu, how are you doing? It was Nagak, smiling warmly, it's only been a day, but I already missed my friend, so good to see you. Bindo looked over, surprised, that's elder drunken immortal Nagak. Unryang greeted him, have a seat, old man, I've got something to handle. Nagak chuckled and sat, and from a distance, Bindo thought, he treats elder drunken immortal like an old buddy. Bindo stepped forward politely, elder, what an honor to see you today. Nagak stroked his beard and asked curiously, and you are, Beak? Bindo quickly replied, yes, Bindo. He then turned to scold his disciples, you idiots, why didn't you greet him properly? The disciples immediately bowed, it's an honor to meet you, sir. At some point, Unryang had walked to the front door. All right, greetings are done, now follow me. Bindo watched in surprise. A friend of Elder Nagak, I can't just ignore someone like that, but how is this even happening? Unryang led the Kunlun group outside. As they walked, he said, from now on, instead of paying with money, you'll be making tables from these. The group stared at the massive rocks ahead, thinking, what nonsense is he talking about now? Unryang patiently explained, we'll cut them to suitable sizes so you all can get to work. Then he channeled energy into a tree branch, forming a sharp gust of cutting wind. Seeing it, Bindo was stunned. Meanwhile, Yong Mok and Yong Yuek chuckled, this guy must be crazy, let's go. But in the blink of an eye, they were thoroughly slapped in the face. Bam! The boulder shattered into pieces before their astonished eyes. Back inside the inn, Nagak greeted Yong Peng cheerfully, young friend, we meet again. The boy respectfully responded, yes, elder. Nagak asked again, but why are they acting like that? Yong Peng hesitated, unsure how to answer, and just mumbled, yes. Outside, Bindo's group stood in silence, utterly speechless. In front of them was a neatly sliced boulder, and beside it, Unryang's calm voice rang out, you need to make tables just like the ones in the inn using these. One disciple trembled inside, is this a supreme martial master? Bindo clenched his teeth, uneasy. The tables in the inn are made of stone. Unryang, hands behind his back, said nonchalantly, each bowl of noodles equals 1 table. You ate 3 bowls, make 3 tables, then you may leave. His voice was threateningly gentle, soft enough not to cut even a baby's cheek, but his logic was ruthless. Bindo's disciples protested, that's impossible, we're not stonemasons. Unryang ignored them and simply turned away, then you can't leave. Bindo's group fumed in silence, teeth grinding. Meanwhile, inside the inn, Yong Peng explained everything to Nagak. The old man chuckled, they're in for a headache. Scene shifts to another sack. In a dim great hall, Gu Diaki interrogated coldly, so you abandoned my brothers and ran off. That's what happened. Hwang Muryang knelt on the floor, his voice trembling, I'm sorry, please spare me. Diaki remained unfazed, only asking coldly, then tell me who did this. Muryang immediately answered, it was Kunlun. That answer made Diaki flare up, killing intent rising. What, Kunlun? What do you mean Kunlun did this? But Muryang shook his head, adding, more specifically, the chef at the inn in the forest beneath Kunlun. Diaki blinked, dumbfounded. The chef. Fearing disbelief, Muryang rushed to add, I know it sounds ridiculous. I told Magok the same thing, but he didn't believe me either. Diaki leaned on his chin, deep in thought. After a while he said coldly, fine, let's say it's true. Instantly, 2 black-clad figures appeared behind Muryang and grabbed him by the arms. Diaki's icy voice echoed, you are beyond forgiveness. Now go die. As he was dragged away, Muryang thrashed and begged, Gu Diaki, please, I'll give you all my treasure. Diaki smirked and looked at the chest, mocking, treasure, you mean my treasure, how boring. He returned to stroking his chin, still thoughtful, but what if it's not a lie? Who the hell is this guy? He took out 3 of my brothers, even I might be in trouble. Back at the inn, a cheerful shout echoed, all right then. Yong Yuek was holding a sword, instructing Yong Mok, hold the sword like this. He shouted and slammed the sword down, sword strike. The rock split in half, drawing an impressed wow from Yong Mok. Holding the broken pieces, Yong Mok grinned, it actually worked. Then Yong Yuek smirked and asked Bindo, master, why don't you give it a shot too? Bindo exhaled with a grumble, ahem. Then he yelled, I've had enough of this treatment. Bindo turned away and Yong Mok asked, master's heading down the mountain. Bindo waved, yep, time to go. Yong Mok pointed toward the inn, but what if he notices? Bindo scoffed, are you going to follow your master or some random cook? Yong Yuek quickly added, then let me check first. He tiptoed to the door and peeked inside. Inside, Unryang, Nagak, and Yong Peng were happily chatting. Yong Yuek returned, covering his mouth, and whispered, this is our chance. Nagok, brother Yongpeng, and the cook are distracted. Let's sneak out. Bindo corrected, it's not escaping, it's an urgent mission. The two disciples nodded. Oh right, of course. One asked, but what about Yongpeng? Bindo huffed. Seems like he wants to stay here. We'll leave him behind. Inside, Unryang asked warmly, so have you improved at all? Yongpeng respectfully answered, yes, I've been training daily, not forgetting your teachings. Seeing his smug look, Unryang gently warned, don't be arrogant, the world is vast. Yongpeng bowed, yes, I'll remember that. Nagok laughed, had I known he was your disciple, I would have shown more respect earlier. Yongpeng blushed, elder, I'm not worthy of such a title. Nagok paused, glanced at Unryang, who nodded and smiled back. Nagok grinned and encouraged Yongpeng, you are a disciple indeed. He added with a chuckle, otherwise should I give you a lesson myself? Yongpeng went quiet, pondering. A lesson from the drunken immortal himself, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. After a moment, he said, I'm already a disciple of Kunlun. I can't accept teachings from others out of respect for my sect. Nagok sighed dramatically, you really are a textbook Kunlun Taoist. Unryang stood silently, then turned to leave. Nagok asked, where are you going? Unryang replied, just handling something, I'll be back soon. Back to Bindo's group. They were sprinting downhill. Bindo reminded, remember, we're using light step technique because we value our time, not because we're running away. Yongmok added, well said, master. Suddenly, Bindo seemed to spot something up ahead. So it was Unryang. Bindo muttered to himself, how is this possible? Unryang shouted in anger, you people are seriously. Cut to Yongpeng and Nagok. Just as Yongpeng was about to say something, they heard a loud thump-thump from outside. When the two of them went to look, Bindo's group was already lying flat on the ground groaning. As he walked past Yongpeng, Unryang added, they'll be staying here for a while. Yongpeng could only respond, yes, sir. Cut to a temple deep in the mountains. Above, an old wooden signboard hung crookedly. Inside sat a weathered statue of a bodhisattva with one arm missing, giving the place an eerie vibe. Then came the sound of a broom sweeping somewhere. An old man was sweeping the stairs and glanced toward the door that had just creaked open. Diaki entered and spoke, still doing well, I see. The old man looked surprised. It's been a long time, Black Dragon. He asked, you're hearing someone, coming to the Assassin Guild, huh? Diaki didn't answer directly. You match the assassin to the price, right? 10 taels, 10-tael assassin, 100 taels, 100-tael assassin. The old man nodded, exactly. With that confirmed, Diaki opened a case. Inside were 200,000 silver taels. The old man's eyes went wide. Who's worth that much silver to kill? But he didn't accept right away and asked, that's a huge sum. Is the target the head of the Wuding sect? Diaki reached into his robe. He pulled out a portrait of Unryang. This is the one, the old man gasped, the cook at Kunlun Inn. Diaki questioned, 200,000 taels for a cook. The old man tapped the silver with one finger, don't underestimate him. All of my brothers got clapped by that guy. Confirming the job, he said, all right, we'll take it. That kind of cash deserves serious work. You can already consider the Kunlun cook a dead man. Meanwhile, back at the inn, Nagok looked shocked. Wait, you said you guys are heading to the Namgung clan? Yongpeng, still clueless, replied, yes, but something unexpected happened. Nagok sincerely warned him, then it's best if you go alone. Following your master and senior brothers will only embarrass you. Hearing that, Yongpeng quietly muttered, he's right, all they do is leech off others. After thinking for a moment, he told Nagok, then I'll ask my master about it first. Outside, Bindo's group was still grinding stones. One of them shouted joyfully, it's cut, it's cut. Yong Yuek held up the carved stone piece and proudly showed Yong Mok, look, it's almost exactly the same, right? His brother nodded, nice job. Then he turned to his master and asked, Master, what do you think? You should try it too, master. Seeing his disciple's handiwork, the old man puffed up with pride and said nothing. But Yong Yuak kept going, but just grinding this much already made me hungry. At this rate, aren't we just gonna starve to death? Unryang glanced over and asked, who said you're not allowed to eat? That one line lit up Yong Yuak and Yong Mok's faces like fireworks. We can, really, Unryang replied calmly, of course. Yong Mok clutched his belly and added, then thank you, I'll take a few bowls of noodles please. But what he said next hit like thunder, making their faces go pale. However, after eating, you'll need to make 2 more tables. At that moment, Yongpeng stepped forward. Master, I have something to tell you. Bindo looked up and asked, what is it? Yongpeng hesitated, then said, I think it'd be better if I go to the Namgung clan on my own first. Hearing that, Bindo's jaw dropped. What? How can you just leave while your master and fellow disciples are still here? Yongpeng explained honestly, if I don't go now, it'll be hard to make it on time for the meeting. Seeing his determined expression, Bindo thought to himself, this brat. Is he really trusting that cook enough to say something this bold? He looked over at Unryang and couldn't help wondering, what the heck did that guy say to make him go solo? Bindo stood up with resolve, thinking, I won't let this slide that easily. Despite his internal rage, he smiled awkwardly and pleaded, excuse us, this is urgent. But Unryang cut him off, no one leaves unless their stone tables are finished. Seeing the standoff, Nagok stepped in to help, then just send a disciple ahead. If you break a promise to the Namgung clan, the only fools will be your top students. Out of options, Bindo sighed, understood elder. With his master's approval, Yongpeng beamed, then I'll go ahead. Bindo just gave him a side glance and turned away. Fine, go. Watching him walk away, Yongmok murmured, he really went. Beside him, Yong Yuek muttered, I never thought I'd be jealous of that guy. Cut to a distant fortress somewhere. Inside a room full of weapons, swords, spears, maces, you name it, they had it. A pair of feet stood firm, locked in a battle-ready stance. In front of them stood a wooden training dummy. A man, clearly a master, was focused intently on his training. And then something unexpected happened. A nearby axe began to glow with white light and floated into the air. The man focused and controlled the axe, then hurled it at the wooden post. He spun his legs mid-motion. A flurry of weapons lifted into the air, spinning around him. With a flex of muscle, he launched the entire arsenal at the wooden post. Every single weapon hit the mark, embedding cleanly into the post without missing. He raised both arms and began calming his breath, as wisps of white steam flowed from his body. Outside the door, several subordinates had been waiting. One stepped forward cautiously with a handkerchief. Sir CEO, your progress is astonishing. Lord CEO accepted the cloth and wiped his face. Do you think I'd be satisfied just being in the top 10 assassins? My path is far from over. The lackey naturally nodded enthusiastically, as expected of our master. He gave a sinister grin, bring it here. They opened the chest the lackeys had carried in. Inside was a sparkling mountain of silver coins. He gazed at the silver, stroking his chin. 70,000 taels, then the client must have given the Assassin Guild a full 100,000 for a mere chef. Seriously. He tilted his head toward the lackey. Have you dug up anything on him? The lackey bowed. Yes, sir. The target is Byokyu, a cook at the inn on the path to Mount Kunlun. No known background. Since the Kunlun priests stay with him, it's likely he's tied to them. The innkeeper is Jin Sohee, 19 years old, no family. Lately there's a rumor that everyone in the Four Dragons sect except for the Black Dragon was taken down by a divine beast. I suspect it's related to him. The report continued. Also, Elder Nagok visits the place daily. Upon hearing that name, Seo's expression froze. What? Nagok the Drunken Immortal, one of the 7 undying legends from the previous generation. His eyes narrowed, voice dropping low. Looks like I'd better go see this cook for myself. Scene shifts back to the inn, still peaceful as always. Jin Sohee was teaching Unryang how to make dragon chicken. The key was cleaning the inside without cutting it open. She continued guiding him, make a small hole near the wing like this. Then she gently inserted her hand through the opening, removing the innards and stuffing it with spices and broth. She smiled gently, covered the pot and said, then we soak it in this wooden barrel. Then she turned to him and asked, and we boil it when serving. Not too hard, right? Seeing her bright expression, Unryang silently assessed. Actually not too hard at all, could be a solid new dish. Thoughts continued to race through his mind. This inn, it's a new chapter of my life, I will make this work. He said with determination, I'll give it a try. But Jin Sohee said, but this is the last chicken. He asked, so that's why we didn't hear any crowing this morning. She smiled awkwardly, yeah, if we sell this one we can buy a few more. Seeing her worry, Unryang reassured her, we'll sell it, don't worry. From outside the door a voice called, anyone there? The two turned to look. Jin Sohee said, looks like we've got a customer. He nodded, I'll go check. A foot stepped into the inn. Unryang walked out, cheerfully greeting. The visitor was none other than Lord Seo. He scanned the place with cold eyes, thinking to himself, other than that guy, I don't sense any martial presence here. Unryang warmly greeted him, welcome, what would you like to order? Seeing Unryang's rather ordinary appearance, Seo mentally confirmed, totally not a martial artist. He asked, what do you have? Unryang enthusiastically listed, we have noodles, buns, and dragon chicken. Hearing the last one, Seo raised a brow, dragon chicken. Unryang nodded and added, coming right up. Realizing the misunderstanding, Seo tried to stop him. No, I was just asking what it was. But Unryang was already gone. Seo sighed, never mind, I'll eat it. And just as he finished sighing, Unryang's voice rang out, here's your dragon chicken. Seo was stunned, that was fast. He muttered in amazement, that was insanely quick. Unryang cheerfully replied, speed is the essence of cooking. Seo began tasting the dish. While the guys at the other tables were practically drooling, that chicken and noodles must be heaven sent. Seo noticed the looks and wondered, why the heck are these guys drooling? He also glanced at the Bindo group. I'm starving, smells amazing, but something about their eyes doesn't sit right. Then a footstep through the door. Nagok cheerfully walked in. My friend, I've arrived. Seo was stunned. Nagok. He stared at Nagok, mentally confirming that really is Nagok, former beggar sect leader and one of the top 5 masters. And he comes here every day. Still analyzing, he thought, he must be here for the chef. That guy will show up any second. Unryang appeared to greet Nagok. You're here. Seo's jaw almost hit the table. Wait, what? Nagok handed something to Unryang, saying, Here, my friend, take this. Seo was in disbelief. That plain-looking man is the chef. Unryang opened the item. It was a ginseng root. Nagok beamed. 200 years old. Unryang blinked. Ginseng, I don't eat this stuff. Nagok smiled gently, then looked toward Jin Sohee in the kitchen. I know, but what about that child? Hearing that, Unryang guessed, I assume it's good for cultivating martial power, or at least for digestion. He accepted it. You're a good friend. Nagok laughed heartily. Now that made me happy. Watching that interaction, Seo set down his chopsticks and began analyzing again. No doubt, that guy's the target. I'll take him out right after Nagok leaves. But Nagok suddenly wrinkled his nose. This place used to smell amazing. Why does it stink now? Unryang looked confused. You mean the smell of blood? Nagok nodded. Exactly. Unryang turned slightly towards Seo and muttered, Don't worry, it's not worth the fuss. Nagok blinked. Wait, you knew? Unryang casually replied, Nope. That made Nagok even more suspicious. Then why ignore someone like that? Unryang explained, He's a customer. If he's not causing trouble, I've got no reason to interfere. Nagok nodded. Fair enough. Seo, meanwhile, was drenched in sweat. Then Nagok shifted the topic. By the way, on my way here, I spotted over 10 martial artists hiding in the woods. Seo heard that and immediately thought, the assassins. He kept listening to the conversation between Nagok and Unryang while sweating bullets. He actually knows, I knew it too, but now I'm freaking out inside. Nagok asked seriously, and you're still just letting them be? Unryang stayed calm, not a trace of fear, and smiled jokingly. Maybe they're all just here as customers. Nagok found a table, sat down, pulled Unryang with him, and laughed. You really are on a level beyond my understanding. Sit down, have a drink. Meanwhile, Seo kept analyzing. It's not that he has too many openings, he has none. If I'd acted rashly, I'd already be pushing daisies. He swallowed hard, thinking, my heart's pounding like crazy right now. His legs were shaking so badly he didn't even dare reach for his sword. Deep down he muttered, monster. Seeing how pathetic the assassin looked, Nagok sighed. He's shaking, he'll be gone soon. Unryang added, yeah, just let him go. After finishing his meal, Seo quickly walked to the counter. How much is it? When he heard the total, he was stunned. 145 taels. He shouted so loud that even Ning So Bung and his brothers looked over. Why is it so expensive? Jin Sohee explained. You ordered the most expensive item on the menu. He didn't argue, just handed over the money and left. Here's your money. As he walked away, his face still betrayed unease. Behind him, she was politely sending him off. Thank you, come again next time. The assassin dashed off quickly. Suddenly, a figure jumped out and called, Master. The subordinate, oblivious to his master's expression, asked, how did it go? He didn't respond, only said, don't ask anything, just get us out of here, now. Scene change, 1 month ago in the Tianshan Mountains. The air was fresh, the forest thick, and a crystal-clear stream flowed through. Then bang, a loud sound startled 2 doves into flight. From deep inside a cave, a blood-curdling scream echoed louder and louder. In the darkness, eyes full of murderous intent gleamed. The voice belonged to a young man, his arms bound by chains, surrounded by a strange purple aura. Through the smoky dust, his face emerged faintly. His terrifying aura intensified as his eerie laughter echoed. He smirked. I did it. The 3rd stage. He was none other than the #1 demonic cultivator, the Blood Fiend Demon Lord. He began to recall he was the leader of the demonic cult and ruler of 100,000 disciples, but even that wasn't enough. He wanted the whole world in his grasp. The heavens granted his burning wish. In the twilight of his life, he obtained what he yearned for most. A sacred scroll appeared, Heavenly Demon Scripture, the ultimate philosophy of the Heavenly Demon, founder of the demonic path. Gu Jashin laughed maniacally. At last, I have it. His flashback continued. After years of brutal, secluded cultivation, only one thing remained, the final 3 sword techniques of the Heavenly Demon. When he finally mastered the Heavenly Demon Slash, his body began to transform. A shrill scream echoed through the cave, his bones twisted and changed, and he experienced a full soul-body rebirth. His entire being was now wrapped in an overwhelming aura. When he mastered the second sword, Shura Grand Break, he experienced reverse aging. The scene showed him performing that very sword technique. It was the origin of the rejuvenation he had dreamed of. Returning to reality, Gu Jashin grinned dangerously, glancing at his palm while thinking, if the second sword triggered rejuvenation, then what could the third sword possibly do? And finally he had reached the elusive third sword. Gu Jashin murmured, the third. However, looking around, he questioned, where am I? I don't even remember my name. Gu Jashin stared at the shackles on his hands and then flexed to break them. The chains dropped to the ground. In his heart he wondered, why was I even wearing these clunky things? Gu Jashin began walking out of the cave. Standing on the cliff edge, he gazed out at the distant scenery. He grew more puzzled. What was I even planning to do in a place like this? As he bent his knees to spring off, he thought, but I can feel it. Tremendous power is awakening inside me. Then he jumped so fast he created a perfect arc in the air, visually pleasing, practically showing off. While flying through the air, Gu Jashin laughed gleefully. He landed on a boulder, gathered strength, and leapt again, yelling with joy, this is fun. A man who had lost his memory, now riding the madness of the third sword. He had been leaping through mountains for a whole month, enjoying the euphoria of flight. Cut back to present time, Mount Kunlun, blue skis, white clouds, golden sunlight. The assassin known as Lord Seo was rallying his men. Everyone listened carefully. They all shouted in unison, yes, master. He recounted what he had witnessed. That chef at the inn is a monster. I've never seen anything like him in my life. Then his tone shifted, but as long as the mission is clear, I have no intention of quitting. The subordinates below praised him. Master, your words are truly wise. Suddenly a voice snapped, what the hell are you all babbling about? It was none other than Gu Jashin. He asked, anyone got food? Seeing him, Seo was unnerved. Where did this guy even come from? There wasn't a sound. Gu Jashin waved his hand and added, I'm starving. Whatever you've got, hand it over now. His arrogant tone triggered the underlings. They charged at him, how dare you? Do you even know who you're talking to? But just as they were about to touch Gu Jashin, he stomped his foot once. Countless rocks flew up and smacked the chins of the underlings. The man was stunned speechless by the sight. Gu Jashin stood tall, fists clenched, eyes burning with killing intent. Beneath his feet, a pile of bodies was knocked unconscious, stacked like firewood from a single devastating stomp. Even Gu Jashin looked surprised. Whoa, that kick packed more power than expected. One guy opposite him stood jaw-dropped. Everyone got flattened in just one stomp. The man's face darkened, teeth grinding, and he stuttered, WH, what are you? Gu Jashin looked annoyed and muttered with a feral glare, after 30,000 times, I finally succeeded. The man blinked, wait, what? Gu Jashin raised 3 fingers, face deadly serious, and shouted, I've jumped off a mountain since waking up. They call it Mount Tianshan. Originally, I planned to do it 30 times for fun. He looked down at a groaning guy under his foot and added proudly, but the view was so pretty, I jumped 31 times instead. One guy below tried to sit up with a grunt of pain. Gu Jashin stomped again. Dust exploded everywhere like a localized earthquake. Crimson light flashed and the earth seemed to tremble. The man broke into a cold sweat and dared not speak, thinking to himself, that's Gu Jashin, and I only made it to 300 attempts before giving up. He made it to 30,001. Briefly, a memory flickered in Gu Jashin's mind, scar-faced thugs with weapons grinning nastily. He recalled a group suddenly showing up demanding money. A twisted smile crept across Gu Jashin's face. I killed them all. Anyway, I failed 3,000 times first. A breathtaking landscape, towering peaks, vibrant greenery. Gu Jashin raised his face to the sky, arms folded behind him. So I succeeded on the 30,000th jump. The man's face drained of all color. With a frozen expression, he asked in horror, you kept jumping like that and now you're hungry. Gu Jashin's eyes burned with fury, his teeth grinding audibly. And yet when I asked for food, you pointed a sword at me. The man also began to lose it, grinding his teeth, face twisted in fury, channeling all his inner strength to launch a flurry of swords toward Gu Jashin while muttering, retreat. Dozens of sharp swords shot toward Gu Jashin at lightning speed, but his face remained stone cold, standing tall without fear. A destructive force accompanied the swords, exploding midair, sending metal shards everywhere. Witnessing this horrifying sight, the man was completely stunned, his once furious face now pale with shock. Gu Jashin advanced toward him, fists clenched. The man could only retreat, baring his teeth in panic. Gu Jashin threw a powerful punch straight at the man. The punch sent the man screaming in pain like a goat in a blender. Gu Jashin lifted one leg and calmly said, if there's no food, get lost. Then he kicked with all his might, sending the man flying high into the sky with a scream that echoed through the land. Gu Jashin's stomach gurgled loudly with hunger. He rubbed his belly and groaned, so hungry. Amid the vast mountain range, green peaks stretched across the horizon. At the foot of the mountain stood a stone-built restaurant with a sturdy tiled roof. Gu Jiaxin pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside. Ning So Bung, Huang Yang, and Sam Bong Gi, who were eating at a table, turned simultaneously to look at him. Jin So-hee noticed the unfamiliar customer and cheerfully greeted him, "Welcome." Gu Jiaxin, still as cold as ice, asked, "Is this a place I can eat?" Jin So-hee smiled brightly and replied, "Yes, today we only have noodles and dumplings." Gu Jiaxin frowned slightly. "Noodles and dumplings sounds like food, I think." Jin So-hee gently smiled and offered, "Shall I bring it out for you?" But she was met with an icy "yeah" from Gu Jiaxin. Then Gu Jiaxin bluntly said, "But I don't have any money." The trio Ning So Bung, Huang Yang, and Sam Bong Gi turned in surprise at his deadpan statement. The three exchanged evil grins. Ning So Bung began scheming, thinking this was the perfect chance to impress Byok-yu. Suddenly, a voice shouted from the other side, "Hey, you," making Gu Jiaxin and Jin So-hee turn around in surprise. Ning So Bung stomped over, glaring fiercely, "You planning to eat without paying? This ain't some charity joint. The three of us are watching you." The other two, Huang Yang and Sam Bong Gi, stood behind him, eyes sharp and menacing. Gu Jiaxin's fury flared again. His eyes widened and locked on the three men with murderous intent. Ning So Bung began sweating bullets under Gu Jiaxin's stare. That killing aura, is he a martial arts master? Huang Yang and Sam Bong Gi each grabbed one of Ning So Bung's arms, pulling him back. Huang Yang whispered, "Bro, Byok-yu told us not to cause trouble." Though trembling, Ning So Bung tried to act tough and warned, "You better watch yourself, don't do anything stupid." Gu Jiaxin calmly replied, "The three of you are lucky to be alive. If there were just one or two, you'd be dead by now." That thunderous line made Ning So Bung sweat like a waterfall. His hands trembled as he clenched his fists, muttering in his head, "What kind of nonsense is that?" The three of them let out a breath of relief, feeling like a mountain had been lifted off their chests. Ning So Bung covered his mouth and whispered, "That stare could freeze lava." Gu Jiaxin sat down at the table, propped an elbow up and barked, "Hurry up and bring me noodles." In the kitchen, Ryang had witnessed everything and was growing more irritated by Gu Jiaxin's arrogance. He marched toward Gu Jiaxin, radiating a quiet storm of fury. Gu Jiaxin's eyes bulged again, looking ready to kill Ryang on the spot. Ryang stood firm, voice cold and clear, "At the Conlon Inn, no meal is free." Gu Jiaxin's face twitched and grunted back, "So." In the corner, Ning So Bung, Huang Yang, and Byok-yu watched with wrinkled faces, all sensing danger like monkeys sniffing a storm. Ryang stood with arms crossed behind his back, ordering Gu Jiaxin to leave. "No money, no food. Kindly get out." Gu Jiaxin began to beast out, his eyes full of fury. "I don't want to, I'm still speaking politely, now bring me food." Ryang remained stern, but his voice now carried a veiled threat. "Do you want to be thrown out by force?" Gu Jiaxin slammed his hand on the table. "You." Gu Jiaxin raised his fist and threw a heavy punch toward Ryang. Ryang casually raised one hand and blocked it with ease. Gu Jiaxin was stunned. Someone blocked that punch, the punch that could shatter stone like tofu. Suddenly, Ryang flipped Gu Jiaxin onto the ground. Gu Jiaxin sat dumbfounded in the chair, hair standing on end. He screamed out in disbelief, "No way, everyone else crumbles from one hit." Ryang stood firm, watching Gu Jiaxin slump in his seat. "Am I not strong enough?" Meanwhile, Gu Jiaxin brooded, "Or is this guy even stronger than me?" Gu Jiaxin suddenly smashed the table again, shouting, "Impossible." He unleashed another punch with all his might, shattering the table and launching a wild fist at Ryang. Ryang calmly raised both arms, eyebrows furrowed, and blocked it with deadly precision. The block caused the force to bounce back, sending Gu Jiaxin flying backward, totally bewildered. He crashed outside in a cloud of dust. Gu Jiaxin braced his legs, front knee bent, back leg extended to anchor himself. His arms lifted overhead, elbows bent to brace his shaking body. His face twisted in explosive rage. Suddenly his expression changed, cold sweat poured from his forehead. Ryang was walking toward him, eyes glowing red, thinking, "He's truly stronger than me." Ryang stared at the faint dent on his chest left by the blow. "This is the first attack that's left a mark." With hands behind his back, Ryang coldly walked away. Gu Jiaxin stood surrounded by killing intent, fists clenched, eyes wide. Ryang stared and thought, that dark aura, has he mastered a demonic technique? Staring at Gu Jiaxin's youthful face and razor-sharp gaze, Ryang wondered, he doesn't even look 20, has he reversed aging? Gu Jiaxin shot him a death glare. Every step Ryang took closer made his chest tighten. Damn it. Ryang stood tall, radiating supreme might. Who are you? He asked coldly. Arms crossed, Unryang locked eyes without blinking. Gu Jashin panicked. If this keeps up, I'm dead. But when he heard the question, Gu Jashin's eyes dimmed, full of sorrow. I don't know. His hands fell limply. He muttered, who am I? Unryang looked surprised. You don't know? He asked again, thinking, did he lose his memory while training? Gu Jashin lowered his head, silent and gloomy. Unryang asked gently, are you hungry? Then he turned around and walked inside. Come with me. His words left Ning So Bung, Huang Yang, Sam Bongyi, and even Gu Jashin utterly stunned. A steaming hot bowl of noodles with long, slender strands and a medley of herbs on top sat on the table, looking incredibly appetizing. Gu Jashin sat across from Unryang, staring blankly at the noodle soup as if seeing it for the first time. What is this? Unryang calmly responded to his naive question. It's the noodles you ordered earlier. Gu Jashin was taken aback. This is noodles. Gu Jashin slowly lifted the bowl, starting to pick up a few strands as steam gently wafted from the noodles. Sam Bongyi smirked, curious about his reaction. Huang Yang replied with amusement, bet he'll cry uncontrollably. Ning So Bung mocked, might even roll on the floor. Gu Jashin froze for a moment, just as he brought the first bite to his mouth. Tears began to well up at the corners of his eyes. He was overwhelmed by the taste, it was just that good. Huang Yang turned to Sam Bongyi and Ning So Bung, proudly declaring, see, he's crying, nailed. Gu Jashin continued to slurp down noodles without pause, devouring them like someone starved for 100 years. In no time, the giant bowl was completely empty. He slammed it down on the table with a bang. Eyes wide, Gu Jashin stammered, unbelievable, you made this yourself. Unryang simply replied, yes. Gu Jashin looked dazed but cautiously complimented, it's really good. From afar, Sam Bongyi grinned smugly, that's noodle magic, baby. Seeing this, Unryang stood up and seriously asked, want another bowl? Gu Jashin blanked out for a moment and then nodded. Inside the restaurant, warm golden light spilled from the ceiling, where neatly aligned wooden beams formed perfect square panels. Ryang stood next to Jin Sohee, asking coldly, you remember your name, don't you? Gu Jashin lowered his gaze, answering thoughtfully, third, just third. Eyes saddened with sympathy, how pitiful. Jin Sohee quickly suggested, why not stay here until your memory comes back? The offer left him stunned and speechless. Ryang's gaze turned serious. Looked at Jin Sohee and thought, of course she can't ignore someone in need, that's the reason I stayed here too. Vision of Gu Jashin's sinister smile bathed in blood flashed in his mind. If that man enters the martial world and falls into the dark path, there will be no avoiding a massacre. Ryang smiled faintly at Jin Sohee, one more pair of hands wouldn't hurt. She clapped her hands together excitedly, right, you think so too. Meanwhile, Gu Jashin stood frozen by their invitation. Were they seriously asking him to stay? Jin Sohee eagerly approached, you heard him, didn't you? Let's live together for a while. Suddenly Gu Jashin's expression darkened. Together we. Huang Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Please hire us too, Sam Bongyi also shouted joyfully. We want to work here. Only Ning So Bung remained serious, glaring at them. You brats, sit down. Spring sky stretched out endlessly in a clear jade blue as a voice echoed from within. It's pretty late, but spring is still spring. Ryang turned to Gu Jashin and said, let's call you Gu Jashin. He tilted his head in confusion at the suggestion. And so he beamed and praised, wow, that's an awesome name. How did you come up with it so fast? Do you like it, Mr. Gu? Huang Yang scoffed while Sam Bongyi grimaced and added mockingly, gross. Suddenly, Huang Yang's face darkened as he sighed, it's time. Sam Bongyi blinked beside him, confused, time for what? Out of nowhere, Nagak appeared and waved, my friends, I'm here. Both Sam Bongyi and Huang Yang grimaced, the old man again. Nagak walked over to the table where Unryang and Gu Jashin were seated and commented, oh, I've never seen this gentleman before. Unryang glanced at Nagak and explained, he's the new worker. Nagak nodded slowly, I see, that's good. Nagak stepped closer to Gu Jashin, pointed at himself and introduced, we'll be seeing each other often. Go ahead, introduce yourself, I'm old Nagak. Gu Jashin replied, I'm Gu Jashin. The words made Nagak's eyes widen, eyebrows lift, and jaw drop in disbelief. The old man quickly turned away with a sigh, he's one of those silent types. Gu Jashin calmly responded, I see no reason to respect someone weaker than me. Nagak exploded, what did you say? The old man's face twisted in rage as he raised his hand and shouted in Gu Jashin's face, this brat. Suddenly, Nagak's eyes bulged and sweat poured down his face like he'd just seen a ghost. Fierce red aura surrounded Gu Jashin's entire body, terrifying the old man. Divine energy practically radiated from him. Nagak immediately turned to Unryang and asked, my friend, what is this? Unryang, with a serious face, replied, let's talk in private. Outside, Yongmok and a friend were sharpening their swords during inner training, while Bindo meditated nearby, deep in thought. On the other side, Unryang and Nagak were talking seriously, looking rather intense. Nagak stroked his chin, eyes deep in thought, oh my, so that's how it is. Suddenly his expression turned grave, then that kid is like a volcano, ready to erupt anytime, and not just any volcano, a lava-loaded one. Unryang clenched his fist and declared to Nagak, that's why I keep him close. He's a walking catastrophe for the martial world. Nagak closed his eyes and sighed, looks like there's no other choice. Night sky was peaceful, a full moon hanging in the air, stars twinkling, trees standing still under the quiet heavens. In the deep night, a rabbit was roasting over a crude wooden spit. Orange flames danced around the meat, smoke rising in thick clouds. Young Mok and his friend were grilling it together, eyes gleaming with excitement. One of them exclaimed, "Looks delicious." Turned to Young Mok excitedly. The rabbit just jumped into the yard by itself. In the darkness, a loud voice echoed, "Disciples," and several answered, "Yes, master." Indo grinned wickedly, "I don't want to cause trouble here nor follow ridiculous orders, so each of you better bring me a table." Young Mok and his friend panicked. One of them pleaded, "That's impossible." Young Mok added, terrified, "We'll give up the rabbit." Out of nowhere, a large hand grabbed the rabbit skewer with a cheerful voice, "Oho Tilda." It was Gu Jashin. He started chomping down the meat like a starving beast, leaving all three speechless. Jaws dropped in unison as they shouted, "What the heck?" Jashin munched noisily, like he hadn't eaten in ages. Bits of rabbit bones scattered all over the ground. After finishing the meal, Gu Jashin turned his back and walked off, leaving behind a jab. Compared to the noodles, this was nothing, which infuriated all three. Young Mok and his buddy yelled in unison, "Hey, who do you think you are?" Gu Jashin glanced at the table and muttered, "These lame tables, what's the deal?" The other two shouted a warning, "Don't touch that." Gu Jashin slammed his palm down hard, shattering the stone table into flying debris and a cloud of dust. Trio could only stare and gasp in awe. He crushed it with just one palm. Indo and the other guy were stunned speechless, while Young Mok shouted, "That was my table." The sky was bright blue, with dazzling sunbeams filtering through the tree leaves. Light spilled down, illuminating the ornate patterns on the restaurant's tiled roof. Gu Jashin stuffed buns into his mouth with both hands, mumbling between bites, "These buns are good too." Nagak sighed, "If you were a regular customer, business would be booming." Jinsohi gently praised, "Mr. Gu, your appetite is truly phenomenal." Jinsohi pondered aloud, "What should we do? We don't pay them, so we can't act like they've got no place to eat or sleep." Nagak rubbed his chin, sighing, "If only business was good and money was plenty." Ryang, with a serious look, said, "I think it'd be better if we hired another worker." He added, "Someone smart enough to maximize our sales." His words surprised her. Jinsohi lowered her gaze, looking troubled, "But is it really okay to hire more people? Business is that great right now." Ryang sat at the table sipping tea with Nagak, his face composed as he reassured Jinsohi, "At the very least, it'll be better than things are now." Nagak suddenly lit up with an idea and exclaimed, "I know someone smart. I'm close to a member of the Zhuge clan." Just the mention of the Zhuge clan made both Ryang and Jinsohi freeze, eyes wide. Jinsohi nervously asked, "Isn't the Zhuge clan one of the 5 great houses, a family that rose purely through intellect? I doubt someone like that would ever come here." Nagak smirked mysteriously, eyes sharp, and lifted his teacup slowly. "They owe me a favor." He recalled that moment one of the servants had screamed, "Dark sect warriors have broken through. Master, we must flee this way." The old Zhuge patriarch had snapped, "We're not even a martial clan. Why us?" The clan head, drenched in sweat, replied, "Sending a strategist to the sect might be the reason, father." Suddenly, a powerful strike smashed into the stone wall, blasting it into rubble. A gang of fierce-looking men barged in, blades drawn. The leader barked, "Where do you think you're running, rat?" His thugs jeered, "Zhuge clan, bunch of schemers and silver tongues, you won't escape doom today." And out of nowhere, a chilling voice cut through the chaos. "The ones facing doom today are you." Nagak, furious, gripped his dog-beating staff and growled, "Come on then, let me teach you rascals a lesson with the mighty dog-beating style." Zhuge clan heir stood frozen next to his father, both stunned. The son stammered, unable to believe his eyes. "He took them all down." Nagak stood tall, staff raised high, one foot forward, one back, majestic like a war god. The thugs lay scattered on the ground like fallen leaves. Back in the present, he calmly poured himself a drink. "If I ask him, he won't refuse. At the very least, he owes me that much." Ryang raised his cup with a relieved smile. "I truly appreciate you going that far." Nagak grinned. "Of course, we're friends after all." Nagak leaned on the table and gently stood up. "Well then, I'll get going." Suddenly, Ryang interjected, "No." He stood up, hands behind his back, and said firmly, "I should go with you. I can't just leave it all to a friend. Let's go together." Nagak chuckled, "Oh, even better for me." And so he stood behind them with a soft smile. "Take care, both of you." Meanwhile, Gu Jashin was grinning with a bowl in hand, clearly in a great mood like he'd just eaten a heavenly dish. Ryang glanced at him and thought, leaving that guy alone is way too dangerous. Ryang turned to him and invited, "Gu Jashin, you're coming too." Gu Jashin was shocked, "Me too." Then addressed Ning So Bung and Sam Bonggi, who were eavesdropping, "I'll leave guest security to you two until we return." Ning So Bung was thrilled, floating on cloud 9, though he acted modest. "Oh please, I'm just a guest here." Deep down, he was screaming, "Finally, they see my work." As Ryang, Gu Jashin, and Nagak departed, Ning So Bung cheerfully waved and shouted, "But since we're such close buddies, I'll give it my all." Inside in the courtyard, Young Mok and 2 others were eagerly sharpening their swords. Ryang turned to Nagak and said, "Old Nagak, you know the way, lead us, we'll follow behind." Nagak blinked in surprise. "Ah, sure." As he walked, Nagak thought to himself, "He clearly took my lousy footwork into account." He launched himself forward with a sudden burst. "I'll go on ahead." Like an arrow cutting the wind, he flew off in a flash. Ryang silently watched the direction he went. Gu Jashin looked after him and scoffed, "He runs like a drowned chicken." Ryang said quietly, "Let's move." 2 of them shot forward like lightning bolts tearing across the sky. 3 onlookers gaped in shock, unable to believe their eyes. Suddenly, a man's voice rang out, "He told me to keep you focused." The trio looked around, confused and alarmed. Was Ning So Bung arrogantly standing next to Hwang Yang and Sam Bongyi, declaring, of course slacking off is forbidden too. Someone cursed loudly, clearly pissed, damn it. Sky was deep blue like a silk ribbon, mountains rose tall and endless into the heavens. Mysterious black figures came flying in like missiles. It was a group of people cloaked in black, all with fierce faces, zooming ahead like surfers on a deadly wave. Suddenly 2 of them halted and shouted, here, right here. The whole group stopped and looked down. Several voices chimed in like they struck gold, oh here it is. A massive footprint was deeply embedded in the earth. One voice declared with certainty, this print, it's definitely the heavenly demon. The group looked toward a towering mountain and began theorizing, judging by the dirt scatter, it's that mountain. But why would he travel this way? Black-cloaked figures dashed toward the peak, one of them commanding, there must be a reason, keep searching. The Heavenly Demon Sect, a powerful clan with vast, majestic architecture and strict order. Inside a room stood a tall figure, cloaked in silence. It was Aim Jonggi, the sect's strategist. His presence was regal, his gaze sharp, and his goatee added a touch of menace as he wrote on a white scroll with a calligraphy brush. Sudden noise caught his attention. His eyes narrowed in suspicion. Someone stepped in with a commanding voice, may I enter? Jonggi bowed respectfully and replied, greetings, sir. The man exuded overwhelming authority and declared, I came to ask about the search for the heavenly demon. This was none other than Hyokryendo, the grand elder of the sect. Jonggi sighed, we've deployed 200 teams to track him. He's been moving across mountaintops only. Hyokryendo was stunned, only the peaks. Jonggi continued, he's already crossed more than 20,000 mountain peaks. Hyokryendo looked baffled, 20,000, how even? He hesitated in worry, it's been 10 years of seclusion and cultivation and now he just vanishes in a day. If this leads to internal chaos, Jonggi cut in, that would be the biggest threat of all. Suddenly his face darkened and his eyes turned cold. The young sect master hasn't officially been appointed. The young heirs may start fighting for the throne. Inside the office, rows of wine jars lined wooden shelves as voices echoed from within. Concerned that chaos was imminent, Hyokryendo firmly ordered Jonggi, find the heavenly demon before that happens. Jonggi remained composed and answered, yes, elder. On the other side, the Juge clan estate appeared peaceful and serene. Nagak stood in the center, flanked by Unryang and Gu Jashin, as a respectful male voice rang out, Elder Nagak, what brings you here today? Juge clan head sat down with the 3 of them to talk. Nagak spoke first, well, I have a favor to ask. Clan head smiled warmly, this is my first time meeting you two. Are you disciples? Nagak burst out laughing, disciples, no. The old man calmly explained, they are my friends. Seeing the 3 of them sitting silently and seriously, the clan head was taken aback. What? Elder Nagak considers these young men his friends. Young maid brought in tea, here is the tea. He reached out and took it, bring it here. Poured the tea into each of the elegant white cups, steam gently rising from the teapot's spout. Gu Jashin stared in confusion, clearly seeing tea for the first time, and asked, what's this? Unryang explained, it's tea, a drink made from dried leaves or roots. Without hesitation, Gu Jashin poured the tea straight into his mouth, prompting the clan head to yell in panic, it's hot. After gulping it like water, Gu Jashin muttered, tasteless. Unryang quickly rebutted, that's because you have no sense of taste. Nagak just laughed, honestly I prefer wine too. Their banter left the Juge clan head stunned, thinking, they're really talking like old friends. Look on his face showed pure confusion. Unless he's senile, there's no way he'd befriend such youngsters, unless they're ancient masters in disguise. Nagak made a request, could I make a recommendation? The clan head blinked, a recommendation. He silently thought if they really are reborn supreme masters, befriending them wouldn't be bad at all. Then he asked seriously, what kind of person are you looking for? Nagak answered, someone reasonably smart. Clan head eyed him curiously, you're looking for a strategist? Nagak hesitated, well, sorta. Nagak laughed awkwardly, not exactly, but yeah, this is kinda hard to explain. Suddenly, Unryang cut in bluntly, I'm looking to hire someone. Juge clan head pondered for a moment and then said, if that's the case, may I ask where you're working? Knowing the workplace helps me suggest a suitable candidate. Unryang replied, Kunlun Guesthouse. The answer made the clan head go pale. Stammered, you mean Kunlun sect? Unryang corrected, Guesthouse. Unryang said firmly, Kunlun Guesthouse needs someone smart. His words made the clan head break into a nervous sweat, his face twitching in disbelief. Clan head furrowed his brow and asked, so you're currently managing a hotel? Unryang replied softly, the manager is someone else, I'm just the head chef. The clan head was left utterly dumbfounded. Juge clan head observed the resolute young man before him, silently evaluating. Someone brought by Elder Nagak under the title of friend might just be a master in disguise. Such a man, merely a head chef and not even a proprietor, now comes to the mighty Juge clan seeking recruits. Knowing Nagak's reputation, there's no way he'd joke or trick me. Seeing the clan head's cautious demeanor, Nagak thought, yeah, your confusion makes sense. Gently stroked his chin, pondering. Nagak's voice rang out, actually the hotel my friend works at is doing terribly, so they really need a smart person. That's why I came here to ask for help. Looking at the clan head's contemplative expression, he added, and after all, isn't the Juge clan the best when it comes to this field? Internally, the clan head considered if this request came from the drunken sage Nagak himself, it's no joke. Still, the Juge clan sending someone to work at a hotel? HMPH. Find someone suitable, he says. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in the clan head's mind. Ah yes, that kid. Juge Soming appeared, wobbling awkwardly, cheeks flushed red. Father, I'm back, Tilda. Clan head pinched his nose in disgust. Hey, smell of wine again, drinking till you're plastered. Soming quickly made excuses. Father, one can't roam the world without holding their liquor. Clan head roared, you brat, silence. Soming instantly zipped his lips, standing there all limp like a deflated balloon. The elder then barked, did you deal with the rats in the storage like I told you? Soming mumbled, but father, rats are living beings too, can't just go killing them. The elder growled, so you didn't do it. Soming tried again, the grain is stored on the second floor. The clan head snapped, so what? Standing before the second floor, Soming continued his defense, but the rats climb up and down the columns. The old man deadpanned, of course they do. In the courtyard the two stood by a large column. Soming pointed and said, I added traps to the posts so now the rats can't climb up anymore. He explained, when they hit the spinning disc, they either fall off or give up. Clan head thought to himself, HMPH, not a bad idea actually. Suddenly he turned and asked, what's it made of, how did you attach it? Soming grinned, I mashed soybeans and let it harden. The elder smacked him on the head and yelled, you nutcase. Soming yelped, caught completely off guard. Growled, what if the rats eat it? It'll be gone in a day. Soming clutched his head, sulking, ever since you were little everything you do is just weird nonsense. The elder's voice got louder, and early this spring you secretly used clan money to build a dam. During a drought, how do you expect the villagers not to laugh at us? Juge Soming quickly tried to explain to his father, it's because of the moon's energy this year. The Juge clan head gave him a stone-cold glare, silence. Soming stood sadly, sweating as he got scolded. Because of your weird ideas, I've been embarrassed more times than I can count. Agok's voice snapped the clan head out of his thoughts. So, have you thought of anyone yet? The old man jolted, ah yes. Juge clan head looked at him and suddenly said, the youngest of my clan, Juge Soming. Nagok was momentarily speechless. He exclaimed in disbelief, what, the precious baby boy treated like a jewel? Your father spoiled you just like that, no one else in the world gets this treatment. The clan head replied awkwardly, you flatter me, I really don't know what to say. Until sunlight spilled over the ground at a small tavern. Staring at the dishes on the table, someone gasped, what, you still owe money? Innkeeper pointed furiously, no leaving until you pay up. Juge Soming sat beside, shrinking in shame. As he sulked, he overheard three people chatting at the next table. One of them got up, I'm going to the restroom. The other warned, come back quick. Someone eyed the mahjong tiles in hand, you're not trying to sneak away, right? The third chimed in, I'm losing, where would I even go? Juge Soming approached with a bright smile, mind if I take his spot for a bit? I asked what you got money to sit in, but then the third whispered something in his ear. Neatly stacked mahjong tiles lay on the table. Upon hearing the whisper, the man exclaimed, oh, Juge clan, please have a seat. Juge Soming happily joined them, alright let's play. Eyed his tiles carefully, calculating his move. His hand slapped a tile onto the table with confidence. Around the mahjong table, the others focused intently on their hands. Stunned voice echoed, wait, how did that happen? Juge Soming grinned, clutching his winnings, oops, sorry, looks like I won. One of the players growled, one more round. Just then, the guy who'd gone to the restroom returned and saw Juge Soming in his seat. What's going on? Who is this guy? The third replied, wait your turn, next round's yours. Suddenly, a servant burst in, calling out loudly. Juge Soming turned around. Young master, you came here again, the Lord is looking for you. He was stunned, father's looking for me, the servant replied, he said to bring you back immediately. Hearing that, Juge Soming stood and backed away from the table, chuckling, sorry, looks like I have to go now. The man who lost big snapped, what, you win all that and just leave. Juge Soming paused, reflecting, it did feel a bit awkward to just bolt. Reached for a bit of the money and said, alright, I'll just take these 7 taels. Juge Soming added to the other players, the rest of the money, split it however you want. Took 7 taels and handed them to the innkeeper, politely saying, boss, here are 7 taels, is that enough? The innkeeper, seeing the money, beamed, oh, more than enough. Back at the Juge clan residence. Clan head frowned at Soming in the study, you've been drinking again at this hour. Soming scrambled for a cover, I was just worried about you, father. You worked so hard for the family, I couldn't sleep, so I had one drink. He sighed inside, here comes the scolding. The old man replied calmly, I didn't realize your heart was so deep. Soming was so stunned by this sudden shift in attitude, his jaw nearly hit the floor. Eyes wide he blurted, what kind of twist is this? Clan head asked, how old are you this year? Soming replied, 21, father. The elder nodded, then it's time to start your life and career. Soming began sweating, confused by the sudden life advice, start a career. The elder elaborated, an acquaintance of mine needs a strategist. I believe you're the right man for the job. Soming quickly bowed out, father, like I've said, my abilities are still immature. The elder calmly replied, I know. Staring at his father's oddly composed face, Soming thought, what's gotten into him today? Nervously, he asked, can I really take on a strategist's role? What if I disgrace the family? The clan head responded, you'll be fine. Soming's eyes went round again. Why yes, the elder chuckled, even if you mess up a little, it's not the end of the world. Clinging to another excuse, Soming blurted out, but father, you always said that a foolish strategist brings ruin to many. The elder crossed his arms, that's true. Soming's face turned serious. Then how can I afford to make mistakes if lives are at stake? The old man closed his eyes and replied serenely, did I say lives were at stake? Clan head concluded, you'll be going to the Kunlun Mountain guest house. Soming stammered, guest house? The elder smirked mischievously, yes, the strategist position is for a guest house. Soming asked, why? The elder laced his fingers together and answered, because their business is struggling. So-ming's face went blank as he processed. A failing guest house, so I'm supposed to use my talents to help boost its sales. Seeing his son's expression, the elder thought, he really did read my mind. Then he stood abruptly, dramatically opening a fan to cover his face as he declared loudly, besides, a guest house is your favorite place. Just treat it like a few years of vacation. So-ming shouted in panic, Father. Clan head quickly pushed his son toward the door. Go on, they're already waiting outside. So-ming had barely stepped out. He saw 3 people standing there, Unryang, Nagok, and Gujashin. He exclaimed, wait, Master Nagok is the one running the hotel? The clan head quickly corrected him, no, he's not. Pointed at the calm, poised young man and introduced, that's Unryang, still young, yet already carries an extraordinary aura. Clan head added respectfully, this child still has many shortcomings, I hope you'll look after him. Unryang replied, understood. The old man leaned in and whispered to Unryang, this brat is still immature, feel free to discipline him harshly if needed. So-ming trembled inside, grumbling silently, what kind of cruel setup is this? Clan head motioned to So-ming, hurry up and greet him, from now on, you'll be serving under him. So-ming stepped forward, bowed and said, I'm Juge So-ming, I still have much to learn, please guide me. Unryang replied, I'm Byokyu, I'll be counting on your help. So-ming thought, he looks about my age though. Squinted suspiciously, is this guy really managing a hotel? His feet felt glued to the ground and his mind spiraled. Leaving home for real, this is torture. Clasping his hands together, he forced a fawning smile, Father, I just can't bear to leave your side. The clan head, seeing through it instantly, cut him off, no need to worry about me, just go. So-ming tried again with a pitiful look, but if I leave without seeing mother, the old man replied coldly, I'll explain everything to her for you. Clan head turned to Nagok and said, Elder, take care, until we meet again. Nagok looked back and answered, you live well too, until next time. Juge clan head flung the door open and shoved his son out. Then, as if on cue, he called out, So-ming, you must strive to make a name for yourself and bring honor to our family. Juge So-ming had no choice but to walk away, full of reluctant gloom. Stared at the door as it slammed shut in his face, tears immediately streaming down. His face darkened, overwhelmed by sorrow. Dropped to his knees and kowtowed, wishing Father eternal health and long life. Inside, the clan head leaned against the door, eyes misty. He muttered, if not for this method, I would have never been able to let you go. That summer, not long after Juge So-ming left, a massive flood swept across the Juge territory. However, thanks to the dam Juge So-ming had built earlier, the flood passed with minimal damage. Meanwhile, rat-repelling spinning discs suddenly became a regional trend. 3 figures walked down the street. Juge So-ming's mind was spinning. I can't let them just take me like that, I'll fake a stomachache, run off during a bathroom break and escape. He pointed toward a random direction and said to Unryang, I drank too much last night. My stomach's acting up, may I go relieve myself real quick? Unryang coldly held back a reaction. With a serious face he added, we'll be there soon. So-ming blinked. Protested, it takes at least 3 or 4 days to get to Kunlun Mountain. No one paid him any attention. Nagok looked around and commented, seems quiet now. Unryang replied, then let's go. Suddenly Unryang grabbed So-ming's sleeve, making him flinch. You might feel a little dizzy, he warned. In a flash, the 4 Gujashin, Nagok, Unryang, and 1 panicking Juge So-ming being carried like a sack, shot into the sky using lightness kung fu. Movement speed was unbelievably fast and agile. Juge So-ming stared at the scenery before him, eyes wide, mouth agape. Screamed in terror at the top of his lungs. 4 of them leapt from mountaintop to mountaintop using lightness kung fu, moving so fast that their figures blurred from sight. In the sky, only hazy wind trails remained behind them. In a flash, they had vanished far into the distance. Jashin, Nagok, and Unryang touched down swiftly with Juge So-ming in tow. Unryang looked at So-ming, who was sitting on the ground trying to collect himself, and said, we've arrived, fast right. So-ming's face twisted suddenly, and he made a loud gagging sound. Unryang, Gujashin, and Nagok stood there helplessly as So-ming threw up non-stop. Gujashin scoffed coldly, useless, what can a guy like that even do? Panicked, So-ming covered his mouth, trying hard to hold it in. Glanced up at the wooden sign in front of him and thought, Kunlun Guest House, is this really Mount Kunlun? Curious, he asked, Brother Byokyu, are you planning to train soldiers here or something? So-ming blinked at the reply, we need to gather them here. His mind raced. Gather who? Wait, does he mean? He muttered blankly, if we're gathering martial heroes then, but Nagok cut him off, we're gathering customers. Unryang turned and said, let's go in. Gujashin groaned, I'm starving. So-ming, still stunned, stood there with his mouth hanging open. Inside the inn, a young woman appeared and greeted them. Hello, I'm Jin So-hee. Juge So-ming's eyes sparkled with joy. I'm Juge So-ming, he said cheerfully. In his heart, a beauty, Unryang warned, don't underestimate her just because she's a woman, she runs this place. Nagok sat down and called out, So-hee, bring me a bottle of wine. Gujashin added, and I want steamed buns. Unryang looked at Gujashin and said coldly, you're not eating until noon. Gujashin sweated and replied, understood. So-ming clenched his teeth, mentally calculating, is this really a hotel? When did I become a hotel employee? Did I study all these years for this? Suddenly Sam Bonggi appeared with a fierce expression, glaring at So-ming. Who the heck are you? Hwang Yang chimed in, did you order food yet? Terrified by their presence, So-ming stuttered, who are you people? Being So Bung leaned in close and demanded, you're not trying to skip out on your bill, are you? Slammed a knife on the table and growled, "Bill Dodgers lose a finger first." Soming panicked, "Wait, what?" Just as the tension peaked, Ryang stepped in, glaring coldly at them. "No causing trouble." Ning So-bung immediately changed his attitude. "Oh no, we were just checking if he was trying to skip the bill or not." He pointed at Soming and explained, "He's not a guest, he's staff." Upon hearing that, the others scrambled to respond. Sam Bonggi gasped, "Staff." Hwang Young admitted, "We were rude, sorry." Ning So-bung laughed cheerfully, "Our apologies, really?" Juge Soming sat silently thinking, wow, that flippant attitude was fast. Looked at Ryang and asked with a grin, "Are they also staff?" Ryang replied, "No, they're guests." Soming froze. "Guests? Then why did they act like they own the place?" Ryang added calmly, "They're regulars, that's all." Just then, 3 heavy, clumsy footsteps could be heard from outside. Leading the group was Bindo, followed by Yong Mok and Yong Yuek. They looked exhausted and slightly terrified. Soming's eyes widened. He thought to himself, who the heck are these guys now? Watched the trio drag themselves to a nearby table and slump down like sacks of potatoes. Bindo, still shaken, looked at Ryang and asked, "Can I have some water?" Ryang answered, "Of course, water is free." Soming whispered, "Who are they?" At the same time, Yong Yuek chugged his water, then reached out. "Master, you didn't give me any." Ryang replied, "They're Bill Dodgers." Soming blurted, "Wait, what do you mean?" Ryang calmly explained, "They ate and didn't pay, so now they're working it off." Soming looked stunned. "Wait, Kunlun Taoist dodging bills, but working to repay." Yong Yuek touched the stone table in front of him and mumbled, "How can it be this smooth?" Yong Mok sighed next to him. "No matter how much we grind, we'll never get it that polished." After resting, the 3 stood up slowly. Yong Yuek said, "Master, let's go." Bindo let out a faint grunt. Guest house's roof was built rather simply, but felt remarkably solid. Huge Soming furrowed his brows, deep in thought, calculating. "This place is weird, too weird. Best to wait for the right moment and escape." Suddenly, a gentle voice spoke up, "Eat." A bowl of steaming noodles was placed in front of him. Looking at the beautiful bowl, Soming reassured himself, "Right, can't escape on an empty stomach." He grabbed his chopsticks and took a bite. After the first mouthful, Soming froze. Shocked, he stared at the bowl. His voice stammered, "Heaven and earth, how can something taste like this?" Memories rushed back. He tasted countless dishes, dined at inns and brothels, even frequented top restaurants in Hubei. Within the Juge clan, he always prided himself as the ultimate foodie. And so he, watching his expression, smiled and asked, "So, delicious, right?" But Soming was still frozen in awe. "And I was planning to eat this and then run away. Shame on me." And so he continued thoughtfully, "This guest house is a treasure my grandfather left behind, but I'm not keeping it just for him." Eyes sparkled with pride. "It's also to share the exquisite flavor of Mr. Byok Yu's noodles with the world. I'll definitely revive this guest house." Ryang stood before Soming and said, "If you want to leave, I'll give you the chance." Soming's foot shifted slightly. Instead, he stood up, bowed deeply, and shouted, "No, I'll do my best to help out. Please look after me." Everyone gathered around the table to discuss. Ryang spoke up, "So, does anyone have a good idea?" Soming voice chimed in, "There is one way." Someone immediately asked, "What way?" Calculating look, Soming replied, "We relocate." As he described it, bustling customers seemed to appear in his mind's eye. With enough capital, an inn like this would be easy to manage. If we open in a busy district, even if the food's average, people will come. A hotel isn't just for food, it's lodging, information, a hub for travelers. Suddenly, a sharp response cut through, freezing Soming's face. "If we had that kind of money, we wouldn't be here now, would we?" Ryang added seriously, "This place was left to her by her grandfather. It carries deep meaning. Succeeding here is what matters. We can't just move." Selfish thought crossed his mind, "And to me, this place also holds a special meaning." And so he silently felt grateful. Brother Byokyu truly thinks things through. Huge Soming propped his chin and pondered before concluding, "If we insist on staying at this location, it'll be difficult in many ways, but not impossible." He excitedly offered a new solution to everyone. "All right, if we follow the strategy I'm about to lay out, Kunlun Guesthouse will become the top inn in Qinghai County. Small, warm guesthouse nestled within the vast mountains and forest." Huge Soming announced, "The first tactic rumors." Nagak asked, "You mean word of mouth?" Soming nodded with absolute certainty. "We must make Kunlun Guesthouse famous across the world. No matter how, the rumors must spread far and wide, and the juicier the better." He rattled off wild examples. Not just delicious food, it has to be gourmet level, like 2 people eating together, one dies and the other doesn't even notice because it's that good. Dying man recovers after 1 meal, a martial artist's inner power improves instantly, even the dead come back to life after eating here. And so he panicked, "Isn't that just outright lying?" Nagak also snapped, "So this is your true face, a con artist selling snake oil?" Soming only grinned wider. "The key is to attract people with wild rumors, then win them over with our hospitality and real flavors. That's not lying, it's marketing." Nagak was stunned. "Honestly, that's kind of convincing." Ryang asked, "Then what should we do first?" Soming continued, "We'll need flyers." Gujashin blinked. "Flyers?" Nagak looked confused too. "You mean like a treasure map?" Soming explained, "No, everyone already knows where Mount Kunlun is, just a rough location will do. What matters most is clearly stating, all food is free." Hearing that, Nagak nearly burst a vein, pointing a shaky finger. "What did you say? I didn't bring you here to bankrupt the guest house." Huge Soming wasn't mad, on the contrary, he got even more fired up. "There are buns and noodles everywhere across the land, but how many people would trek all the way to Mount Kunlun just for those? But if it's free, now that's a whole different story. His voice echoed with enthusiasm. First, everyone gets one free portion, starting from the second serving they pay. Chuang Yang jumped in excitedly. Yes, yes, one bite of these noodles and you immediately want more. Sam Bonggi joined in too. I could eat 15 bowls easy. Huge Soming continued. Once our reputation spreads, we'll return to normal pricing. Of course, during the promo period, we'll only serve noodles and buns, nothing else. His words made Un Ryong pause in thought. Spoke up, makes some sense, but let's see what the owner thinks. Jin So-hee replied, I think it sounds good. Soming turned to the side and declared, then I shall draft the layout. Gu Jashin, let's make around 5,000 flyers, that should do it. Gu Jashin shot him a death glare. You dare give me orders? Soming panicked. Oh no, I didn't mean it that way. Calm voice chimed in. Gu Jashin, just go along with Soming's plan. Fell silent like someone had struck his pressure point, but his eyes still burned with rage. Jashin turned to Sam Bonggi, Chuang Yang and Ning So Bung and growled, you lot are helping too. Chuang Yang and Sam Bonggi objected, but we're guests. Yeah, regular customers. Gu Jashin walked up to them menacingly. They started sweating bullets and stammered, will help, of course. Behind, Jin So-hee cheerfully added, I'll lend a hand too. Huge Soming raised his voice full of energy. All right, right just like this. The flyer boldly read, welcome to Kunlun Guesthouse, free meals inside. Gu Jashin squinted at the paper. Why is the writing all slanted and crooked? Soming replied, soon everyone will copy this style, Gu Jashin pointed. And why is there a picture of a stick next to the words? Soming clarified, that's for emphasis. As he scribbled another clumsy mark on the page, a mocking voice cut in, you missed a stroke. Sam Bonggi snorted gleefully, you can see the paper and still mess it up. Chuang Yang snapped, worry about your own mess. Ning So Bung focused hard on his writing, sighing in his head, never in my life have I done something like this. Gu Jashin stared at his own messy sheet and silently wondered, what mistake in life led me to this moment. Glanced over at Huge Soming and Un Ryong discussing plans nearby and grumbled to himself, well, the noodles are suspiciously good, I'll just bear with it for now. And so he cheered happily when she saw the stack of flyers on the table. Wow, we've finished 500 already. In the corner of the yard, around a stone table and stools, came exhausted groans. Still 3 more to go, and these are so crude compared to the ones inside. I feel like I'll be trapped here forever. Indo gazed tiredly at the sky, utterly miserable. If this keeps up, I'll end up living a life of shame here. Placed a comforting hand on his disciple's shoulders. Yong Mok, Yong Yuek, you've done well. Yong Mok sighed, if I could redo my life, I'd never dine and dash again. Yong Yuek nodded, same here. Ryong, hands behind his back, addressed them, you 3 come in. 3 bowls of noodles were already on the table. He said, eat. Don't worry, I won't make you carve any more stone tables, Un Ryong added calmly. The 3 of them were so stunned they nearly choked on air. As they ate, their minds still couldn't grasp why they were being treated to such precious food. Ryong stood before them, arms folded. I'll give you a chance. Indo looked confused. A chance, what do you mean? Ryong gestured to the flyers. You'll go and distribute these. Bindo's head all this just because of 1 bowl of noodles. Who knew I'd end up like this? Kunlun Guesthouse, free meals. But hey, free meals. Ryong's voice grew cold. If you pass them out properly, I'll allow you to return to your sect. The trio was so shocked they couldn't speak. Yong Mok and Yong Yuek lit up, so we just need to hand them out in the village. Ryong replied, no, I'll take care of the village. You're going to Sichuan. Bindo broke out in a cold sweat. Sichuan. Stammered, isn't that a bit far? Un Ryong's voice turned icy. Or would you rather choose more stone tables? 3 scrambled to reply, no, even if it's the western regions we'll go. Un Ryong handed Bindo a sheet of paper. Huge Soming has listed all the places you'll need to visit. Gave a sly grin, warning, if I happen to stop by one of those places and don't see evidence of flyers, I'll drag you back here and you'll be carving tables for the rest of your lives. 3 turned pale, their jaws dropping in horror. You won't miss a single one, I swear, leave it to us, one of them fawned. Foot darted out the door in haste. Bindo exhaled deeply in relief. He and his 2 disciples slung the flyers over their shoulders with cheerful grins. Yong Mok sighed blissfully, this is happiness, master. Bindo's commanding voice rang out, then let's move. The disciples answered in unison, yes, master. Streets of Qinghai buzzed with life, people coming and going in a lively flow. Jashin, carrying a huge sack of flyers, stood before a large gate. Above the entrance hung a plaque with 3 bold characters, Dang Residence. He mumbled, that's the biggest house. Bet there's a lot of people in there. Without hesitation, Gu Jashin stepped inside. Suddenly, a disciple blocked his way. Stop right there, state your name. He shouted, this is Dang Manor, the most prestigious martial clan in the region. Outsiders aren't allowed to wander in at will. Gu Jashin frowned, his gaze brimming with killing intent. The disciple, seeing his expression, trembled inwardly. That aura, terrifying. Without a word, Gu Jashin shoved a flyer into the disciple's hands. Take it. The disciple barely read halfway through when Gu Jashin casually walked right past him. Startled, he stammered, what, Kunlun Guesthouse? Hey, I said you can't go in. Instantly, 3 men with weapons dashed forward shouting, who dares barge into this place? Gu Jashin said nothing, but his eyes gleamed with icy sharpness. His entire body radiated killing intent. In a frosty voice he said, you dare point weapons at me? Disciples cried out in panic, his presence is terrifying, the pressure is crushing. Suddenly someone shouted, everyone stand down. Quickly ordered the disciples to lower their weapons. You too. The man pointed to himself and introduced with a forced smile, I am Jung Changbei, head of the Dang clan. Might I ask what brings you to our estate, sir? Continued, my clan's guards must not have been properly taught. They've offended a master by mistake. Please forgive their ignorance. Internally, Jung Changbei braced himself. This man's bloodlust is off the charts. Better be ready for the worst. Jashin remained cold and silent. Suddenly, his sack of flyers slammed heavily onto the ground. Gathered energy, and a powerful aura burst out around him. Soared into the air, causing the flyers to spiral out like a whirlwind. Two of the flyers smacked directly into the bodies of two disciples. The other landed squarely on Jung Changbei's chest. He looked at the paper and muttered in surprise, Kunlun guest house, a guest house. Disciples gathered around, reading and murmuring, free food, is this real? This has to be a joke, right? Jung Changbei looked up, only to find Gu Jashin had already vanished. Confused, he muttered, what in the world just happened? In a blink, Gu Jashin appeared at another crowded location. Even more people here. Was this the brothel that sneaky brat mentioned? In shift, a tiny village gradually came into view. People here moved quietly along the road. In front of the villagers, a hand reached out with a piece of paper, followed by a voice, please take one. Ryong appeared with a stern expression on his face. Carefully handed out each flyer to the villagers. Someone responded, oh, okay. He looked at the strange flyer and muttered, what's this now? He handed it so fast I didn't even get a chance to refuse. Ryong stood silently behind, watching a boy squatting by a stove. The boy kept fanning the fire non-stop. Ryong asked, where are the adults? Why are you here decocting medicine alone? The boy paused to think. He softly replied, my father left to earn money since spring and hasn't come back. My mother passed away long ago. Grandma's sick, so I'm here getting medicine for her. Ryong's voice was gentle. That's tough. What's your name, child? The boy answered, I'm Guan Mupyeong. Ryong smiled warmly. Guan Mupyeong, shall we go visit your grandma? The boy nodded, a little confused. Okay. Ryong opened the door and saw an old woman lying on her side on the bed, her back facing the door. He called out, hello, Madam Guan. She replied weakly, oh dear, who are you? I'm not feeling well at all. Ryong gently touched her forehead. I'm Byokyu. He explained, illness comes from an imbalance of yin and yang. When that happens, the body weakens and digestion fails, leading to poor health. As he spoke, Ryong began channeling his internal energy to balance her body. Tiny sparkles formed around his hand. You should be able to move more freely now. The old woman turned herself over in astonishment, her wrinkled face stunned. She suddenly sat up, amazed. How come I feel so much better? What kind of sorcery is this? Guan Mupyeong shouted, worried. Grandma. Two looked at Ryong with tearful smiles. How could we ever repay this kindness? The boy grinned. I'm so glad you're okay. Ryong smiled gently, handing her a flyer. I'm the chief steward of a guest house. You're welcome to come for a meal. Suddenly a shout came from outside. Guan Chang, get out here. Rough-looking man barged in, yelling, you brat, ignoring me, huh? He roared, you still haven't paid the protection fee. What are you gonna do about it? A thug behind him chimed in. He's probably trying to skip out on his debt. Ryong stepped outside and asked, who are you to cause trouble in a house with no host present? The thug growled, this guy. The man immediately raised his broadsword and threatened, you one of this family, then pay off Guan Chang's debt now. Ryong frowned at the sharp blade pointed at his face. I asked who you are. Thug snapped, never heard of the great Namlu sect. Another chimed in, looks like you're not from around here. The man laughed arrogantly, listen up, we're the great Namlu sect, the ones who wiped out Golden Tiger Alley from North Village. Soon North Village will be ours. The more Ryong listened, the more annoyed he looked. His brows furrowed tightly and his gaze grew colder. The thug continued, if you get it now, hand over the money. Ryong curled his thumb and middle finger together. With a casual flick, he snapped his fingers on the broadsword, shattering it into countless pieces. Thug stared at his now stubbed sword in horror. My sword, what the hell? In an instant, Ryong grabbed both thugs by their heads. His voice boomed with authority, kneel. The two crashed to the ground with their knees, loud and hard. Calmly reached down to pick up the bag of flyers. Looking at Guan Mupyeong, Ryong smiled. I'll save you a bowl of noodles and some buns, no expiration. Come by any time. The boy grinned happily, I promise I will. Ryong's expression hardened as he ordered the two thugs, crawl on your knees and take me to your leader. Thugs, unable to resist, helplessly followed. Why can't I control my body? Guan Mupyeong curiously read the flyer, Kunlun guest house. The hideout of the great Namlu sect, a grumbling voice growled, these punks again. Inside, 5 villagers knelt, trembling as they pleaded, please let us go. If you raise the protection fee, we'll starve to death. We're already skipping meals to pay. Pak Sahong sat high above, gnawing on a giant meat leg, sneering, how many people in your household? The villager nervously answered, 4, including me. He asked again, 4, you know how many mouths I gotta feed in my sect? Pak Sahong pointed at himself and shouted, including those outside, that's 58 mouths. I'm about to go broke feeding them all. Growled, and you, with just 3 people, dare complain in front of me. If anyone here's got more mouths to feed than I do, step forward. Suddenly, 2 of his men were flung down in front of him with a loud thud. The man asked in surprise, what's going on here? His 2 underlings looked up, trembling, and stammered, boss. Ryong spoke coldly, you're the leader, huh? 2 lackeys dropped to the floor in fear. Doc Sahong shouted, what kind of clown show is this? One thug bit his lip and pleaded, boss, spare us. Ryong clasped his hands behind his back and repeated, I asked if you're the leader. Doc Sahong looked at Ryong with contempt. This delicate-looking guy dares to stand so boldly in front of me. Is he from the authorities? No way they'd bother with a dump like Namlu village. Bellowed, that's right, I'm Doc Sahong, the leader of the great Namlu sect. In front of everyone, Ryang's voice rang out, "From today, your whole sect is disbanded." The entire Namlu gang stared in utter shock. Doc Sahong, sensing Ryang's aura, became uneasy. "May I ask, are you sent by the magistrate?" Ryang replied coolly, "No." On hearing that, Doc Sahong sneered with contempt. Everyone immediately burst into mocking laughter. One of them even laughed maniacally. Goons all drew their swords, shouting fiercely, "Chop him up, feed him to the dogs." Doc Sahong folded his arms smugly. "Never seen a lunatic like this in my life." Suddenly his eyes widened in alarm, his face changing color. With a single palm strike, Ryang sent 5 or 6 men flying through the air like rag dolls. Crashed into the ground head first, groaning in pain. Doc Sahong's jaw dropped. What is this?" His underlings started coughing up blood like dominoes. Ryang said nonchalantly, "I've disabled your inner power. Don't worry, you'll still function like regular humans. Just behave from now on." Glared at Doc Sahong, making the man sweat buckets as he stammered, "Wait, I didn't mean." Ryang calmly gathered energy in his palm and struck his abdomen. Doc Sahong let out a weird scream as his face twisted in agony. Moments later, he too spat blood violently. Ryang turned to the villagers and said, "On the way here, I heard of your troubles. From now on, these thugs won't bother you anymore. May you all live in peace." The villager looked at him in awe and asked, "May we know who our benefactor is?" Ryang handed them a flyer. "I'm Byokyu, head steward of the Kunlun guest house." Humble Kunlun guest house stood peacefully in the heart of nature. In the sky, 2 hands clinked their cups in a celebratory toast. Agak laughed warmly, tiring handing out flyers. Jinsohi replied cheerfully, "Everyone worked really hard." Ryang looked at her and announced, "Tomorrow will be incredibly busy." Jinsohi beamed, "Really, that's wonderful." Huge Soming popped his head out excitedly, clenched his fist, and shouted, "I have a good feeling about this too." Agak raised his wine jug and cheerfully said, "I'm in such a good mood today, I'll pour you a special cup." Soming gratefully raised his cup. "Thank you, elder." Next day the sky was blue, the clouds were white, and the sun was shining bright. Doors of the guest house slowly creaked open from the outside. 2 hesitant visitors peeked in and asked, "Is this really the Kunlun guest house? Is it actually free?" Huge Soming and Jin Sohee stood ready and greeted with big smiles, "Welcome, esteemed guests." Steps filled the road and voices murmured everywhere, "Free? Seriously? Sounds like a scam, but hey, let's find out." Group stopped in front of the inn and said to each other, "There it is, let's go." Inside, nearly every seat was taken. Soming was running around frantically amidst the clamor. "3 bowls of noodles over here," he shouted back, coming right up. Another voice chimed in, "Here, over here too." Soming beamed as he welcomed each customer warmly. In the kitchen, Ryang was using his martial strength to cook nonstop. One fragrant, piping hot bowl of noodles after another was flying out. Jashin darted around, carrying trays stacked high with steaming baozi. Chuang Yang whispered to Ning So Bung, "Wow, look at that crowd." Ning So Bung grumbled, "We don't even have a place to sit." Jashin saw them and barked, "Still standing there with this many guests, lend a hand already." Ning So Bung scratched his head, "But we're customers," Chuang Yang added, "regular customers." Suddenly Ning So Bung stepped forward eagerly. "Of course we should help." 2 looked at him in stunned silence. "Table 3, someone shouted. Ning So Bung dashed off. Then he snapped at the other 2, "You 2 still standing around, get moving." "Yes, sir," came the obedient reply. Full moon rose high, night had clearly arrived. Ning So Bung closed his eyes and groaned, "I'm exhausted," while Chuang Yang lay flat out across the table. Juge Soming beamed with excitement. "This is beyond expectations. I didn't think the first day would be this lively. And thanks to the delicious food, everyone kept ordering more. We even avoided losing money." And so he smiled in delight. "I didn't expect such a crowd." Soming gave her a thumbs up and asked, "Amazing, right?" Suddenly Ning So Bung came charging in. Bowed deeply to Ryang, "Please, great hero, take me in." Chuang Yang blinked in confusion. "What's going on?" And guessed aloud, "Wait, is he applying to be a disciple?" Ning So Bung faced Ryang, "I want to become staff." Chuang Yang was shocked. "Staff?" Meanwhile, Yong Hwa gritted his teeth, thinking, "Well, Gu Jashin already bosses the 3 of us around like we're staff anyway." So all 3 of them bowed respectfully. "We'd like to work here too." Ning So Bung wiped his sweat nervously. "Please accept us." Ryang frowned inwardly. "HMPH, with more staff this might get out of hand." Huge Soming chimed in, "How about we just hire them temporarily?" Ryang looked at him, confused. "Temporarily?" Soming explained, "More guests will come soon. After the free phase, we'll need a strategy to keep them coming, which means tons of work." And Sohee and Ryang glanced at each other as if checking the other's thoughts. He smiled and said, "I'm fine with whatever, Brother Byok, you decide." Ryang's voice echoed, "Temporary staff is fine, but until things pick up, there's no pay. Are you still in?" Chuang Yang, Ning So Bung, and Yong Hwa grinned from ear to ear. "Of course, as long as we get food and a place to sleep, we're happy," Ning So Bung thought to himself, "and if I get to learn martial arts too, that's a bonus." Ryang chuckled softly and walked away. Then it's settled. So, Kunlun guest house got even busier. Juge Soming stood on the steps and announced, "We'll now be handing out numbers. Please line up in order." On the 4th day, at Juge Soming's request, Byokyu gathered everyone. Soming stood before them and declared, "Everything has gone smoothly so far, even better than I imagined." And so he cheered. "So the first strategy worked." Soming nodded, "Yes, but this is just the beginning." Determination lit up his face. "To become famous across the land, we still have a long road ahead." Soming continued, "That's why I plan to start the second strategy right away." Ryang asked curiously, "Second strategy?" Soming's mind filled with delicious dishes. To be number one, noodles and buns alone won't cut it. The top inns all have diverse menus. But we need someone who can teach Byokyu more dishes, someone from a prestigious guest house. Agak asked, but why would a top chef agree to come here? So-ming replied, I've already got a place in mind. In his heart, a big wooden sign appeared with the words, Yellow Crane Guest House. He exclaimed excitedly, yes, the Yellow Crane Guest House, the number one inn in Hubei. Agak's eyes lit up. Ah, I've heard of that place. I even visited once. Their menu has over 100 dishes. And so he gasped, really, over 100? Someone replied, that's right. So-ming admitted, when it comes to noodles and buns, our guest house is unmatched, but our weakness is a lack of variety on the menu. Agak added, there are so many dishes there it's hard to even choose. Jinso gasped, oh my goodness. Wu Jiashan nodded in agreement, so you mean we should start developing new dishes? Huge So-ming said seriously, that's one way, but right now we don't have the time or resources for that. Rayang asked in confusion, then what? So-ming concluded, that's why the second strategy I've come up with is to invite the head chef from that place here. Chuang Yang looked surprised, invite them here. Yong Hwa hesitated, you mean, kidnap them? Ning So Bung chimed in, bold move. So-ming chuckled, of course not, we'll respectfully ask them to teach us how to cook. Rayang frowned, but why would a head chef of the most prestigious hotel agree to come here? So-ming thought carefully, I'll write a letter, you all can go deliver it. I think there's a chance they might agree. Rayang raised a brow, you think a single letter can get them to come? So-ming replied confidently, exactly. Rayang still looked unsure hearing how confident So-ming was. He stood up firmly, all right then, I'll head out immediately. Bustling streets of Hubei province unfolded before him. Grand and majestic Yellow Crane Hotel towered ahead with floors upon floors. Inside the kitchen, the chefs were working busily, slicing, frying, and boiling nonstop. 3 chefs were chatting, so what do you think? She's famous for being picky. Every month this time I feel like throwing up from stress. Suddenly someone called out, head chef is arriving, and at once all the chefs lined up neatly at the door. An elderly woman with a stern face entered. She was Jo Ok-jeong, the head chef of Yellow Crane Hotel. The dish was served into a bowl. Ok-jeong picked up a spoon and tasted. The chef who made it looked incredibly nervous. Her voice rang out, the flavor is quite different. Hearing that, the chef was overjoyed inside and smiled brightly. He quickly explained, this dish is chi hua chicken, a traditional dish from Yunnan. I enhanced the richness with duck egg fat. Jo Ok-jeong's tone turned sharp, silent. She furrowed her brow and spoke sternly, you think I said that because I don't know chi hua chicken? Her voice was filled with authority. This dish is meant to create tenderness in the meat and preserve its delicate broth flavor. And yet you added pork fat and duck egg, what were you thinking? He ordered tomorrow same time remake this dish for inspection. The chef's eyes welled up with tears. Jo Ok-jeong then turned to sample another dish. The chef beside her said, this is stir-fried duck made strictly by the traditional recipe, nothing strange added. She commented, ordinary, far too ordinary. If it's just like this, why bother stir-frying such an expensive duck? Might as well fry up a chicken. The head chef panicked, Madam. Grand Chef Jo Ok-jeong of the Yellow Crane Hotel was always strict in her teachings. That's because she truly loved the culinary arts from the bottom of her heart, and what pained her most was that her disciples' skills and efforts still weren't enough. With her hands behind her back, she walked away, sighing loudly, hopeless. Who can I possibly trust enough to retire in peace? One of the chefs stepped forward to report, Grand Chef, there is a guest waiting downstairs. Jo Ok-jeong asked, who is it? Chef replied, I'm not quite sure, just that his name is Byokyu. Upon hearing the name, her brow furrowed. Byokyu. Sunlight poured through the windows, casting long shadows on the floor. Footsteps echoed closer. Rayang entered alongside Gu Jiashan. He bowed slightly and said, pardon the intrusion. In the reception room, Jo Ok-jeong sat across from Rayang with Gu Jiashan standing behind. 3 other head chefs were also present behind her. He quietly assessed him, where did this one come from, such a refined aura? Looking at Rayang, Jo Ok-jeong silently calculated. He didn't seem like someone from the government, but if he were royalty or nobility, she'd need to be even more cautious. Steam curled from 2 cups of tea on the table as she spoke. I am Grand Chef Jo Ok-jeong. May I ask where you're from, sir? Rayang replied, I am Byokyu, the head chef of the Konlun Inn. Upon hearing that, she was so shocked her jaw nearly hit the table. Head chef of Konlun Inn, never even heard of such a place, and this one doesn't even look 20. Ok-jeong let out a long sigh. He asked, what business do you have with me? Gu Jiashan jumped in hot-headedly, mind your tone. Rayang quickly shot him a warning glance to stay quiet. He replied gently, I've come to humbly ask for your guidance. Rayang admitted honestly, to be truthful, I've only recently become a chef and the few dishes I know are hardly worth mentioning, so I've come seeking your expertise. Jo Ok-jeong clearly didn't take him seriously, the look of disdain practically engraved on her face. He turned to a nearby chef and said, show them out. Rayang quickly presented a letter, pleading, please read this. Ok-jeong opened the letter. Line by line it read, this junior Zhuge So-ming greets Master Jo. She thought to herself, Zhuge, of the Zhuge clan. She continued reading, my father sends his regards. I'm currently establishing myself at Konlun Inn. The gentleman named Byokyu here is the leader I now follow. Her eyes widened slightly. Leader, this young man. Words in the letter were heartfelt. I know full well that Master Jo has always regretted not finding a worthy successor to inherit her culinary legacy. Byokyu is the perfect candidate for that role. I stake my name on it. She exclaimed. The letter went on to admit that Byokyu only knew how to make noodles and steamed buns, but Juge Soming claimed he cried upon tasting them. They were the best he'd ever had. Jo Okejeong was visibly surprised and thought, for someone like Juge Soming, the biggest gourmet of the Juge clan, to say that. Byokyu is a culinary genius blessed by the heavens. You may test him right now. Observe him calmly sipping tea in front of you. And if what I say holds true, please come to Konlun Inn and guide him, Master Jo. Jo Okejeong gently folded the letter and placed it back on the table. He asked, is what's written here true, that you possess a rare, God-given talent for cooking? 3 chefs behind her chuckled quietly. Jo Okejeong finally declared, all right then, since Juge Soming made such an earnest request, I will give you a chance, so do you dare to cook in front of me? Ryang responded, just cook, that's all. He gestured to the chefs behind her, of course not, everyone present here will judge the taste of your dish. Her eyes gleamed with strictness. If every single one of us agrees your dish is worthy, then I'll do exactly what's written in the letter and personally mentor you in the culinary arts. Ryang replied confidently, very well, I'll give it a try. He stood up and ordered to the kitchen then, he replied calmly, no need. With firm confidence, Ryang said, I will perform right here, just bring me the ingredients. Jo Okejeong looked puzzled but said nothing. Noodle broth and seasonings were promptly laid out before him. Ryang stood tall before everyone and began to channel his inner energy. He used his internal force to manipulate the various ingredients, refine them into the base components for the noodle dish. Chefs gasped, these are cooking ingredients. Broth from a small pot began to float into the air. Jo Okejeong watched in astonishment thinking, how is this even possible? Broth and ingredients hovered in midair, blending harmoniously together in a mesmerizing spectacle. Ryang spread his arms wide, signaling he had completed the noodle dish with impressive speed. Bowls of hot, fragrant noodles were served directly to the master chefs, leaving them speechless. Jo Okejeong looked at the beautifully prepared bowl in her hands, thinking, even seeing it made this way with my own eyes, I can't believe it. Then how about the taste? Picked up a mouthful of noodles and took a bite. Eyes widened suddenly, shock and awe frozen on her face, unable to speak. The other chefs had the same stunned expression after tasting the noodles. Jo Okejeong's body trembled slightly as she whispered, this dish, it's a lot. She gently set the empty bowl back on the table, not a single bite left. In silence, she glanced toward the others behind her. Chefs, now finished with their bowls, looked visibly touched and delighted, secretly thinking, have I just ascended to heaven? Jo Okejeong asked Ryang, how long have you been cooking? He answered, about a month. She looked utterly shocked and in disbelief. Her hands clenched tightly, this is truly heaven-sent talent. He said, I may not be a martial artist, but I've seen countless warriors come and go, yet I dare say none can compare to you. Looking at Ryang, she added, with your presence in the martial world you could shake the heavens, and yet you chose to be a humble chef. He answered earnestly, there is no high or low in professions. What matters is the heart and passion we pour into our work. Jo Okejeong was stunned once more. Being a chef is something to be proud of, it fills empty stomachs and warms hearts. He turned to one of the chefs behind her. Yong Hwa, he bowed and replied, yes, Grand Master. He instructed, while I'm away you will temporarily act as head chef. He responded, understood, you may leave with peace of mind. He added with firm conviction, that man is more than worthy. Ryang and Gu Jashin waited quietly as she finalized her affairs. He commanded, Guaxiong, prepare a carriage and drive her immediately. He hesitated. There are 2 other assignments today, so we only have 1 carriage left, he explained. She replied, then use that one. Guaxiong added, even the horse is an old one, but the carriage will be back by tomorrow afternoon. Ryang gently cut in, it's fine. Jo Okejeong raised her eyebrows at his interruption, surprised. Leave it to us, you may step down now, he said calmly. He exited the building alongside Ryang and Gu Jashin. Chefs bowed low in unison and shouted, safe travels, Grand Master. She disappeared from view, the chefs broke into cheers and danced with joy like students freed from class. Ryang observed something ahead. Thought to himself, so this is the carriage, as he looked at the elegant ride. He turned to Gu Jashin and said, could you pull it a bit? Gu Jashin replied flatly, sure. Ryang extended a hand to Jo Okejeong. Please step inside, she hesitated. Wait, what about the horse? He explained, just get in. He looked at him puzzled. A carriage that moves without a horse, he smiled, faster than a horse even. He added casually, if the carriage starts to fly a little, don't be too alarmed. She was still processing that when she let out a confused yelp. As soon as she sat down, the whole carriage shook and tilted, making her gasp in shock, heavens. Jashin gripped the carriage's frame and launched it into the sky. Sheer cliff faces loomed below as they soared over the hazy peaks of the Konlun Mountains into a hidden valley. Late at night, faint smoke curled upward through the forest. A man with a commanding presence was focused on roasting meat over an open flame. 3 figures approached, flying straight toward him. 3 figures landed on the ground simultaneously. One of them spoke up, reporting to the squad leader, I've returned after scouting the Konlun sect. As expected, there were no traces. That guy belongs to the demonic sect. He took out the entire elite pursuit team. Commanding man took a big bite of roasted meat and casually said, given Konlun's current state, even if they all charged at once, they wouldn't be a match for the cult leader. While chewing, he added, in other words, they're not worth our concern. But there's one thing that bothers me, the entire pursuit squad led by White Deer was wiped out. 11 bodies, all killed with a single strike. That technique, it's very similar to the cult leader. Subordinate reported, near the site where the bodies were found, there was a hotel. White Deer asked, so what? The man replied, in such a remote place there's a hotel that somehow attracts hundreds of visitors. It's called the Conlon Hotel. Upon hearing this, White Deer fell silent, thinking. Then his voice rang out with authority. From today onward, focus all investigation on that place. Capture anyone even remotely connected. Both subordinates cupped their fists and answered, yes sir. Scene shifts to the peaceful Conlon Hotel, nestled in the forest under a clear blue sky. Ok Jeong's mouth dropped open in awe at the sight of crowds bustling in and out of the hotel. Huge Soming, happily clearing a stack of bowls, spotted her and beamed, see, Teacher Joe, I told you, did I? Before she could respond, a customer shouted, over here, we haven't gotten our order yet, he replied in a rush, coming. Huge Soming smiled sheepishly, looks like I won't get a break until nightfall. Joe Ok Jeong, still stunned, said, go on, I'll just observe today. Voice suddenly called out, short on seats are we, why stand around? Joe Ok Jeong turned and saw Nagak, wine jug in hand, inviting her. I'm sitting alone. If you're in the mood, come join me. He asked, you must be the grand head chef of the Yellow Crane Hotel, right? Joe Ok Jeong was surprised but didn't answer immediately. He walked over, sat across from him and asked, how did you know who I am? Nagak said, Huge Soming told me. Actually, I was the one who brought him here. I had to pull some strings with the Jia family to do it. She thought to herself, the Jia family, this ragged drunk knows them. He offered her a bowl, things quiet down in the evening. Care for a drink? She replied politely, I don't drink. Then she reconsidered. It's been a long time since I had free time away from the Yellow Crane Hotel. He added, if you're pouring, I'll take a cup. Nagak chuckled heartily, all right. Poured her a drink and began, the head chef here is actually a good friend of mine. Ok Jeong raised an eyebrow, what, someone that young is your friend? Nagak laughed loudly, if you knew my age, you'd be shocked. I'm older than your father. She froze at his words. Standing up indignantly, she said, if you keep joking like that, I'm leaving. Nagak waved his hands frantically, no, please, sit down. The conversation resumed. Fate brought us here, let's introduce ourselves properly. I am Nagak of the Beggars Sect. Joe Ok Jeong frowned, surprised. She stared at him. Are you saying you're one of the legendary 7 immortals of the martial world, the drunken immortal Nagak? He grinned. That's right, I'm the drunken immortal. Ok Jeong stared intently at him, scrutinizing his face. Suddenly she burst into hearty laughter. Nagak looked confused. This is truly amusing. It's not easy to make me laugh like that. Scene shifts before the two, an endless sea of green forest stretches out. Nagak said, well, what do you think, worth the view? Joe Ok Jeong sighed, it truly is a breathtaking sight. Nagak chuckled with delight as the ancients said, once you've reached Conlon Mountain you must feast your eyes after filling your belly. Now that we're full, let's enjoy the view. Joe Ok Jeong glanced curiously at what he was holding. Why are you carrying a wine jug? Nagak sat down and explained, sipping wine here feels like I've ascended to immortality. Joe Ok Jeong stroked her chin thoughtfully. Gazing at the crystal-clear stream before her, she silently agreed. Indeed, the scenery was so serene, it felt like all worldly worries had vanished. Suddenly Nagak became alert, a dark aura flaring around him as his eyes gleamed sharply. Stood up and roared, your aura, you're not like the others. Are you the demon sex lapdogs? Joe Ok Jeong blinked in confusion. What are you talking about? Are you drunk or something? Nagak stepped forward and said calmly, stay behind me. In the blink of an eye, a group of black-clad figures emerged from the trees. One of them hissed warily, he recognized us instantly. This guy's no ordinary old man. Another sneered, doesn't matter, he frequents that hotel, we'll capture and bring him in. You said that was the 3rd unit captain, Shin Il-Guang. On hearing that, the black-clad men surged forward, shouting, yes sir. As the masked attackers charged, full of murderous intent, Nagak calmly reassured Joe Ok Jeong behind him, this won't take long. With that he leapt into battle. In a flash, the group was effortlessly scattered by Nagak's strikes. Collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. Shin Il-Guang clenched his teeth. That's the displacement technique. Dark-robed assailants still refused to give up and launched another assault. Joe Ok Jeong suddenly shouted, how dare you scoundrels. His voice thundered, I am the grand head chef of the Yellow Crane Hotel, affiliated with the royal family. Get lost. Nagak glanced back at her and admired her poise. Truly someone who stands at the pinnacle of her craft, what presence. Shin Il-Guang scoffed, so what if she's a fancy chef? Stop standing around, kill them. Nagak stood there unfazed, waiting for them. An attacker lunged forward, sword raised high. Nagak ducked smoothly under the slash. With a powerful swing, he bashed the attacker using his wine jug. Turned and effortlessly blocked another blade with the jug again. A scornful glance, he muttered, such clumsy swordplay. The attacker was sent flying into a tree with a powerful kick. Nagak snorted, I've seen through all of your moves. Watching the chaos unfold, White Deer gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. You idiots, that's a post-ascension master you're messing with. Paused in deep thought, reaching for a sound-transmitting talisman. Standing atop a tall tree, he gave the order, retreat. Response came instantly, understood. The black-clad subordinates turned around and fled. Nagak shouted, now you're running away. Leapt to chase but suddenly glanced back, uneasy. Leaving her alone might be dangerous. Nagak returned with an awkward smile. Joe Ok Jeong gasped, you're really the drunken immortal. Looking at the black-clad figures lying unconscious, he muttered, let's move to another spot. Time for a change of scenery. We need to go so the wild beasts can feast in peace. Joe Ok Jeong agreed, makes sense. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Demon Cult. The council chamber, Hyuk Ryondo looked surprised. The drunken immortal is really there. Aim Jongi replied, yes. Hyuk asked anxiously, so our cult leader has gone to fight him. Aim Jongi answered seriously, but there's no sign of the cult leader at Konlun Hotel. Hyuk grew restless. Could it be the cult leader was defeated by that righteous beggar and killed? No, impossible. After his secluded cultivation, who could beat him? He asked, who else knows? Aim Jongi replied, only the strike team. Hyuk warned, this must not leak out. Fear gripped him as visions of bloodshed filled his mind. If this got out, everyone would think the cult leader is dead, and the war between the princes would spiral out of control. The weary expression, Hyuk muttered, the struggle for power is getting worse. Who would still be willing to search for the cult leader now? Aim Jongi said, then here's what we do. Continued, first recall the strike team, then announce that they found the cult leader. Hyuk listened silently, then declared, the cult leader has issued an order. He asked urgently, what order? Aim Jongi proclaimed, to pacify the martial world of the western frontier. Martial world includes not just the central plains but the 4 external realms, east, west, south, and north. Among them, the western frontier is closest to our cult, home to powers like the Tianju Blood Sect, Imperial Gate, Great Thunder Monastery, and many other formidable forces. Indu suddenly understood, redirecting the battle between the young masters outward. Even if blood is shed, it could become the stepping stone for conquering the world. He ordered, at sunrise, spread the word to the young masters that the cult leader has declared war on the western martial world. Whoever makes the greatest contribution shall become the next heir. Aim Jongi replied, understood. And shifts to the Konlun Hotel. Ryang knelt down and saluted, disciple greets master. OK Jeong looked at him with kind eyes. All right, there's still much to learn, put in your full effort. Suddenly a commotion outside startled her, and she turned in confusion. Fat wild boar was tossed into the courtyard. 2 rushed out to see Sun Tam landing gently, sitting atop the boar. Smirked, will this do? OK Jeong replied in disbelief, I asked for pork, not an entire wild beast. This is the biggest boar I've ever seen. In cuts to the Namgung family estate, an enormous, grandiose structure appeared. Peng clasped his hands and greeted, Primordial Celestial, I've troubled you all recently. Unresponded, not at all, we've learned much thanks to your visit. Please convey to your sect leader that we'll pay a visit soon. Peng turned and walked away, leaving behind 2 men whose unreadable expressions revealed nothing. One who had spoken earlier frowned slightly, thinking, it's clear Konlun's sect has been hiding its strength. That man was Namgung-un, the 2nd son. The one behind him, Namgung-hyuk, the 4th son. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, that was so humiliating. Flashback to 1 week earlier, Namgung-un and Namgung-hyuk stood at the gate waiting. Seeing Yong-peng, Namgung-un asked, I heard Konlun would be sending someone, is it really just you? Looking at the young man before him, he thought, sending just one under 20 Taoist, and they expect support, are they mocking the Namgung clan? Yong-peng introduced himself, I am Yong-peng of Konlun. Before he even finished, both Namgung brothers turned and said coldly, come in. 4 steaming teacups were placed on the table. Namgung-un provocatively said, would the Taoist let us witness some palm or fist technique of the Konlun sect? Namgung-hyuk chimed in, excellent idea. Konlun's martial arts are rather famous. 2 exchanged knowing glances, secretly scheming, make this Konlun brat lose face, then kick him out. Slightly annoyed, Yong-peng replied humbly, my skills are modest. I'm afraid it would be hard to demonstrate our sect's techniques in a way that would impress you. Namgung-un stated bluntly, the letter mentioned a proposal for support, financial support. So a little give and take sounds fair, doesn't it? The mocking tone, he added, perhaps Konlun could dazzle us with a fresh new technique or 2. Yong-peng frowned deeply, anger surfacing in his eyes. He lowered his head, thinking, seems like I can't decline this. Voice interrupted, let our 7th brother test him then. Young man stepped into the courtyard with a short mace in hand. I am Namgung-hyun. Yong-peng politely cupped his hands, please enlighten me. Namgung-un sneered, facing a mace barehanded. Namgung-hyuk added, we asked to see hand techniques, not take it literally. Yong-woo spun his mace rapidly, forming a circular blur as he launched his attack. Yong-peng leapt forward with remarkable agility. Yong-woo swung down with great force. When he looked, Yong-peng had vanished, his mace shattered the floor instead. In an instant, Yong-peng reappeared behind Hyunwoo and calmly said, pardon me. He gently tapped a pressure point at the base of Hyunwoo's neck. Hyunwoo's body froze and his consciousness faded. He collapsed to the ground with his mace beside him. His body hit the dirt with a loud thud, unconscious on the spot. Shocked voice rang out, one move, just one move. Hossingun stepped forward, clasped his hands in salute, and said in a calm voice that echoed through the courtyard, I too wish to request a spar. Namgung-hyuk's eyes lit up, mildly surprised. Good, if it's the flash sword Hossingun, he might be able to handle it. Yong-peng slightly furrowed his brows as he glanced at his new opponent. Clasped his hands politely, his expression cold. Please enlighten me. Scene shifted overhead, gliding past moss-covered rooftops. Hossingun staggered back, his face pale. Impossible. He'd just been sent flying by Yong-peng, his body spinning midair before crashing to the ground. Namgung-un and Namgung-hyuk leapt to their feet in shock. Hossingun only lasted 7 moves. If even he couldn't last, then even we might not stand a chance ourselves. A moment later, one of them slowly sat down on the stone bench, fingers tapping the armrest as he spoke coldly. If word of this gets out, we'll be in trouble. Across from him, the other responded with a calm tone, though his eyes betrayed concern. They may have sent him alone just to test our weaknesses. Namgung-un gritted his teeth, scowling. No matter what, once father and eldest brother return, we must report this. Namgung Hyok's pale face trembled slightly. If we let this go, the Namgung clan will become a laughingstock. We must wash away this humiliation. Her inner thoughts rumbled like an underground storm. Conlon, just you wait. Shift Conlon Hotel. Inside, silence loomed. A somber voice broke it. It's been 20 days since we started handing out flyers. And so he frowned. Ever since we stopped the free food, fewer guests have come. Sam Bong-gi stood beside her, calm but nodding. Still, it's twice as crowded as before. Oh, okay. Jeong glanced at Unryang with a soft smile. Fewer free meals mean more time for brother Byokyu to study. Juge Soming, seated opposite, smiled half jokingly, half thoughtfully. Time to try a new way to advertise. Jin So-hee perked up. A new way. Spoke slowly. Instead of flyers, let people spread the word themselves. Jin So-hee blinked. People. Juge Soming raised a finger dramatically, eyes glinting with confidence. Sometimes, a famous visitor has more influence than 100 regular customers. She couldn't hide her excitement. You mean invitations? He shook his head slowly, firmly. Doesn't matter how, it only matters that they show up. The more connections they have, the bigger the ripple. Nagok slowly poured a cup of tea, the steam swirling mysteriously. He glanced sideways. So, got someone in mind? Juge Soming nodded, his eyes gleaming. Yes, there's someone perfect. Deep voice continued, besides, that person definitely won't refuse my humble request. Scene shifts to the Juge clan residence. Clan head Juge squinted, carefully reading every line of the letter, muttering, so this is how it is. A flicker of dissatisfaction crossed his face. They just want me to help promote the place, don't they? Young, beautiful lady walked in, snatched the letter swiftly, and beamed. That brat Juge Soming is calling for me. Madam Juge Hyo Songryong chuckled gently, her gaze soft. Then we must go at once. The clan head sighed inwardly. He must have guessed that I'd go because of his mother. Clan head panicked, standing up awkwardly. Dear, I really don't have the time right now. She spun around sharply, eyes sharp as blades. What did you just say? She pointed at him, trembling with fury. You dared let Soming become a monk behind my back while I was away. I've been losing sleep every night worrying about him. Wheels of the carriage clattered along the cobble path. A respectful voice called from outside. My lady, we're almost there. Upon hearing this, her face lit up and she eagerly peeked out from behind the curtain. Where? As soon as she saw the ancient wooden building nestled in the bamboo forest, she pointed ahead with excitement. There it is, Conlon Hotel. Meanwhile, inside the hotel, Juge Soming was sitting alone, silently reading every word of a letter. She burst in like a gust of wind and flung her arms open. Soming, my child. Jumped to his feet, startled. Seeing the familiar figure before him, emotion filled his eyes. Mother. He embraced tightly in the small room, emotions long buried now erupting. Oh heavens, my son, Soming kept repeating. Mother, mother. After their brief reunion, Hyo Songryong's tone suddenly turned serious. Who just suddenly becomes a monk like that, huh? Soming chuckled awkwardly. Father said he'd pass on the message for me. She immediately asked, are you sick or anything? Soming replied, no, mother, I'm perfectly fine. She pressed on, how's your eating? He smiled and nodded, I'm eating very well. Arms crossed, she scolded, you haven't been drinking late into the night again, have you? Soming laughed nervously. No way, of course not. Calm voice came from behind, you can rest assured, your son is very diligent. Clan head Juge approached slowly with a warm smile. All right then, since we're here to try the food, let's eat. Soming quickly gestured respectfully. Please, father, have a seat. Just then, Jin So-hee walked out from the back holding a menu and said gently, here is the menu of our humble shop. Please have a look. Songryong clasped her hands with sparkling eyes. Oh my, this young lady is so pretty. May I ask how old you are? Juge Soming panicked and hurriedly interjected. Mother, Miss Jin is the owner of this establishment. She waved him off immediately. You, step aside for a moment. And so he smiled politely and replied softly, I'm 19, ma'am. Hyo Songryong blinked and lowered her voice with a knowing look. Just 2 years apart, how convenient. She continued, I'm leaving him in your care. That rascal may be lazy, but he's kind-hearted. Jin So-hee blushed. Oh no, ma'am, I'm the one being looked after by your son. Morning sun streamed through the tiled roof, casting golden beams on the floor. Meanwhile, clan head Juge sat silently, eyes brooding. Stared at the dish in front of him and spoke gravely. This is the best steamed millet pork I've ever tasted. Beside him, Hyo Songryong was enjoying a steaming bowl of noodles. She picked up her chopsticks and squinted in surprise. This, I don't even have words for it. It feels otherworldly. She then realized she had unknowingly slurped up the entire broth. She softly said, my child, I'm truly moved. Soming beamed. Really, mother? She nodded, her tone gentle and rare. Truly. When we return, I'll promote this place everywhere. Lively voice broke the silence. Then our trip wasn't in vain. Hyo Songryong stroked her chin. But first, I must stay a few more days and sample every single dish. And had Juge's face twisted. Shifts to the outside of the ancient building. Group stood still, faces dark and unreadable. Oh okay, Jeong spoke solemnly. From tomorrow, we'll be adding new dishes that require lots of mountain herbs. Go gather the ones I list. He sat down and pointed at each herb. This is sky thyme, that's ice leaf mustard. This is iron leaf, that's chi herb, and there's royal ginseng, water butterfly root, and earth stem. Chuang Yang stood by, lips tightly pressed, looking conflicted. We're martial artists, not errand boys. Beside him, Chuang Yang added, we're even picking herbs now, seriously. Tense mood was suddenly broken when Ning Sobong raised his hand. Everyone paused and exchanged awkward glances. Looks like Hyung has something to say. Go on, spit it out. Looked pale as he spoke with a deep voice. How much do we need? Joe, okay, Joan calmly replied. As much as possible. He nodded slowly. We'll do our best. Scene shifts to a quiet wild forest, with leaves rustling in the breeze. Jashin smirked. No matter how hard you try, you won't out-harvest me. Ning So Bung replied coldly. Then let's split up, regroup after picking. Two turned their backs to each other and headed in opposite directions. Dam Bonggi gritted his teeth. Where did that bloodless, cold-hearted Ning So Bung I used to know go? Sunlight trickled through the forest canopy, scattering golden spots on the ground. Steps moved slowly and steadily. Yong Peng calculated silently. Just a bit farther and he'd reach the main peak. Suddenly a strange sound echoed, followed by a blood-curdling scream that tore through the forest stillness. Help. Instantly dashed toward the source of the cry. Yong Peng's figure zipped between the trees, feet pounding on roots and stones without pause. A high branch, he leapt down and landed lightly on the ground. Yong Peng gasped. How could this be? For him, a man was being torn apart by a giant human-faced demon spider, blood spilling across the forest floor. The monster's jaws were still gnawing the body, growling sounds echoing as bones and flesh were crushed under razor-sharp fangs. Yong Peng froze, brows furrowed in horror. A human-faced demon spider. Memory surged back. Yong Yuek once spoke gravely. Have you heard of the human-faced demon spider? Yong Peng looked up, curious. What is that, senior brother? It said solemnly, it's a spider that dwells deep in a western mountain ravine, with the face of a human but the body of a monstrous arachnid. That grim voice echoed again. This mountain is thick with spiritual energy. Beasts here sometimes devour humans to absorb their chi and become demon creatures. I've seen one from afar. Then another voice, hard to believe, huh? Yong Peng set down his heavy luggage, clenched his fists, and thought, I can't save that man anymore, but at least I can stop this thing from killing again. Demon spider growled ominously, crept forward one dreadful step at a time. Its blood-red eyes glinted wickedly. This one looks tasty. Suddenly, its massive body launched into the air like an arrow. Time for dinner. Yong Peng clenched his fists, wind howling around him, flames rising from the ground as he summoned inner power forged through the Unryong 8 techniques. His hands spun rapidly, gathering fiery spiritual energy in his palms. He locked his focus and released the strike. A blast of flame shot forth from Yong Peng's palms straight at the demon spider. Brilliant red light tore through the air, smoke billowing wildly. Gasping, sweat dripping from his brow, he muttered, Did I get? Dark shape shot out of the smoke like lightning. It was barely singed, armored hide charred but intact. Yong Peng staggered back in shock, no damage at all. Long legs of the human-faced spider lifted, its sharp blade coming down like the scythe of death. Yong Peng had to brace himself with his sword to hold it off. Gritted his teeth hard. His hand holding the sword trembled. That power's insane. One or two more hits and this sword's gonna snap. Like a flash, the spider's legs suddenly pulled back. It spun around his head like a massive whip. Hidden beams suddenly fell from above, interlacing to trap the monster. Shockwave erupted, smoke billowing all around. In the thick smoke, its massive body still stood firm, red eyes spinning, searching. Guttural growl echoed ominously. Suddenly Yong Peng appeared above, shouting, I'm right here, you freak. Raised his hand, gritted his teeth. If the sword won't work, I'll use my palms. Fiery palm strike slammed down, shattering the rocks below. Yong Peng gasped for breath. Put everything into that, no way it survives. From the rubble, a creepy hiss rose. The spider's grotesque head emerged again. Growled not bad, that actually hurt a bit. And suddenly it reared up and spat a stream of dark green liquid. Yong Peng's expression changed as he quickly dodged to the side. Venom zipped past, striking a boulder behind him. Yong Peng froze, panicked. Rock instantly sizzled and melted into mush. This thing is disgusting. Blades, acid, what next? Taxes. Yong Peng suddenly staggered, his vision blurring. Thought popped into his head, no, did I get poisoned? Clasped his hands together, eyes shut, focusing. Only one way, burn all my inner energy to detox. Spider locked eyes on him, growling like a predator savoring its prey. Frowned, clenched his teeth. Heavenly primordial lord, I don't fear death, just hate that I couldn't stop this monster. How many more will die? Suddenly, footsteps rustled through the grass from afar. Jashin muttered, nothing but weeds here. Yong Peng's eyes flew open. He shouted, brother, it's dangerous. Waved wildly, that human-faced spider's right here. Get out of here. From the trees, Gu Jashin strolled in, calmly glancing around. Right then, the beast appeared in front of him. Gu Jashin squinted. What the hell, human face, and how many legs does this thing even have? One sharp leg raised, its blade glinting coldly like a death sigh. Yong Peng screamed, watch out. Leg slammed toward his head, only to bounce off like it hit solid rock. Spider froze, it couldn't cut him. Gu Jashin raised his hand. The sharp leg was sliced clean off, black blood sprayed everywhere. Beast screeched, its huge body recoiling before leaping high. In the air, it spewed a stream of bright green venom, but Gu Jashin didn't even flinch. Just as it neared, he let out a thunderous kick, smashing the venom aside midair. Spider froze in shock. Gu Jashin let out a cold grunt, voice low, filthy creature. His face calm, he muttered, spitting slime all over like that. Spider trembled, are you human? What are you? Gu Jashin clenched his fist, growling, go to hell. His punch slammed down, straight into its skull. Human-faced spider howled in agony. Gu Jashin dashed forward with a grin, you sure have a lot of tricks. Beam of red light shone down. Head flew off, blood spraying everywhere. Looking at the mess, Gu Jashin frowned, ugh, that stinks. His eyes suddenly caught something below. Round orb rolled to his feet. Picked it up, puzzled, what's this? Yong Peng spoke from behind, looks like a core. Clasped his hands and respectfully introduced himself. I am Yong Peng of Kunlun. Thank you for saving me, brother. Deep voice replied, this favor, I truly don't know how to repay it. Gu Jashin suddenly grinned, baring his teeth. said in a serious tone, hey. Sharp gaze swept over, then repay me now. Peng clenched his fists, eyes determined, please tell me what I must do. Furrowed his brow in confusion as Gu Jiashan said, I'll teach you the names of wild herbs. Gu Jiashan sat down, pointing at various plants laid out. This is Tai Tian, this is ice leaf grass, this is Jiuet Tai, Tea Tai, yellow ginseng, water butterfly, gourdhead Tai, Shuijen, go gather all of these. Peng blinked, unsure, I know a bit about wild herbs, but is this really how I repay a life debt? Gu Jiashan waved it off, that's more than enough. Peng caught the core that flew toward him. You're not keeping the core, he asked. Gu Jiashan turned casually, do whatever you want with it. Stood silently before the spider corpse, black blood oozing, spider meat, wonder if it tastes good. Shift Kunlun Hotel. White cloth was spread across the ground, wild herbs piled on top. A gruff voice said, hey, I picked quite a lot, did I? Another chimed in, I think I got more than you. So Bung strolled in coolly, you guys really half-assed this. Plopped down, opened his bag, and dumped out a mountain of fresh herbs. Admiring gasps followed, that's a lot. Chuang Yang gaped, brother, where'd you find all that? So Bung laughed proudly, don't get greedy or you'll die trying. Inner voice whispered, this guy, getting weirder. Glanced to the side, a voice snapped, you kidding me? Huge bag dropped with a heavy thud. Another voice mocked, if a man's gonna pick herbs, at least do this much. So Bung chuckled, as expected of brother Gu Jiashan, truly impressive. Peng walked over slowly, stunned, he's a staff member at Kunlun Hotel. Afar, a familiar voice rang out, you're all back. Steaming cups of tea sat on the table. Ryang stood with arms folded, serious tone, so that was the human-faced spider. Peng nodded quickly, I only survived thanks to Gu Jiashan. Peng frowned with concern, but master and my brothers, where have they gone? Ryang nodded, gaze distant, they were sent on a mission to Sichuan, they should be returning soon. Suddenly Peng spoke up, elder, I have something to ask. Unryang responded, speak. Peng clenched his fists, may I pass down the 8 forms of Unryang to others? Heavy silence fell across the room. Ryang calmly said, after all, this was to repay the favor we owe Kunlun. It's decided then. Peng beamed, thank you, elder. Peng cheerfully added, then, I ask permission to return to the sect. Silhouette gradually faded into the golden twilight, each step merging with the mountain wind's quiet melody. Ryang sat still, sharp eyes silently following. Peng slowly entered the forest. He smiled, thinking, if I can pass on the 8 forms of Unryang, it'll be a great help to Kunlun's revival. Namgung's sword arts won't be so hard to suppress then. Suddenly, a strong gust ripped through the air like something tearing open the atmosphere. Ryang appeared out of nowhere and called, Peng. The boy froze in shock, elder. Ryang's voice was firm, take this one more thing with you. Peng paused, turning back with a stunned yes. Sunlight pierced through the leaves as Unryang's deep voice continued. When I reached the realm of rebirth, I thought I'd forgotten all of Kunlun's sword techniques, but memories of my master slowly returned. Unryang extended his hand, let me see your sword. Peng hesitated, then placed his hand on the hilt. Yes, elder. Ryang touched the blade, his voice steady yet commanding. Taking sword style, falling blossom sword, cloud chasing sword, winter plum 13 strikes, wandering dragon sword, true flow 5 elements, 4 paths of light split. These are the finest essence of our sect's sword art. Holding the sword solemnly, Unryang said, memorize them well and pass them on to Kunlun. Peng bowed deeply, yes, elder. Unryang's steps were light as air, but the spiritual energy around began to tremble violently. All creation begins with thought. Light energy spiraled from his body, form is born from thought, fire from form. He raised the sword, but the most crucial truths lie in the formless. Insight awakens form, and form reveals the path of the sword. Sword light swirled through the air, shaking the heavens. Peng gasped, jaw dropped. A deep voice echoed, majestic and beautiful, no, breathtaking, but focus, don't miss anything. Ryang raised his sword high as if to pierce the 9th heaven. Energy gathered into a spiraling vortex, its still center quieter than the ocean floor. As he swung down, he said, even the sun and moon move with formless power. To absorb it is the way of non-action. Sword slash burst into light, tearing through the sky. Smoke rolled across the heavens. Sword circle etched the ground at Unryang's feet, forming a luminous formation like light from the dawn of creation. Peng clenched both fists. Tears streamed down his cheeks, he couldn't stop crying. Sword in hand, Unryang's sharp gaze pierced Peng's soul. Remember this well, if one is determined, anyone can master this sword technique. Peng received it with reverence, his voice trembling, yes, elder, what is this technique called? Unryang looked toward the distant horizon, eyes lost in old memories. It's the Grand Void Dragon Slayer sword. Peng clenched his fists, stunned, the Grand Void Dragon Slayer. Voice echoed again, it's named after my master's Taoist title, Dragon Slayer Immortal. Thus, the greatest sword technique of Kunlun, one of the 3 righteous styles of the martial world, born in life and death, carrying the shadow of the master in every motion of the disciple. Scene shifts to Kunlun Inn, a deep voice echoed, my dear child, all right, all right. Huge Soming gave a forced smile, mother, father's waiting over there, and you've hugged me 3 times already. Deep male voice barked from inside the carriage, what are you doing now, hurry up. Hyo Songryung snapped back, all right, already, I'm coming. As she sat down, she still leaned out the window, waving non-stop like she didn't want to leave. Take care, all right. He smiled, my parents will definitely help spread the word, they've completely fallen in love with Byokyu's cooking. Jin So-hee stepped up, sighing in relief, that's a blessing. Huge Soming continued, eyes gazing afar, so far everything's gone smoothly, but there's still one group we need to focus on. Pulled out a chair and sat down, fingers interlaced in thought. My parents will probably talk mostly to people their age, which means we also need to promote Kunlun to the younger generation. And so he tilted her head. So how do we reach them? Zhuge Soming replied, just like before, we'll use celebrity influence. Agak frowned, voice calm. Do you already have someone in mind? A slow, solid voice answered from behind, the Xiamen family. Ryong furrowed his brow. Xiamen clan, from Hangzhou, one of the 5 great families. Zhuge Soming nodded. Exactly. Confirmed. They're hosting a grand birthday banquet for their patriarch soon. Jin So-hee frowned slightly. But what's that got to do with young people? Isn't it all old guests? Image appeared in his mind, a gentle, beautiful young lady with sharp, intelligent eyes. The Xiamen patriarch only has one daughter. She's of marriageable age now, and many suitors are eyeing her. Young elites will surely flock to this banquet. Nodded firmly, excited. She's our target. If we can bring her here, our name will skyrocket. Not to mention all the guys chasing her will come too. Agak's eyes lit up, voice firm. Then the best person for the job is obviously me. Zhuge Soming gave a nervous smile. Senior, no offense, but this time Brother Byokyu has to go himself. That event will be filled with young people after all. Agak frowned angrily. Are you looking down on me because I'm old? Oh okay, Jeong cut in sternly. You're a senior, so try acting your age for once. So he asked, then what about the kitchen? Songryong's face turned serious. Don't worry, I'll handle the kitchen. Ryong added firmly, Gu Jashin, you're going too. He coldly replied, fine. Ryong scanned the group one last time, muttering, but then, who will protect the inn? The old man suddenly jumped up, thumping his chest loudly and laughing. I'll stay and guard the place. Don't worry, just go. Ryong sighed in relief. Then I owe you, elder. Agak replied firmly, oh what, we're comrades, don't be so formal. Jo Okjeong stood beside him, flustered. I'll never get used to this. The sky was clear, with white clouds drifting lazily. Outside the inn, Ryong and Gu Jashin straightened their clothes and silently set off. Jin So-hee waved from behind, travel safely. Team shifts to Daming Escort Agency, located in Hepu, known as the largest escort service in Jiangnan. Escort Chief Yu Jinjil glanced over his neatly lined-up guards and spoke calmly. Is the team ready? Are the goods accounted for? A subordinate beside him bowed with a list. Chief, 62 people confirmed present. Waved his hand decisively. Move out. Amidst the rumbling wheels and clinking saddles, a worried voice called out, Sir, are you really giving all those rare herbs and silks to the Xiamen family? Jinjil didn't turn back, his hoarse voice steady. What choice do I have? Pulled the reins and pointed behind him. Look at that kid. The subordinate glanced and shivered slightly, realizing, you're aiming for the heir position, sir. His eldest son, already grown but childish in mind, held a pinwheel and giggled. Jinjil muttered, he's still my only son, and Xiamen Hai would make a decent bride. Subordinate hesitated, but marriage is no small matter. The Xiamens aren't short on treasures. What if your offering doesn't impress them? Jinjil frowned, voice low and sharp. That's not for you to worry about, just do your job. The man quickly bowed. Yes, sir, I spoke out of turn. Jinjil stared into the distance, dark thoughts clouding his eyes. Of course I've thought about that, but I have a trump card. Multicolored spiritual energy swirled around his blade like dragons and phoenixes. His inner voice declared, among the 10 legendary treasures of the martial world, there's the Overlord Saber, and I have it. At the birthday banquet, if I present this, they can't refuse. Gripped the reins tightly, eyes resolute. I'm no martial artist, keeping it would be a waste. If it can serve this purpose, then so be it. Suddenly, a rain of arrows poured down from both sides of the mountain. Guards screamed in pain, blood soaking their armor. They braced themselves, voices hoarse. It's an ambush, bandits, protect the escort chief. One man raised his shield with full strength, shouting like thunder, who dares touch the damning escort agency? Show yourselves. Just then, from both cliff walls, a group of masked men leapt down. Black-clad assailants charged forward as one of them growling, if you don't want to die, drop all the goods and get lost. Yu Jinjil's men showed no fear, unsheathing their blades with a cold gleam. Only 10 of you think that's enough, kill them all. One masked man sneered, can 100 mutts defeat a tiger? As he finished speaking, his blade sliced through a guard's shield like it was dry firewood. Black-clad attackers swarmed in, blades flashing with ruthless force. Blood splattered everywhere. Yu Jinjil's face turned pale, cold sweat dripping. In mere moments, many had fallen. A guard gritted his teeth. Chief, the situation is dire. You must escape. Just as panic gripped him, a voice came from behind. No way, why we take this route? Ryong approached calmly. They're all about to die, can't you see? One of the masked attackers snarled, what the hell, are those guys brain dead? Another raised his sword with a mocking grin. Walk away like you saw nothing, and I'll spare you out of kindness. Flash of movement sliced the air. Jashin darted in like a ghost, his icy palm striking the man's stomach. Thug froze, eyes bulging, mouth agape. When did he move? Black-clad men were stunned. Who is this guy? Definitely not some weakling. Jashin cracked his knuckles and muttered coldly, too much talking. Jinjil was still lost in confusion, heart pounding. Ryong, calm as ever, said slowly, at least they won't kill anyone else now. He stood amidst the battlefield, black-clad enemies fallen at his feet, not one stirring. None of them were even worth the warm-up. Yu Jinjil rushed forward in panic. Thank you, sir. I don't even know how to repay this debts. Ryong turned away. We didn't do it to be repaid. Don't worry about it. With that, he leapt up. Gu Jashin, let's go. Trembling subordinate whispered, who are they? Could they be from the Quanjin sect? The kind that only shows up when the martial world's in chaos. Bones of the wounded thugs echoed through the clearing. Hu Jinjul clenched his fists, eyes shadowed. First things first, we need to decide what to do with this law. Scene shifts to towering Buddha statue deep in the ancient Diarufang forest. Chenbo slowly stepped forward, expression grim. Clenched his fists, crimson energy swirling thickly around him. At the statue's base, the stone trembled, and a hidden door opened. Chenbo stepped slowly into the underground passage. Chilling voice echoed, Chenbo, you've come. Said in a low voice, Zhang Ligang, I bring both good and bad news. Zhang Ligang, a mysterious figure obsessed with the 10 legendary treasures of the martial world, backed by a massive force, replied, tell me the bad news first. His face darkened as the voice replied, Max Sword is dead. In the dim room, Ligang asked, and the others? Chenbo answered heavily, all 10 blades have been slain. I targeted Demon Escort Agency thinking it was the weakest. Ligang lifted his gaze, eyes piercing the veil before him. Among the 5 freaks, 7 deaths and 10 blades under my command, the 10 blades are the weakest, but even they are top-tier masters in the martial world. Spoke in disbelief, Demon Escort Agency is that strong, 60 guards defeated the 10 blades. Chenbo replied, that part is still under investigation. And what's the good news? Ligang asked. Chenbo's hoarse voice continued, we received a report from Blood Disciple overseeing the Namgung clan. After a pause, his eyes gleamed coldly. At the upcoming Westmoon clan banquet, Namgung Mu, the eldest son, will be attending. Ligang frowned, so what? Narrowed his eyes, the Emperor's sword isn't with Chang Gung Muj. It seems his eldest son now carries it. The image of the sword gleaming with kingly aura flashed in his mind. So the Emperor's sword, once impossible to retrieve, now lies in the hands of Namgung Muj's son? Chenbo nodded, yes, he likely intends to impress Xiamen Hai with. Ligang's eyes glinted like drawn blades, in that case. Clenched his fists, chest rising and falling. The Westmoon Patriarch currently holds the dragon scale armor, so the Emperor's sword, dragon armor and Overlord blade will all be at the same place. Chilling smile crept over his face, what a golden opportunity. On the top of the hidden chamber, a red figure flipped and landed. Then who should I entrust this great mission to? Figure descended without a sound, like falling moonlight, trailing an icy chill that pierced the bones. Pale, scarred face of Siok Chung appeared, eyes white and snake-like. If you assign it to me, it will be done. Chenbo instinctively stepped back, gasping, poison freak. His white eyes gleamed sharply as the voice in Chenbo's head echoed, this man masters dozens of deadly poisons and assassination techniques. No matter how skilled the opponent, once caught by him, it's game over. They say he's never failed a mission. Ligang narrowed his eyes and chuckled softly, then success is guaranteed. Siok Chung nodded, don't worry, sir, just wait for the good news. Climbed back up the chamber wall like a venomous spider. Ligang scowled and shouted, there's a front door, you know, why must he always do that? He waved it off with a wry smile, let him have his fun. Zhang Ligang clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, once I get my hands on those 3 treasures, that'll make 8 total. The day the world kneels before me isn't far. And shifts to the Xiamen clan. Great hall was draped in colorful silks, lavish dishes covered the banquet tables, and every seat was filled with elegantly dressed guests. Chatter buzzed throughout the room, this banquet is truly extravagant. Xiamen Hai beamed, father happy birthday. Xiamen Biok laughed heartily, alright, now it's time you find yourself a decent man. You're of age, she huffed and spun away. So hungry, what should I eat first? Chopsticks reached toward a giant prawn, this looks. Just as she reached out, another pair of chopsticks beat her to it. She blinked in disbelief, hey. Watching Gu Jashin munching happily, she scowled, fine, I'll just take the next one. Xiamen Hai thought bitterly, I picked that one first. Casually picked up another and stuffed it into his mouth. Gu Jashin chewed contentedly, so good. Unryang chuckled beside him, those are giant ocean prawns, rare delicacies, might as well enjoy while you can. Face darkened, what is happening right now? Gu Jashin smacked his lips, delicious. He glared at him, even the way he eats is annoying. Seeing just one prawn left on the plate, she gently lifted her chopsticks. At least let me have the last one. Snatched it before she could react. Xiamen Hai nearly choked in disbelief. She gritted her teeth, cheeks puffed up in rage, and slammed her chopsticks on the table. Hey, why do you keep taking what I want to eat? Gu Jashin raised an eyebrow, then eat faster, don't whine. Gasped, stunned, did he just call me weird? Face flushed red with anger, you. She raised her hand and yelled, have you said enough? Chopsticks suddenly caught her wrist in midair. Chilling aura surged, his eyes turned sharp like invisible blades. Wanna die or something? He froze, eyes wide in shock. That gaze, why is it? Just then, Unryang, still calmly eating, spoke up, that's not acceptable. Gu Jashin turned away with a grin, guess I'll find something else tasty. Lips trembled. Moments later, she burst into tears, crying like a thunderstorm. Scene shifts to a small courtyard at the foot of the mountain. Thuds echoed as fists clashed powerfully. Elder threw a young nobleman hard to the ground. Xiamen Biok, head of the Xiamen clan, stood calmly. The young man struggled to his feet. Bowed respectfully, today I've learned a great deal. Thank you, clan leader, for your guidance. The elder laughed heartily, Jiok, you're always so straightforward, a real promising talent. Jiok rubbed his head and smiled brightly, you flatter me, sir. Xiamen Biok sat relaxed in his chair, smiling knowingly. I'll keep my eye on you, Jiok bowed again, much obliged, clan leader. Glancing at the other hopefuls nearby, Jiok smirked, see that, #1 candidate for future son-in-law locked in. The man at the front turned to whisper, getting beaten into enlightenment, classic move. Another sneered, if you don't act humbled, you lose points. The guy beside him smirked, so that's how it is. Voice suddenly spoke up, bet that hurt a lot. The man standing scowled, if you're scared, just step back. Blinked in surprise, Xiamen Biok narrowed his sharp gaze toward the voice. The young stranger stood there. Where are you from? Unryang clasped his hands behind his back, completely at ease. I'm from the Kunlun restaurant. The elder's expression twitched. What, a restaurant? He thought. Surely I misheard. Xiamen Biok took the paper offered to him. Opening it, he asked coolly, and this is, Unryang said calmly, a gift. Invitation's words gleamed faintly. Rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Xiamen Biok ground his teeth. This is quite awkward. So you're all from a restaurant? Unryang replied. Indeed, I am the proprietor. Ripple of shock swept through the hall. What? Gu Jashin, still chewing, casually wiped his mouth. I'm Gu Jashin, just the waiter. The elder's face darkened as a silent fury rose. These little punks need a proper lesson. Yet Unryang stayed perfectly calm. If you come visit, I'll personally serve you a feast. Xiamen Biok slowly sat down, crossing his legs. Very well. Cracked a smile. Since you're here already, do you two want to learn something? Unryang raised his voice cheerfully. We'd love to, he thought. You're so dead. Lifted his gaze, meeting the elder's eyes. But I have a condition. Xiamen Biok spoke low. Say. Unryang declared, if we can withstand 3 of your moves, tomorrow you must come with us to Kunlun restaurant. The elder's eye twitched when Unryang added, naturally your daughter must come too. Xiamen Biok's face stiffened, a murderous aura coiling around him, his expression turning dark as a storm. Who do you think I am? You'll learn respect. Jaw clenched, fist tightening as veins bulged. Xiamen Biok eyed his fist, grinding his teeth. Fine, since it's a celebration, I'll only use 20% of my strength. Lunged forward like a gale, fist blazing as spiritual energy shrieked. Try this. Ryang stood still, calmly raising his hand to block. The elder's eyes widened in surprise. Ryang lowered his arm. One move. The old man forced a laugh. Seems you've learned a little. Impressive. Purple energy flickered around his fist like coiling lightning. Xiamen Biok's eyes flared with battle lust. Now this is getting interesting, he thought. Let's go with 40%. Then Unryang calmly lifted his hand and blocked. 2. All fell silent as ice. Everyone gaped in disbelief. What is happening? Elder seethed, eyes burning. Roared, enough games, I'll use a bit of real power. Unryang replied flatly, as you wish. Elder's aura exploded. As I wish, so arrogant. Purple lightning burst wildly around his fist, crackling like a storm. Gasps broke out. He's serious now, this is dangerous. Xiamen Biok grimaced. Damn, I meant to use 50%, but it's surging too hard, I can't pull it back. Fist roared down like a meteor to smash mountains, wrapped in thunderous force. Ryang raised his hand to meet it with serene composure. The old man's eyes bulged. My power, it's gone, like it was sucked away. Ryang calmly lowered 2 fingers. 3 moves were done. Xiamen Biok stepped back in shock. Who, exactly are you? Applause rang out. Turns out the proprietor both struck and retrieved his energy. Truly a peerless master. His face twisted, eyes vacant. Did I look like that? Xiamen Biok tried to maintain dignity, stroking his beard with a faint smile. Young brother, your skill is impressive, quite intriguing. As promised, we'll visit your restaurant. No one noticed his eyes flash malevolently at Gu Jashin. His gaze turned frigid, but I must beat that guy up first. Xiamen Biok signaled, you want to try too? Gu Jashin folded his arms calmly, smiling. A duel again. The elder held up 3 fingers, voice serious. Not hard, just block 3 moves and I'll hold back. But in his mind he thought, I'll beat you senseless. Clenched his fist, smirking. I can punch too, you know. Xiamen Biok's face flushed purple, but he forced a friendly grin, secretly thinking, just a lowly waiter daring to disrespect me. His gaze hardened. I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget. I'll let you taste my strongest fist. Spiritual flames flared. All this is your own doing. Xiamen Biok stamped the ground, violent aura roaring like tidal waves. Clenched his fist. Spiritual auras swirled around his gauntleted hand like divine power. Silence fell. People whispered, what is this? The hall, 2 fists like divine weapons clashed. Jashin stood unmoved, cool and disdainful, lips curling. Is that your full strength? Xiamen Biok's arm trembled violently, blood churning against the strike. He hissed in pain, stepping back 2 paces, clutching his arm as if his bones would shatter. Inside, the crowd buzzed with excitement. Namgung Mu, the heir of the Namgung family, stepped forward, eyes concerned. What's happening? At his side hung the imperial sword, Jae-din-laid scabbard shimmering golden waves. Namgung Mu clenched his fist, voice cold. Then you must take one of my strikes. Xiamen Biok gasped, throat frozen. Behind, Unryang remained calm, softly saying, go easy, Gu Jashin. Before he finished, Gu Jashin thrust a palm strike into the elder's face, truly ruthless. Xiamen Biok clutched his mouth and stumbled backward. Dumpling fell from someone's mouth. Over there, Xiamen Hai, chopsticks in hand, looked pale. Father just got beaten like that, am I seeing wrong? Gaze flicked to Gu Jashin, still standing coolly, besides that person is. Xiamen Biok glared downward, blood dripping from his nose. Damn, humiliating. Suddenly spiritual auras swirled around his feet. Xiamen Biok froze in alarm. People collapsed to the ground. Crowd erupted in panic, screams echoing. Xiamen Hai staggered, eyes wide in horror, then collapsed. Xiamen Biok, witnessing this, stiffened and gripped his fist, voice hoarse. My daughter. Body trembled, unable to move. Bok Chung advanced slowly, smiling exultantly. Said calmly, anyone who inhales demon miasma won't be able to move, no matter how powerful they are. But for the poison to activate, you must first be infected by a parasite bug and then inhale the miasma within 2 hours. Bit of a hassle, really. Bok Chung tilted his head, glancing over. Namgung Mu, is that the one? Stepped closer, a sinister glint in his eyes. Still resisting, must be using breath control. His calloused, poison-reeking hand reached out, touching Namgung Mu's face. Well, with a father like Chang Gung Muj, it makes sense you'd be tough. Pulled out the sword. Deok Chung lowered his head, eyes glued to the blade. So this is the Imperial Sword, its appearance truly befits its legendary name. Gongyu gritted his teeth, roaring, "You bastard." Man's eyes turned icy, still moving, impressive. Gongyu suddenly clamped his mouth shut. Blood spewed from his lips as Siak Chung burst out laughing. Collapsed to the ground. Siak Chung turned around, pale eyes locking in. "So you're Xiamen Biok." That moment blood trickled from Xiamen Biok's nose. Subordinate asked, confused, "Why the nosebleed? Is that a symptom of the demon miasma?" Siak Chung bared yellowed teeth and replied, "Nope, this poison doesn't do that." How curious. Strolled over and opened Xiamen Biok's outer robe. Dragon scale armor should be worn underneath, right? "Oh stop." Xiamen Biok trembled, gritting his teeth. Siak Chung stripped him down. His hand brushed over the surface of the armor, eyes glowing with desire. "Oh ho, another precious treasure. Blood serpent, thorn serpent, rain serpent, this one's mine. You go to the Great Ming Escort Agency and bring me the tyrant blade." All three responded in unison, understood. Suddenly, a low voice echoed, "You think you'll just walk out of here?" Turned to see Ryang strolling in casually. Siak Chung was stunned. "What, you're not poisoned?" Blood serpent charged forward. In that very instant, an invisible spiritual force exploded. Crashed to the ground. Thorn serpent's eyes widened in terror, stepping back. What did he just do? I didn't even see his hands move." Rain serpent stood frozen beside him, shivering slightly. Could he be using dark arts? He stopped in the middle of the courtyard, his gaze sharp as a blade as he swept his eyes across them. "From the start, I noticed the food all had a strange scent, so it was the poisonous parasite bug after all." Siak Chung's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth. "Ridiculous. The parasite poison is colorless, odorless, tasteless, undetectable. Anyone who eats the food and inhales the miasma can't move an inch." Thorn serpent soared up. "I'll take his head, you get his legs." Rain serpent lunged in as well. And Ryang had already dodged with ease. Too panicked, when did he even move? As they scrambled to find him, a cold hand like steel wrapped in ice suddenly clamped down on Siak Chung's arm, making him jolt in shock. Siak Chung trembled. "Dear heavens, this pressure, I've never felt anything like it in my life." Ryang said coldly, "Hand over the antidote." Gritting his teeth, eyes brimming with killing intent, Siak Chung snapped, "Fine, I'll use my final move, the 5-venom annihilation palm. Even if I lose an arm, killing a top-tier martial artist is worth it." Poisonous energy surged from Siak Chung's hand. Ryang's face remained icy cold. The crack Siak Chung's arm broke in two, blood spurting everywhere. Still grinning madly, he gasped, "That was the deadliest poison sealed in my veins. Not even the greatest master could survive." Dark green energy wrapped around Ryang. Exhaled a black mist from his mouth. Siak Chung panicked, eyes wide. "He's recovering. That's impossible. This guy isn't human." Screamed, "Run, don't fight, save yourselves." Two lackeys immediately turned and fled. Jashin suddenly appeared. One lackey vomited blood. The other's face turned a deep purple. With collapse, Ryang grabbed Siak Chung's severed arm and said sternly, "Hand over the antidote." Siak Chung trembled, lips pale. "There is no antidote. The poison dissolves naturally after a while." Ryang's expression didn't change. "Are you sure?" His voice was colder than winter. Siak Chung shook. "This is the first time I've ever been this terrified." In his mind, he saw himself falling endlessly into a bottomless abyss, drowning in darkness, crushed by an overwhelming force. His eyes bulged in pain. He collapsed to the ground. Jashin turned away, muttering, "What a mess." He smirked, "And I even held back, still all dead." Ryang said calmly, "Poison. I've heard assassins sometimes hide poison in their mouths to commit suicide if captured." Xiamen Biok sat cross-legged, spiritual energy barely circulating through his body. "These people are beyond anything I could imagine." Amgung Mu looked dazed. "I've never even heard of such powerful martial artists before." Gentle breeze blew through the clear blue sky. Stood up, eyes filled with respect, clasped his hands deeply and spoke sincerely, "I truly don't know how to thank you enough." Ryang stood in the center of the courtyard, his expression cold as ice. His deep voice rang out, "I didn't do it for repayment. No need to worry about it." Xiamen Biok pondered, gently rubbing his fingers together, but still. Asked puzzled, "Who exactly are you?" Ryang stood calmly, "I told you already, head chef of Kunlun Hotel." Xiamen Biok frowned slightly, his sharp gaze examining Ryang's relaxed posture. "I should have realized it earlier. I don't know his full background, but judging by the way he carries himself, he's no ordinary chef." Ryang stepped forward, his voice was soft but carried steel. "You made a promise, please keep it." Xiamen Biok froze. "A promise?" Clear image of the invitation card Ryang once handed him flashed in Xiamen Biok's mind. After a pause, he burst out laughing. "Of course, don't worry, I'll be there with my daughter." Ryang added, "There's one more thing I'd like to ask." Stroking his chin, he recalled something Zhuge Soming had mentioned. "Could you perhaps help spread word that you'll be visiting Kunlun Hotel?" It fell. First rays of morning light pierced through the mountain peaks. The ancient Buddha statue. The secret chamber below, Chinbo said grimly, "Siak Chung has failed." A voice echoed from the shadows in horror. Zhang Ligang stepped out pale, his voice hoarse. "He's dead," Chinbo replied. "No, he's being held at Xiamen Clan. Blood Serpent, Thorn Serpent, and Rain Serpent all committed suicide." Frowned, his eyes sinking into darkness. Siak Chung was a top-tier martial artist, unmatched in poison techniques. Those three also top-tier killers. I can't believe they lost. Zhang Ligang clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles cracked. Those three alone could wipe out an entire sect. How did this happen? Chinbo's eyes were heavy. "Rumor says there were 2 young masters there." Zhang Ligang spun around in shock. "What?" Chinbo said solemnly, "Not only did they resist the miasma, they easily defeated our people. A low voice growled, who the hell are they? Shinbo hesitated. Well, Zhang Ligang interrupted coldly, of course you don't know. His eyes flickered like recalling something. Also this morning, Xiamen Biok and his daughter left for the location those two requested. He narrowed his eyes. Where? Shinbo replied, a place called Kunlun Hotel on Mount Kunlun. Zhang Ligang repeated with sarcasm and rage, a hotel. Crossed his arms, lost in thought. They went all the way to Mount Kunlun just for a meal. Does it relate to Kunlun's sect, or are they plotting something? Shinbo clenched his fists, his eyes alert. Siok Chung couldn't reveal anything, so this could be a trap set against us. Zhang Ligang rubbed his forehead with a dark gaze. You're right, we can't barge in blindly. A grim voice spoke, but I know someone perfect to scout that place. Would you like to hear who? Shift at the foot of the mountain. Massive wild bear stood still, gazing up toward the towering peaks. A remote courtyard nestled in a mountain valley. A tall figure stepped out of the shadows, shouldering a massive pitch-black iron axe. Swung the axe high. Step he took shook the ground. Broad blade of the axe gleamed with the cold light of dusk. Heavy aura rippled outward, making the nearby plants tremble. The axe smashed into the ground, stones flew. Beast King Wang Jiryong, one of the 12 lords. His gaze landed on a tiny spider descending slowly on its threat. Spider crawled onto his shoulder at a snail's pace. Legs wiggled gently. Wang Jiryong stood still, his eyes gloomy as thunder rolled through the valley. The human-faced spider is dead. Spider crept upward, and though he didn't move, killing intent surged off him like a tsunami. Possible that monster rivaled a supreme martial master. Who the hell killed it? Could such a powerhouse be lurking near Mount Kunlun? Wang Jiryong suddenly spun around. Gripped his axe tightly, both blades screeching like a furious beast. Who's there? Show yourself. Steps echoed nearby. Wang Chenbo clasped his hands and bowed. As expected of the Beast King, your senses are razor-sharp. Wang Jiryong's icy stare swept over him. You know me. Meanwhile at Kunlun Hotel, the atmosphere buzzed with chatter, unusual for the day. Is Xiamen Biok really coming? Totally, the Xiamen clan made it official. They should be arriving any moment now. Grand doors creaked open, morning light spilling in. And so he stepped out, holding a paper, her bright smile lighting up her lovely face. Welcome, esteemed guests. The guards instantly drew blades, scanning the surroundings thoroughly. He returned with a bow. All clear, clan leader, please proceed. Xiamen Hai hesitated slightly, cheeks flushed. She entered, whispers echoed. Is that Xiamen Hai? She's insanely beautiful. Even her scent is divine, truly a national treasure. Xiamen Biok was stunned when a voice called out, long time no see. Spun around shocked, Zhou Okjeong, you're here. Zhou Okjeong smiled, I'm the head chef here. Xiamen Biok staggered, How did they manage to invite such a legendary master chef? Before he could gather his thoughts, a gentle hand tapped his shoulder. Been a while. Xiamen Biok spun around, eyes instantly sharpening in shock. He asked when he saw Nagak approaching. Xiamen Biok respectfully clasped his hands and bowed, voice steady, senior drunken immortal. Nagak replied with a calm tone, been a while, you still alive and kicking. Slightly confused but still courteous, he responded, I am well. May I ask why you're here, senior? Nagak grinned, I'm a regular guest and also a friend of the head chef here. Hearing that, Xiamen Biok's eyes lit up, excitement bubbling as he turned to Zhou Okjeong, blurting out, wait, Master Zhou, don't tell me you too. Before he could finish, Zhou Okjeong blushed and cut in, no, don't misunderstand. Suddenly turned around at a new voice, are you still in good health, sir? Xiamen Biok turned to the speaker, surprised. And you are, Zhuge Soming bowed politely. Junior Zhuge Soming paying respect to the head of the Xiamen clan. Xiamen Biok immediately stepped back, eyes wide in shock. Zhuge Soming, from the youngest branch of the Zhuge family, what are you doing here? The young man replied with a polite smile, I'm just a humble waiter here. Xiamen Biok felt like he'd been struck by lightning. A top-tier chef from Hubei in the kitchen and now the Zhuge family's youngest son as a waiter? What kind of insane hotel is this? Before he could recover, a voice rang out with great authority, since you're here, take a seat already. Nearly fainted at the sight of Gu Jiashan. Just then, a cheerful voice called out, Brother Gu Jiashan, you should treat guests with a smile. Gu Jiashan calmly said, please have a seat. Dishes were immediately brought out and neatly placed. Zhuge Soming softly said, here are the dishes you ordered. Gently leaned over and added with a friendly tone, enjoy your meal, and we welcome any feedback. Xiamen Biok didn't wait a second. He grabbed a bite and devoured it like a beast. Xiamen Hai also slowly took a bite. He mumbled in disbelief, in all my life, I've never tasted anything like this. She exclaimed, Father, it's amazing. The more he ate, the more enchanted he became. Eyes shining, he said, I need to know the name of this dish. Zhuge Soming gleefully replied, sticky rice inferno balls of tangy fire sauce. Xiamen Biok looked up, still slurping noodles, and muttered, as long as it tastes good. Xiamen Hai stared at her noodles, amazed. It's like I'm slurping in the essence of life, this flavor, otherworldly. Xiamen Biok nodded slowly, still confused. I ate it, and I still don't believe it. Glanced silently at the staff. Temporary hires now, they're all hidden masters. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Huang Yang groaned, rubbing his back. Brother Ning, I think I just snapped my spine. Nearby, Sam Bongi muttered, doing things I never thought I'd do, ever. Ning So Bung, unbothered, replied, if you're gonna do it well. Nagak walked by with a bottle of wine, smiling faintly. Think of this as training, give it your all. Huang Yang shouted, yes, senior. Xiamen Biok slowly closed his eyes, letting the flavor melt in his mouth. So, from Biok Yu to everyone else here, they're all disciples of drunken immortal. They're exhausted from brutal training. nodded slightly, eyes full of admiration, clearly touched by the effort to guide future generations. His gaze drifted across the table and paused on Gu Jashin, who was calmly munching on a steaming hot bun with a deadpan face. Then Xiamen Biok turned to look at her again, a satisfied and warm glint in his eyes. Quite a match, isn't it? Slowly stepping closer, he thought, maybe I'll end up with a powerful son-in-law. Gently tapped Gu Jashin on the shoulder and called softly, hey. Jashin immediately turned around, eyes blazing. What, wanna fight again? Xiamen Biok quickly took half a step back and mumbled, and no, just maybe stop eating the buns. Ungumi whispered in panic, wait, what's the name of this dish again? Gu Jashin gritted his teeth, idiot. Right then, a surprise wave of force sent Xiamen Biok's head snapping back and his body staggering. Clutched his face, trembling, Gu Jashin sneered, I just tapped you, stop being dramatic. In transition, at the 12 Gates Hall, heavy wooden chest was opened, revealing a blinding silver light inside. Wang Jiryong stared silently, his deep eyes unmoved by the pile of silver coins. Memories surged as he spoke gruffly, that's enough for a deposit, so what's the job? Chenbo replied coldly, investigate a hotel. Sunlight streamed through the window as his hoarse voice echoed, yes, I want to know who comes and goes and what happens inside. If your intel is worthless, the deal ends with just that deposit, but if it's valuable, I'll pay 10 times more. Slightly startled, Wang Jiryong clasped his hands and pondered, that much silver, just to snoop on a hotel? No way, this is a normal inn. Outside, a chilling voice called, anyone here? I'm looking for the Beast King. Closing the silver chest, he muttered, busy day, who's visiting now? Wang Jiryong slowly stepped outside. The last group arrived with a luxurious sedan chair. Footsteps were eerily quiet. Aim Jongi fanned himself casually and greeted, a pleasure, I am Aim Jongi of the Heaven Demon Cult. It fell, darted forward as a thunderous explosion shook the air. Rocks flew everywhere. Wang Jiryong plunged into the deep pit. Landed hard, muscles flexed. Thousands of rats swarmed below. Wang Jiryong tightened his grip on his axe. His hand began to glow faintly. Squeaking echoed all around. Growled, where's the Rat King? Two glowing red eyes lit up in the darkness, shining like eerie ruby gems. Rat King emerged, its body covered in jet black fur, claws sharp as blades, letting out a furious roar. Slowly walked forward. Wang Jiryong punched it, blood splattered. If you're a rat, then squeak like one. Whimpered pitifully, letting out a weak squeak. Deep voice rumbled, I'm here to give you an important mission. Spoke slowly, the location is Conlon Hotel on the slope of Mount Conlon. You have 5 days to monitor and report every move of those staying or passing through. Rat King trembled, screeched and gave orders to its rat minions. Hundreds of rats scurried out rapidly. Wang Jiryong leapt back up to the surface. Chuckled coldly, I was planning to investigate the human-faced killer anyway. What luck, 2 clients requesting an investigation on the same hotel. Conlon Hotel. Sound of squeaks echoed. One little rat looked up at the crowd walking around. Rat quietly nudged open a door. Voice murmured, not bad. Oh okay, Jiong commented, it'd be richer if we added more scallions. And so he swung a broom like lightning and slammed the floor. Die, you pest. Ryung peeked out from the kitchen and asked calmly, what's going on? He smiled back, that makes 3 today. Someone nearby muttered, there really are more rats lately. Chuang Yang gritted his teeth, the manager's gonna have his hands full again. Pungi added then. Ying So Bung raised a wooden plank, eyes blazing. Let's wipe them out, loud voices echoed behind, yes big bro. Steps thundered around the hotel as rats scattered everywhere, squeaking chaotically. Amid the chaos, someone shouted in frustration, damn it, why are there so many? No matter how many we catch, there's always more. Hundreds of rats emerged from the floorboards. Chuang Yang raised his club, eyes wide, teeth clenched. No, this number, this is too much. Oh okay, Jiong scrambled up a table and shouted nervously, we have to get this under control before the guests arrive or they'll freak out. Ryang said firmly, Gu Jashin. Gu Jashin smirked, a hint of bloodlust in his eyes. Got it. Dashed outside like a lightning bolt. Leapt into the air, his aura erupting violently. Gu Jashin came crashing down like thunder. Ground caved in beneath him. Deep dark pit formed. He yanked the Rat King up from the depths. Screamed in pain. Gu Jashin grabbed its tail and slammed it into the ground. Chaos erupted. What the hell is that thing? Is that really a rat? It's as big as a wild boar. Rat King, bloodied and battered, collapsed. It roared in fury, eyes burning red like it wanted to set the world on fire. Cracked his knuckles with a wicked grin, eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Palm strike landed squarely on the Rat King's belly, not just brute force, it carried piercing inner energy. Flew several meters away. Rat King lay motionless, blood pooling beneath its body. The little rats around it froze in disbelief. Without a word, they panicked and bolted, stamping out of the hotel like a furry tsunami. He stepped down in surprise. Did they really flee just because their leader died? There's literally none left. Jashin stood calmly, gazing at the unmoving corpse. Muttered, bring firewood, we'll roast it. Ning So Bung burst out laughing, fantastic idea. Meanwhile, back at the 12-gate sect, blazing fire crackled as the giant pot boiled furiously. Spoon suddenly dropped to the ground. King Jiaoryang's face stiffened. That feeling, could the Rat King be dead? Clenched his jaw, that coward was so cautious. Who the heck pulled this off? I'm losing it. Collapsed, groaning, I was this close to mastering the sky-crushing 12 consecutive strikes. He smirked, it's fine, one target still remained. Sunlight pierced through the mountaintops. Bulky wild boar ran madly, eyes full of panic, kicking up dirt with every step. Tiger pounced from the bushes, eyes glowing red with savage intent. Sharp fangs sank into the boar's neck, spraying blood everywhere. Heartbreaking squeal echoed through the valley. Tiger's icy gaze swept across the area. Suddenly a massive bear appeared. Slowly approached, letting out a low growl. Wang Jiaoryang suddenly stood up from a nearby rock. Hey, where's the Tiger King? Tigers glanced at each other in confusion. Atop a tall boulder, a massive striped tiger stood, radiating royal presence as it growled. Wang Jiaoyang spoke grimly, still looking down on me with that smug face. Huh. Sneered, don't want to end up like that other guy, do you? Tiger King trembled slightly, a primal fear bubbling up. Wang Jiaoyang added, the so-called Bear King is now just my winter coat. Tiger's body began to shrink, bones cracking as it condensed. Descended from the rock. Wang Jiaoyang commanded, target, Conlon Hotel on Mount Conlon. Watch their every move and report back. Tiger King let out a loud roar, and its silhouette vanished into the dense forest like lightning. Wang Jiaoyang folded his arms, eyes stern, power close to the face stealer, brains matching the Rat King, and it can shrink to the size of a house cat. Yeah, this one's perfect. Immediately after, Wang Jiaoyang spun around and shot off like a storm, got a finish mastering the heaven-crushing 12 chain strikes. Conlon Hotel. And so he greeted politely, you're back again, sir. A cheerful voice replied, hello, miss. Agok smiled, anyone who's tried it once is bound to come back. Xiamen Biok clasped his hands respectfully, senior. Elder held up his wine bottle and laughed heartily. Care for a drink? The old man beamed, much obliged, senior. Agok's tone lowered, coming all the way from the Xiamen clan at this hour. Something's not so simple, is it? Xiamen Biok set his cup down, I have something to show you. Pulled out the Overlord blade from his bag and said seriously, this is why I came in such a rush. Shocked voice rang out, that's, Xiamen Biok confirmed, indeed this is the Overlord blade. Recounted with a grave tone, it was a gift from the chief of the Great Ming Escort Bureau after we ran into bandits. Thankfully 2 great heroes here saved me, and the blade finally reached my hands. Now I possess 2 of the 10 martial treasures, the dragon scale armor and the Overlord blade. Memories flashed Seok Chung's face, but the guy I captured at the birthday banquet, he was stubborn, tortured him and still didn't say a word. Nagok replied, so that's it, holding 2 of the 10 treasures must feel a little itchy. Xiamen Biok said heavily, exactly, I wish to entrust one to your disciple. Nagok calmly said, nope, he's not my disciple, just a friend. Xiamen Biok was stunned. What? Ryang pointed to the sword on his hip. My master already gave me this blade. I can't accept another. Glanced over at Gu Jashin, who was busy scarfing down food. Gu Jashin flinched as Unryang called out, Gu Jashin, you take it. His expression darkened instantly. Slammed his chopsticks on the table, the sound echoing through the room. Gu Jashin narrowed his eyes and asked suspiciously, what's this about? Xiamen Biok answered solemnly, the Overlord blade, one of the 10 treasures. He lifted the blade, his eyes flashing with interest, and tilted his head. You want me to carry this thing around? The old man nodded. Please, I ask you to hold on to it. Gu Jashin pressed his lips tight, silent for a few seconds. He smirked, all right, fine, let's do this. Xiamen Biok relaxed and smiled. Thank you, I'm counting on you. Gu Jashin bowed his head slightly, eyes gleaming mischievously. If it's too much trouble, I'll just sell it for a good price. Ryang folded his arms, eyes sharp as ice, as if seeing through everything. If you lose it, don't come crying. Shift somewhere on Mount Kunlun. Tiger King stood still in the desolate wilderness. He stared at the rotting corpses scattered around. So it's true, the shells and fluids of the human-faced assassin are everywhere. Who the heck did this? Memory suddenly resurfaced. Even I was poisoned by it once and got wrecked so bad I nearly kicked the bucket. Tiger King looked up. If not for those Taoist priests, I'd be tiger jerky by now. Brief flashback in a snowy wilderness. Unryang shouted in shock, Master, it's a giant tiger. His master stepped forward calmly. It's dying. The old man gently pulled a small vial from his robe. Looks like it got hit with multiple deadly poisons. Ryang took it, blinking. What's this? The elder replied kindly. An antidote, maybe, can't say if it'll work. His eyes landed on the blood-soaked Tiger King lying barely breathing. Let's test fate. Give it to him. Tiger King now stood alone in the forest, sunlight streaming through scarred fur. Guess I got lucky. That antidote saved me. I tried to find him again but never could. Glanced at the rotting corpse of Kai Th letter 1E7. Anyway, you're dead now. That Tiger King bolted into the woods, slicing through bushes. Now it's my turn to act. Conlin Hotel. Wooden sign hung at the entrance, closed for regular holiday. Inside, clashing sounds of weapons and fists echoed loudly. Yang wiped sweat from his brow and laughed. That was awesome. Sam Bonggi nodded with fire in her eyes. Totally. King So Bung stood quietly, took a deep breath, eyes sharp as blades. So the inner core really exists, no joke. Smoke curled up, a rich aroma filled the courtyard. Chuang Yang cheered. Smells better than that wild boar last time. Sam Bonggi smirked. Unbelievable. It's rat meat. Confused voice called out, what is this glowing orb? Gu Jashin replied in a cold tone, that's a core. Ning So Bung was stunned. An inner core, the kind that boosts your internal energy. Glanced at the dumbfounded crowd. If you're curious, why not give it a bite? Everyone's eyes lit up. Chuang Yang asked eagerly, what about you, Gu Jashin? Took a bite of meat, then frowned. Tastes like garbage. I'm skipping this one. Sam Bonggi suddenly opened her eyes wide and nodded repeatedly. I really feel my energy increasing. Ning So Bung shouted, bursting with power. Me too. Gu Jashin gave them a side-eye, y'all overhyping a tiny energy boost like it's a divine breakthrough. Stood up, arms crossed, smirking slyly. Wanna try spider demon meat next, the kind with a human face. Sam Bonggi paled, cold sweat breaking out. You caught the human-faced assassin too. Chuang Yang froze. Wait, that thing's real. Spider legs thudded to the floor. Someone gasped, it's real, but where's its head? Sam Bonggi muttered, how'd you even catch that freak? Suddenly Gu Jashin dashed toward a nearby tiger. Grabbed it effortlessly like picking up a cat. Inside a room, a deep voice muttered, "Honestly, I hate rats more than snakes." Zhou Okjeong slapped the table in fear. "That rat invasion a few days ago, I still have nightmares." Jin Sohee nodded. "Too many, even I felt disgusted." Just then someone grabbed the Tiger King and said, "Well, with this guy here, we're safe now, right?" He beamed, "This is," but he cut her off coldly, "just a cat." And so he stared curiously. "Weird markings for a cat though." Gu Jashin tilted his head. "Not a cat, kill it then." Tiger King froze in terror, face turning pale. "No, please." Whimpered and meowed pathetically. He squealed in delight, cradling it. "It is a cat, so cute." Gentle hand patted its head. "Now those rats won't dare show up here again." Tiger King exhaled in relief, saved again. Just then Unryang stepped forward. "That scent." Sudden memory struck him. That person, could it really be? He drifted around the mountaintop. Wang Jiryong gripped his axe, roaring like a beast. Sharp axe slammed into the ground, scattering debris. Massive explosion shook the land. Stood silently, staring into the deep crater with grim intensity. Murderous aura surged around him, both heaven-splitting 12 strikes and infernal rampage cleaver, fully mastered. "I'm an absolute genius." Burst out laughing. "Let's see who still dares call me just one of the 4 underworld kings. This lord is the one and only supreme." Wang Jiryong suddenly furrowed his brows, a look of irritation flashing in his eyes. He stared toward the distant mountain. "What's taking Tiger King so long? I guess I'll have to go there myself." The Kunlun Hotel. And so he cheerfully greeted, "Welcome, dear guests." Family walked in. "Is this the place giving out free meals?" He froze slightly. That promotion already ended, I'm afraid." Ryang suddenly spoke up. "Let Guan Mupyeong have a seat." Child beamed. "Uncle." Man stepped forward, speaking firmly. "No, that won't do. It's the free period over, then we should pay properly. I'm Mupyeong, father of Guan Mupyeong." Mupyeong smiled and added, "He told me everything, so I came to repay your kindness." Ryang couldn't help but smile. "Very well, let's go with that." Suddenly the door swung open. Wang Jiryong muttered in awe. Such an imposing aura, so this is the Kunlun Hotel. Wang Jiryong frowned at everyone. "HMPH, you bunch of nobodies." Ning So-bung and Nagok's group stared wide-eyed. This dragon guy was spouting nonsense again, and no one even bothered to respond. Jin Sohee was still holding Hwang Yang in her arms, confused about what was going on, but the dragon had already spotted the tiger. Seeing Hwang Yang quietly resting in her embrace, he squinted. "Wait, wasn't that?" While Jin Sohee was cheerfully welcoming guests, Hwang Yang's eyes lit up as he spotted Wang Jiryong and leapt from her arms like a missile. She smiled warmly. "Please sit over here," but the dragon just stood there smugly. "You think I came to this remote dump for a meal?" Ning So-bung clenched his teeth audibly. They were all fired up now. Hwang Yang, Sam Bong-gi, and Ning So-bung all assumed combat stances. "So you're here to pick a fight. If you're not a guest, we won't be so polite." Wang Jiryong was arrogantly loud. "No masters here, just useless mortals. I, the Beast King, have no time to mess with you trash." He waved his arms around like a lunatic and boldly ordered, "All of you, kneel before me now." As Guan Mupyeong's family looked on in terror, he began counting. 1. And then came 2, but someone already stepped forward. Though not a martial artist, Nagok quickly stopped Mupyeong, saying calmly, "It's okay, just stay put." Enraged by their defiance, Wang Jiryong let out a savage roar like a wild beast. 3. The earth trembled, and out of nowhere, blinding red lights exploded, blasting him right out of the hotel. He landed face first into the ground, red sparks still flashing all around him like fireworks. He lay there clueless, dazed like a guy who just woke up from a bender, wondering what hit him. Before he could move, Gu Jashin was already standing beside him, looking down. The dragon jumped up and struck a pose, trying to regain some dignity. "Ha, you want some of this?" The man grinned under his messy bangs and said calmly, "You took that hit well, huh?" Inside the hotel, Yong Peng nodded in approval. "That guy got some skill." Ning So-bung knew Gu Jashin's strength but muttered, "Still gonna get clobbered though." Back to Wang Jiryong, after eating a punch, he started to feel a little uneasy. Looking down, he saw a massive fist imprint on his supposedly impenetrable bamboo mountain armor. What the hell, someone strong lives in this dump. Suddenly, Gu Jashin lunged forward and grabbed him by the throat, squeezing. The dragon's feet lifted off the ground. He was being hoisted like a sack of rice. Gu Jashin tilted his head, smirking. "This is just the warm-up. What are you mumbling about?" The dragon growled, teeth clenched in fury. Out of nowhere he struck, fingers flashing rapidly across the man's body, heaven-shattering 12 combo attack. Gu Jashin's eyes bulged as electric jolts surged through his body. What the heck is happening? Wang Jiryong broke free from the grip, leapt high into the air and retreated. Landing gently, he laughed triumphantly. "Game over, loser." But no, it wasn't over. Gu Jashin simply raised his hand, stared at it and said blandly, "What was that?" It actually stung a bit. Wang Jiryong's jaw dropped, eyes wide. "Wait, that's it, just a little sting." Gu Jashin casually patted himself, shrugged and said, "It kinda tickled. Annoying, really." Wang Jiryong replayed the move in his head, blood flying, flesh exploding, a body-splitting finisher, and yet, just an itch. Gu Jashin's eyes now glowed red, face full of murderous aura. "Your turn, 3 punches, that's all I'll need." This can't be, the dragon's voice cracked in disbelief. Absolutely impossible. Clenching two battle axes, he screamed, damn it, I have to use the Hellstorm Berserker Cleave. But Gu Jashin just stood there silently, watching him put on his little show. Power surged and light flared. Wang Jiaoyang gathered energy for a massive strike. Ning Sobung's crew grinned at the spectacle. Yong Peng shouted, what is that, brother Ning? Is that aura? To which Ning Sobung scoffed, aura, more like cheap parlor tricks. Hearing the whispers and mockery, Wang Jiaoyang gritted his teeth. This berserker heavenly aura only truly awakens at Transformation Realm. You clowns know nothing. Once I'm done with that guy, I'll slaughter the rest of you for fun. Wang Jiaoyang unleashed his attack. Explosions echoed through the skis as chaos erupted. Die. But Gu Jashin didn't dodge, didn't even flinch. He just stood there and tanked it like a boss. Rocks shattered and a giant explosion shook the entire town. Gu Jashin vanished in the debris. The ground cracked open, smoke and dust clouded the air, rubble rained down like apocalypse confetti. Wang Jiaoyang stood proudly among the destruction, cursing, damn rats, why did I have to waste my time on these small fries? The bystanders were pale with shock. Everyone whispered, that had to be aura. Ning Sobung snapped, who said it was? Huang Yang replied, it was you bro. Watching from afar, Zhuge Soming narrowed his eyes, so this guy was the one controlling the rats. Wang Jiaoyang was basking in victory when a voice behind him said casually, done already. He turned around, irritated. A pair of very familiar legs stood there, unmoving, like they'd been waiting forever. When he turned fully and saw Gu Jashin standing there, clothes shredded but unharmed, he completely lost his cool. Gu Jashin spoke calmly, then I guess it's my turn now. Boom, another explosion, rocks flew everywhere like popcorn in a blender. In the blink of an eye, Gu Jashin appeared right in front of Wang Jiaoyang. First, take 3 punches. Fist 1, straight to the face. Wang Jiaoyang flew like a balloon on steroids. 1. He spun wildly in the air, unable to regain control, feeling like a washing machine on turbo mode. As he tumbled, he stuttered, what the hell is this? Before he even hit the ground, Gu Jashin jumped up, ready to deliver round 2. And he did, diving like a missile, slamming into Wang Jiaoyang's chest with full power. 2. His eyes burned with killing intent while his grin showed every tooth. You little punk. Wang Jiaoyang lay on the ground, groaning in agony, looking like a broken action figure. But Gu Jashin wasn't done. He yanked him up for another bonus round. One more punch wouldn't hurt. Wang Jiaoyang, now officially traumatized, begged, W8, hold on. 3, and with that, Gu Jashin sent him flying again, twisting midair, blood spraying like a horror movie finale. Meanwhile, inside the hotel, Guan Mu Pyong's family was enjoying their meal. Ma Pyong praised, it's so good it made me cry. The kid added, delicious, uncle. Even the old lady declared, I'll return every year until I die. Unrayang smiled and told Guan Mu Pyong, you must come back. The boy politely waved, goodbye uncle, take care. Unrayang also gave Ma Pyong life advice, a man must chase goals for life to have meaning, teach him that. Ma Pyong nodded, I'll remember your words forever. The scene turned oddly peaceful, the sky was clear, the majestic mountains stood tall like guardians. Sunlight pierced through the leaves, dancing on the grass, and Wang Jiaoyang was still lying there, unconscious. He coughed a few times and finally opened his eyes, wide and full of regret. Groaning in pain, he crawled up, muttering unintelligible sounds like a broken robot. No way, I lost. He looked around. This felt more like a public execution than a fair fight. He beat me with just his fists. That wasn't even high-level martial arts. The emotional damage hit harder than the fists. He bit down in frustration. What was all my training for? Just as he was drowning in despair, a spine-chilling voice came from behind. You're surprisingly durable. He turned around and screamed, ah! Gu Jashin stood there, calm and terrifying. Get back in the hotel, he said like a strict dad. Inside the hotel, Unrayang had already dropped his usual warm smile, now exuding an air of stern authority. Sitting squarely in the middle of the lobby, he addressed the kneeling Wang Jiaoyang, you have great martial skill, but your heart is twisted. 2 paths lie ahead. Calmly but firmly, Unrayang stated, you must choose, cripple your cultivation, or die. Wang Jiaoyang turned pale, consumed by fear. Unrayang crossed his arms, silently waiting for an answer. Wang Jiaoyang, though scared, still resisted. You want to cripple my power, you, some sissy scholar in fancy robes. As the silence dragged, Unrayang grew visibly impatient. Nagak kindly advised, just listen, it'll be better that way. But Wang Jiaoyang's pride spiraled. Even that old man's mocking me now. Nagak furrowed his brow and warned again, that's still better than dying, you know. Sweating bullets, Wang Jiaoyang shivered as Nagak's powerful aura flared. Even he's stronger than me, what kind of nightmare is this? Jin Sohee walked up gently and reminded, Grandpa Nagak, maybe don't drink so much. He laughed heartily and chugged from his expensive flask. this is just the appetizer, dear. Wang Jiryong, now completely rattled, muttered to himself, Nagok, wasn't he one of the top white pathmasters of the previous generation? What even is this place? On the side, Zhuge Soming approached Unryang and addressed him by his alias, Brother Byok Yu, a moment please. Zhuge Soming shared his observation, that man, he's one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Black Path, known as the Beast King. His voice wasn't loud, but just enough for nearby Ning So Bung to hear. Everyone broke into a cold sweat. The Beast King, that Wang Jiryong, Sam Bongyi stammered, what do we do now? Zhuge Soming continued, clearly stating his plan to Unryang. He has a unique ability, he could be very useful to us. Footsteps echoed as Unryang approached. Standing tall in front of him, Unryang repeated one last time, make your choice, give up your power and live like a normal man. His tone grew sharper, or, keep your core and work at our hotel. Wang Jiryong, now panicking, ran mental calculations at lightning speed. What the hell kind of options are these? Before he could answer, Unryang added casually, of course you'll start out as a temp, obviously. He then pointed toward Ning So Bung's crew, just like those guys over there. Still kneeling, Wang Jiryong clenched his teeth in defeat. Damn it, I trained like hell for my heaven-shattering 12 combo and Hellstorm Berserker axe, and this is what I get. He thought of Gu Jashin's bloodshot stare that looked ready to devour him. Just the memory was enough to give him goosebumps. With a bitter sigh, Wang Jiryong finally decided, fine, I'll work here. Unryang clasped his hands behind his back and said, follow me. By now the sun had risen high, the scorching rays burning down from above. He led Wang Jiryong to the hotel's back courtyard and stopped in front of a large rock. See that rock? Wang Jiryong nodded, I do. Unryang coldly assigned the task, chisel that into a stone table, make 4 times more than the number of tables we already have in the hotel. Hearing that, Wang Jiryong felt utterly insulted. He asked in dismay, you've got to be kidding, but Unryang had already activated his inner energy, glaring at him coolly. Adding a little more power for flair, Unryang looked even scarier. Or would you prefer returning to your regular peasant life? Just the sight was enough to send chills down Wang Jiryong's spine. He spun around and got to work. I'll get started right away. Unryang had barely walked away when Wang Jiryong began mumbling, that Gu Jashin guy, and even that chef, they're both at reverse aging stage. Meanwhile, Ning So Bung's group, eavesdropping inside the hotel, also got called out, you guys come too. Taking them to a nearby forest, Unryang pointed, see that dried up old tree over there? One guy replied nervously, why yes. They all thought, oh great, what now? Unryang ordered, use it to make a water trough as tall as I am. Ning So Bung laughed, leave it to us. His 2 underlings chimed in confidently, big bro, this job's easy stuff now. Back to the fallen Beast King, Wang Jiryong was laser-focused, channeling his inner energy. He flew up and hacked away at the massive rock with 2 axes. Stone chips flew everywhere. Once a martial arts legend, now reduced to hotel construction crew, at least he was productive. On the other side, Ning So Bung's group was also hammering away with equal enthusiasm. The forest echoed with the thunder of chisels and wood splinters. Scene shift inside Honghua restaurant in Qinghai. The atmosphere buzzed with chatter and clinking bowls. At one table sat 2 guests enjoying their meal, clearly travelers. One servant said, Qinghai's livelier than I expected, young master. The other man, clearly the young master, casually poured another cup of wine. Indeed. As he downed the wine, he added, for our Tang clan to rival the Namgung family, we must seize control of Qinghai. This man was none other than Tang Salmon, 3rd young master of the Tang clan, one of the 5 great clans. His servant laughed, shame that the 4 Dragons Guild fell apart before they could even be used. Tang Salmon set his cup down and mused, the Black Dragon and Gu Diaki have vanished. The rest reportedly attacked Kunlun but got wiped out halfway up the mountain. The restaurant quieted, only the 2 of them continued talking. I also heard dozens of Black Path corpses were found recently, one said. The other nodded, so did I. Footsteps pounded toward them. Someone shouted, well, what do we have here? A gang of 3 appeared looking rough and rowdy. One barked, who are these unfamiliar faces? But Tang Salmon and his servant stayed calm, watching. Tang Salmon's servant squinted, who the heck are you guys? One thug leaned in way too close, you sure look like outsiders. His breath smelled like rotting onions. Tang's servant instinctively covered his nose. The guy slammed a pig sticker knife onto the table and tried to intimidate. We're the new gang running this town. With one hand gripping the knife and the other pointing dramatically, he yelled, this is the great Gu Junsang, boss of the fearsome Soul Demon Gang. You're lucky to meet him. After all that loud self-intro, Tang Salmon's servant didn't even flinch. They didn't react at all, 0 interest given. The loudmouth didn't get the hint and kept ranting. It's still early, probably no one else here even knows martial arts. Tang Salmon casually handed over 2 pills, one for himself, one for his servant. Eat up. Ignoring the Gu Junseng crew entirely, Tang Salmon stood up. Let's go. His servant followed without question. One thug muttered bitterly, what the heck? As they walked off, the thug lost it and screamed, hey, you punks, stop right there. Gu Junseng finally stepped up, wielding his axe with menace. Who gave you permission to leave? Tang Salmon's subordinate gave a sly grin. I warned you, best if you stay still. Without engaging, the 2 of them calmly continued down the stairs, their footsteps echoing with calm confidence. Furious, Gu Junseng lunged forward, swinging his axe. You bastards, do you even know who I am? But he suddenly froze. Something felt very, very wrong. His face twisted into a horrified grimace. With no warning, he collapsed, rolling down the stairs, howling in pain. His lackeys panicked at the sight and shouted, hey, stop right there. As if expecting this, Tang Salmon's aide clicked his tongue mockingly. Tusk. I told you, our Tang sect's latest creation, Shadow Emperor's silent poison. Invisible, undetectable, lethal to anyone who uses inner power. What we ate earlier, the antidote. The 2 of them walked out of Honghua restaurant, continuing on their path ahead. Scene shifts to the Kunlun Hotel. A completed water trough stood perfectly placed on the ground. Look here. Showing off the result, one of the workers beamed. I chiseled this thing like a madman for 2 days straight. Unrayang inspected it with a nod of mild approval. It's quite useful. The whole group jumped with joy as if they'd won the lottery. But their celebration was cut short when Unrayang, already walking away, said, all right then now. He stopped at a visible spot and pointed, see that waterfall over there, go fetch water and fill it to the brim. Looking at the trough they had just finished, he added, this water will be used for the hotel's daily needs. Ning So Bung tried whining, but there's a stream right here, Unrayang explained patiently. Isn't that water already used by the Kunlun sect? Zhuge Soming appeared and kindly explained, sometimes that stream runs low, soon we'll have even more guests, just do it. Meanwhile, Wang Jiaoyang was making good progress, finishing the final touches. The scraping of his axe against the stone shrieked through the air. Unrayang smiled and said to Zhuge Soming, as expected, with stronger inner power comes greater speed. He gave a thumbs up toward Wang Jiaoyang, clearly impressed. But Wang Jiaoyang was filled with tears of regret. To think, the mighty king of beasts reduced to chopping rocks with the twin axes of despair. As Unrayang and Zhuge Soming admired the work, someone walked up and called out Unrayang's alias, Brother Byok, how have you been? The man was none other than the head of the Zhuge family. Zhuge Soming greeted him warmly, Father. Unrayang led Zhuge Soming over to greet the elders. You're here, he said politely. The Zhuge patriarch nodded, yes, I came with a few old friends. One of them stepped forward, I am Nak Xiangshu, head of the Nak clan from Wuhan. Another followed eagerly, I'm Muk Diho, elder of the Hio clan from Yungxiang. The third smiled gently, Yang Bongyi, leader of the Yang clan from Yuisang. Jinsohi walked out and politely bowed, please, honored guests, have a seat. Suddenly, the doors burst open. Entering with full swagger was none other than the Moyang clan, Moyang Chin, Moyang Soso, and Moyang Yung. Jinsohi lit up, eyes sparkling. Welcome, honored guests, she thought to herself, wow, we're packed today. The Zhuge patriarch asked, do you have noodles? Jinsohi beamed, of course, shall I bring 3 bowls? The old man grinned, and a plate of dumplings too. As Jinsohi passed by Moyangchin, she noticed the Zhuge patriarch sitting near Sam Bongyi across the table. Surprised, Moyangchin stood up and walked over. Is that Senior Zhuge? The elder squinted, you're. Zhuge patted his shoulder, smiling warmly. Aren't you Moyangchin, the second son of the Moyang family? What a small world. Chin respectfully bowed, yes, senior. Beaming, Chin added, let me introduce my 2 younger brothers. I heard the noodles here are amazing, so we came to try them together. Moyang Yung and Moyang Soso both bowed politely. I am Moyang Yung. I am Moyang Soso. The Zhuge patriarch nodded in approval. Oh, so the 3 of you came together, Chin chuckled, scratching his head. Well, I've already settled down, but my brothers here are both ready for marriage. The Zhuge patriarch raised an eyebrow. Marriageable age, you say? Moyangchin laughed heartily. Exactly, I heard Lady Xiamen Hai often visits this place. Zhuge chuckled and patted his shoulder. Ah, so that's it. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, but Lady Xiamen doesn't come every day, you know. Sam Bongyi, while setting dishes on the table, chimed in cheerfully. She's supposed to visit today. A nearby guest perked up. Oh, really? Just then, a clear voice rang out. Welcome, honored guests. The 3 Moyang brothers turned simultaneously, jaws dropping. When they saw Xiamen Byok and Xiamen Hai entering, everyone gasped, wow, we just mentioned them. Xiamen Byok casually greeted, oh, isn't that the Zhuge patriarch? Zhuge stood up slowly, indeed, a pleasure to meet you again. Moyangchin seized the moment, leaning out and asking, Lord Xiamen, how have you been? Xiamen Byok frowned, the second Moyang son is here too. Moyang-chan smoothly reintroduced his brothers. These are my younger brothers, Moyang-young and Moyang-soso Bode, Junior Moyang-young, Junior Moyang-soso. Xiamen-hai replied gently, nice to meet you, I am Xiamen-hai. Moyang-young stammered shyly, hello. From the lush forests and boundless skies came a sudden tremor, breaking the peaceful stillness. A group of towering, intimidating warriors leapt into the sky. No one in their right mind would dare pick a fight. Two men landed gracefully among them, their movements fluid and practiced. Among them was Nam Gung-hyuk, the fourth son of the Nam Gung family. The middle-aged man beside him whispered, let's not draw attention with wild energy, let's walk from here. The boy nodded, yes, uncle. The man looked out with complex emotions. We came to Kunlun under your father's orders to scout the situation, but I wonder if we'll meet the elder you mentioned, Hyuk asked. You mean Yong-pung? Standing tall, Hyuk declared with conviction, I'd love to meet him again. He glanced at Guangdong and the burly man beside him, recalling that both were elite warriors, loyal subordinates of his uncle. Hyuk suddenly looked awkward and flustered. Up ahead was a small cabin deep in the woods. Someone spoke up, I'm starving, how about we grab a bite there first? Another agreed, sure, let's do it. The four of them approached the hut. Leading the way, Hyuk said, a guest house this deep in the forest, how are they not bankrupt? Guangdong calmly replied, they just lack an eye for fortune, that's all. The door creaked open slowly. Inside, the room was packed with cheerful people chatting away. Hyuk couldn't believe his eyes. What is this place? His eyes widened in shock as he froze at a familiar figure. He spotted the Zhuge patriarch enjoying a meal. Is that Senior Zhuge? Scanning the room, Hyuk also noticed Moyang-chan sitting comfortably. That's Moyang-chan from the Moyang family. Then he saw Xiamen Byok and Xiamen Hai eating together. Even the Xiamen family was here. The Zhuge patriarch called out, oh, isn't that Namgung Ti? Hyuk and the older man bowed, greetings, Patriarch Zhuge. The old man blinked in disbelief. 4 out of the 5 great clans gathered here. What a rare occasion. The middle-aged man nodded, you're absolutely right. Huang Yang raised his head. Wait, isn't this basically a full reunion of the 5 great clans? Ning Sobung was speechless. Sambong Gi shrugged, you never know, we've already got 4. Ning Sobung muttered stubbornly, as if Tang clan would show up here. Sure, they're one of the 5 great clans, but they're lone wolves. His men nodded, yeah, that sounds about right. In a dark corner of the room, 2 hooded figures sat unnoticed. They'd been listening to the entire conversation. One of them sneered, if the third young master sees this, his reaction will be priceless. The other's eyes gleamed. What a bizarre in this is. The bearded man mumbled under his breath, so, is the mission complete? The other one mouthed back silently, you mean the Shadow Emperor's silent poison? He recalled when he laced the water with poison, confidently muttering, all taken care of. I've dissolved Shadow Emperor's silent poison into the shared water tank. The man beside him looked uneasy, lowering his head, but the 5 great clans are here. Even their patriarchs showed up. The other man cut him off sharply, we just follow orders, what happens next isn't our concern. Outside, Tang Salmon and his aide had arrived. The aide pointed toward a small house in the distance. That's the place, third young master. Tang Salmon furrowed his brows, suspicious. The more he thought about it, the sketchier it seemed. No way the current Kunlun could outshine the 4 Dragons Guild, they probably have nothing to do with the recent events. Stepping forward cautiously, he added, just in case, I already slipped some Shadow Emperor's poison into their water. His aide flattered, as expected of you, young master. The aide then asked, but why use water? Wouldn't inhalable poison work instantly? Tang Salmon explained patiently, too many targets. Water ensures wider coverage. With that, he raised a hand and pushed open the door. But as soon as they stepped inside, the sight before them left them completely stunned. Xiamen Byok held up a juicy piece of meat, savoring it. Oh my, this is divine. The Zhuge patriarch smiled, you must try the noodles, it's so good it melts on the tongue. Nam Gung-hyuk drooled uncontrollably. This dish is heavenly. The middle-aged man beside him agreed joyfully, best thing I've eaten in my life. Tang Salmon clenched his jaw, bewildered. 4 clans of the 5 greats, what madness is this? His aide suddenly blurted, wait, didn't you poison the water that the 5 great clans are now drinking? Tang panicked and slapped a hand over the guy's mouth. You fool, he scolded, you just said that out loud, use transmission voice, not your actual mouth. The aide whispered nervously, sorry, I panicked. Tang's mind raced, if anyone circulates inner power, they'll spit blood and die, then the blame. Without hesitation, he turned to leave, signaling his aide, we need to bail now. But before they could move, the Zhuge patriarch spotted him. Ah, isn't that young master Tang Salmon? Tang froze stiff. Moyang-chan admired, you really do know someone everywhere, Sir Zhuge. The elder smiled warmly, this is the 3rd young master of the Tang sect from Sichuan. The middle-aged man snapped his head toward him, thoughts racing. HMPH, even the Tang sect is here. Nam Gung-hyuk scowled. What the heck is he doing here? Zhuge greeted him kindly. May I ask what brings you here, young master? Tang Salmon replied awkwardly. I heard a rumor and came to check it out. Glancing over at Xiaomanhai, who was happily eating, the Zhuge patriarch teased, Oh ho, did you perhaps hear Lady Xiaomanhai might be here? Xiaoman Biok slammed his hand on the table and laughed. Ho ho ho, so many suitors for my daughter today. Clenching his fist, he declared, then we'll just have to see who's worthy. Tang Salmon flinched, turning pale. Xiaoman Biok continued grandly, whoever gets there first gets the chance. He looked around, fired up, and shouted, all right, who's stepping up first? Tang Salmon grabbed his head in panic. Crap, if something happens now, they'll discover the poison, and since I'm from the infamous Poison Tang sect, I'll be suspect number one. Moyangyung boldly stood up. Allow me to go first. Xiaoman Biok was pleased. Brave indeed, 1 extra point. Moyangyung laughed. Haha, much appreciated, patriarch. He sneaked a glance at Xiaomanhai standing behind her father. His cheeks turned red. Moyangyung was completely struck by her beauty, even though she was blissfully munching away, unaware of the chaos unfolding. Xiaoman Biok assumed a ready stance. I'll only use 30% of my power, Moyangyung replied eagerly, then I'll have to go with over 50. Gritting his teeth, Xiaoman Biok powered up. Hiya, Moyangyung matched his energy, facing him proudly and without fear. Both launched powerful punches at the same time, an earth-shaking clash that rocked the entire inn. Tang Salmon scratched his head in panic. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, what do I do now? Suddenly, a faint sound caught Tang Salmon's attention. His eyes widened in shock. Applause echoed through the room. Xiaoman Biok cheered. Still much to learn, Moyang lad. Moyangyung bowed respectfully. It's an honor, sir. Tang Salmon was drenched in sweat, muttering in disbelief. What is this? They're all fine. Xiaoman Biok, full of momentum, asked cheerfully. All right, who's next? Tang glanced at his men and signaled secretly. What's going on? Didn't you say you poisoned the water? One of them trembled. We did, I swear. A chilling voice suddenly cut through the air. You're the ones who poisoned the water, aren't you? Tang and his 3 men froze in terror. Tang nervously transmitted to his subordinates. Did you hear that? His aide whispered. That wasn't transmission. Someone is speaking directly into our minds. Tang stiffened, his face turning grim. Radiant mind voice. Footsteps approached, growing louder and more menacing with each step. It was none other than Unryong. Hands behind his back, he said coldly. Tang Salmon's group outside now. One of the aides stuttered. Is it really him? Tang nodded. Seems so. Unryong led them outside. In the courtyard, Wang Jiryong was still diligently hammering away. Then Unryong's tone shifted, stern and threatening. If I hear even half a lie, none of you will leave here alive. He scanned each of them calmly. From what I heard in your transmission, you're with the Tang sect of Sichuan. Tang gasped internally. He heard transmission? How is that even possible? Unryong questioned firmly. Tang sect is one of the 5 great clans of the righteous path. Why stoop to this? His intimidating aura radiated with righteous pressure. Tang thought nervously. This man must be a reclusive master of terrifying skill, able to hear thoughts and use radiant mind voice. He dared not blink, focusing every shred of attention on Unryong. This guy has to be one of those reverse-aging grandmasters. That voice boomed again inside Tang's mind, paralyzing him. Keep lying and you die. Trembling, Tang bowed deeply. Senior, I am guilty beyond forgiveness. I came to investigate because strange events were reported around here. Unryong replied coolly. Continue. Tang cautiously explained. I suspected a mysterious enemy force may be hiding in the area. Unryong cut him off sharply. This isn't your Tang sect's territory. What makes you think your enemies are here? Tang stuttered. Well. Losing patience, Unryong snapped. Speak now. He towered a whole head above Tang, blocking out the sun like a final boss. Tang could only mumble, ooh. Finally, Tang bowed low and confessed. Our Tang sect seeks to rival the Namgung clan. We believed seizing control of Qinghai was the first step. One aide spoke up. Third young master, Tang snapped. Shut it, then silently signaled his men. Everyone kneel. The Tang subordinates exchanged nervous glances, drowning in awkward silence. Then they dropped to their knees before Unryong as Tang begged, Please, senior, spare our lives and we'll leave immediately, never to return. But to their surprise, Unryong replied gently, There's no need for that. He continued, Better that righteous sects like yours stay here than to let evil groups like the 4 dragons run free. Tang's mouth fell open. Arms crossed, Unryong declared, Though your sect uses poison and medicine are separated by the thinnest line. Used wisely, it heals. He delivered his final judgment calmly, leaving Tang dumbfounded. So no, I don't believe poison is inherently evil. But his voice turned harsh again. However, poisoning the water, endangering lives, that is a serious offense. Tang collapsed to the ground, trembling. Senior, I swear, I will never do it again. A second later, Tang heard Ryang's voice in his head again. I will give you one chance. Tang looked up in disbelief. Ryang, as calm as ever, continued, if you've scouted the area, then you must know a village called South Road Village. Tang nodded quickly. Yes, I do. Ryang's expression darkened. There's a pharmacy there. You will deliver half of your sect's most precious medicinal herbs to it. Tang's eyes bulged, jaw dropping. Half. Ryang remained firm. You have 3 days. If you fail, I'll come to Tang's sect myself. Back at Kunlun, sunlight filtered softly through the vibrant green clouds above. Yongpeng sat quietly inside a small room, staring at the purple inner core placed neatly on a cushioned mat. He picked up the core and studied it seriously. His internal energy was now strong enough to absorb it. Without hesitation, he popped it into his mouth, chewed thoroughly, and swallowed. A surge of violent energy erupted within him. Yongpeng clenched his face, doing his best to endure and adapt. A powerful windstorm burst forth, ravaging the space around him. The sheer pressure shook the entire room. Trembling, Yongpeng struggled to withstand the monstrous force. The spiritual energy kept building. Though his original level was barely at half a jiazi, thanks to Byokyu's guidance, he had managed to draw on heaven and earth's kai, far surpassing ordinary cultivation. Yongpeng took deep breaths, trying to keep his breathing as steady as possible. Amid the raging storm, Yongpeng pushed himself off the floor. After absorbing the core of the masked hand, he had reached 1.5 jiazi, something that would normally take 90 years of bitter training. Outside, someone came rushing in a panic, shouting, Yongpeng, junior brother. Yongyuek burst through the door, yelling, Yongpeng, the elders are looking for you. But before he could react, a strong gust of wind blasted him backward. Standing calmly in the room, Yongpeng smiled, oh, senior brother, you're here. Meanwhile, at Kunlun Sect's taking hall, the air was solemn and still. Facing 4 elders, Yongpeng bowed respectfully. You summon me, elders. One elder replied sternly, you must answer truthfully, no lies. Yongpeng stood tall and replied like a true gentleman, ask anything, I shall obey. The elder placed 2 books on the table, Ryang's Great 8 Forms and Heavenly Void Dragon Severance Technique. What's the deal with these martial texts? Yongpeng answered gently, they were taught to me by a senior of our sect. The elder wasn't convinced. A senior, you say? Who could that be? Apart from the Bai ancients here, who else outranks us? Yongpeng froze. I can't mention him, he thought. Before he could say more, Bindo stepped in smoothly. Those books were discovered in a cave, elders. Yongpeng looked at Bindo, shocked and confused. Bindo respectfully bowed. Apologies for arriving late to the meeting. The elder relaxed a little and asked, so, you did find an inheritance scroll? Bindo nodded without hesitation. Yes, we stumbled upon a strange cave while visiting the Nam Gung estate. He continued seriously. Inside was an ancient skeleton and the martial text lying beside it. The elder still looked skeptical. Is that really true? Yongpeng stared at Bindo with a mix of confusion and gratitude. You helped me out because you knew I was in a bind. Inwardly moved, he silently thanked him. Thank you, master. Meanwhile, Bindo's nerves were stretched thin. If the Kunlun Hotel incident leaks out, I'll never show my face again. Yongmok finally spoke up. The scroll stated that the author was from the Kunlun sect, wishing to share the fruits of his cultivation with fellow disciples. The elder remained skeptical. Still, that martial scroll is suspiciously clean. Yongmok replied quickly, that's because the original was too damaged. Yongpeng copied it all over again. Truly? The elder asked gently. Yongpeng replied firmly, yes, sir. Inside, he thought, I only wanted to preserve a treasure from the elders of Kunlun, who knew it'd almost cause a scene. The elder sighed, stroking his beard in thought for a long while. Then he exchanged a glance with Beak Song and another elder. They both nodded in agreement. Finally, he raised the 2 manuals and declared, this legacy left by Kunlun's predecessors is a great blessing. Let it be stored in the Celestial Archive for all Kunlun disciples to study. Yongpeng quietly rejoiced, yes, that's even better. Back at Kunlun, 4 people sat in a circle discussing. Bindo asked curiously, did he really teach you directly? Yongpeng instantly replied like a robot, yes. Bindo crossed his arms, eyes downcast. As I thought, only a reverse-aging grandmaster could have passed on such martial arts. He then asked, so you've mastered it all? Yongpeng beamed, yes, I have. Yongyuek looked at him, bewildered. No wonder you're acting different lately. Yongmok, emotional, covered his face and cried, hoo, I kept dreaming of grinding that stone. Yongyuek sniffled, Yongpeng, it's like we've been reborn. Yongmok grinned, from now on I'm living clean and proper. Bindo kindly reminded Yongpeng, if that senior ever asks about us, say a few nice things, all right. Yongpeng raised his voice full of conviction, don't worry, I got it covered. Suddenly the door slammed open and a disciple burst in. Master, big trouble. Bindo scowled, you barge in without warning. The disciple froze and stammered, forgive me, master, it's urgent. Panicked, he announced, people from the Namgung clan have come to spar and our disciples are getting wrecked. Bindo gasped. What? He led everyone outside. The disciple added, all the senior brothers have already been taken down. Bindo arrived to see his students sprawled across the courtyard, some groaning, others wheezing on the ground. Namgung Hyok stood proudly, holding a wooden practice sword. Good thing this is a training weapon, or this would have been ugly. A stranger stood beside him, laughing loudly. As expected from the Namgung clan, such generosity to come and share martial arts much appreciated. The elder politely offered, please, let's discuss the alliance between Kunlun and Namgung inside. The man replied coolly, startling the elder, an alliance requires equal footing, otherwise what's the point? He glanced at the defeated Kunlun disciples and scoffed, if one side is this weak, it's not a partnership, it's charity. He glared arrogantly at the elder, or maybe you're just going easy on us to force an alliance, I doubt your intentions. The elder panicked, and no, never. The man pointed at his disciples, then prove it, let's see what your sect is really made of. Guangdong stood tall, exuding raw presence like a lion in a storm. Some Kunlun disciples gasped, is that Guangdong? Another whispered, wait, who is he famous? A kind disciple answered, he's from Guangdong, once among the 10 strongest swordsmen in the region. Another was shocked, and now he's joined the Namgung clan. Guangdong finally spoke, his deep voice ringing out, I've long admired Kunlun swordsmanship. Today I humbly request a lesson. Silence fell like a hammer, no one dared to breathe, let alone speak. The Namgung elder smirked arrogantly. Bindo, unconvinced, fumed inwardly, is Kunlun really being mocked like this? Guangdong gave a mocking glance, seems like this trip was a waste, senior brother. The Namgung elder chuckled falsely, then let's forget this so-called alliance between Namgung and Kunlun, shall we? Bindo stammered, about that. Amidst the tension, a sudden voice interrupted the conversation, hold it right there. Bindo boldly stepped forward and calmly introduced himself, I am Bindo, elder of the Kunlun sect. The other man asked slyly, so you plan to make a move? But to his surprise, Bindo replied indifferently, no need for me to dirty my hands. He then confidently pointed toward Yongpeng and cleared his throat, beat my disciple first, then we'll talk. Yongpeng respectfully clasped his hands, I am Yongpeng of Kunlun, greetings, original celestial lord. Seeing him, Guangdong secretly evaluated Yongpeng carefully. Such explosive aura, I wasn't mistaken. Turns out Kunlun still has talents like this. Yongmok anxiously whispered to Bindo, Master, will this be okay? Bindo casually replied, on the way here, Yongpeng told me something. Flashback. Yongpeng had resolutely pleaded with Bindo, I've just encountered a great fortune and consumed the core of the human-faced tree. If anyone wants to challenge us, please let me face them. Back in the present, Yongpeng stepped into the arena to duel Guangdong. The man quietly gripped his sword, thinking, even so, his combat experience must be lacking. Guangdong gritted his teeth and dashed forward at lightning speed. I'll end this fast with a swift sword strike. Yongpeng furrowed his brows, focusing all his strength and inner energy. He effortlessly blocked Guangdong's attack, the clash of swords creating a blinding flash. Guangdong's hand began trembling uncontrollably. He sneered through gritted teeth, my tiger's mouth is going numb. Yongpeng seized the moment, leapt forward and counterattacked. Blow after blow, neither yielded, yet the momentum was clearly tilting toward Yongpeng. Guangdong began to feel uneasy, his eyes widened, am I fighting a freaking dragon? He spun his sword and retreated a few steps, gathering force. Fine, I'll use my deadliest snake strike. As he swung, a ferocious white serpent appeared, mouth wide open, lunging for the juicy prey, white serpent's soil fang. Not to be outdone, Yongpeng unleashed a technique 10 times more powerful. A giant dragon burst from the earth, roaring to the heavens with majestic fury. One of the swords suddenly flew far out of the battle. It stabbed into the ground while 2 silhouettes chased each other across the sky. Namgung Hyok stood frozen, unable to believe his eyes, his face stiffened with complicated emotions. Disciples of Kunlun were stunned silent by what they had witnessed. Facing the untouched Yongpeng, Guangdong panted and reluctantly admitted, I lost. Applause erupted, the people of Kunlun beamed with radiant smiles. They shouted Yongpeng's name in unison, cheering him on, Yongpeng, Yongpeng. Namgung Hyok was dumbfounded. No way, that's Guangdong, I thought it'd take 100 moves, not a handful. Bindo coolly asked, was that proof enough for you? Why yes it was, the man stammered. Namgung Hyok looked utterly defeated, eyes cast downward in shame. The elder puffed his chest proudly and teased, well, are you all satisfied now? Knowing the man couldn't show his face anymore, the elder smoothly offered, come inside, let's talk about that alliance. Yongpeng quietly watched as the elder led him away, cheerfully adding, please have some tea. He smiled proudly, heart filled with joy, thank you elder from the bottom of my heart. Zhang Ligang sat with his hand propped under his chin at a stone table, the surroundings dimly lit by only a few torches. A voice suddenly echoed in his ear, "Greedy sword Zhang Ligang, sir." Dark fiend loomed behind him, emanating an oppressive demonic aura. Zhang Ligang sneered, "Long time no see, your inner power, grown even thicker." Dark fiend humbly replied, "You're too kind, sir." He suddenly got serious. "The task you gave me isn't complete, but your urgent summon told me this must be important." Zhang Ligang nodded. "Sit down first." Dark fiend bluntly asked, "So what's this about?" Zhang Ligang calmly began, "Halfway up Mount Kunlun there's an inn called Kunlun Hotel. Rumor says it's where the 5 great clans are gathering." Seeing that Dark fiend was still puzzled, he frowned. "I have a feeling they're plotting something shady." Zhang Ligang continued suspiciously, "I think even the Beast King has gotten involved." Dark fiend was shocked. "What?" He couldn't believe it. How could they cooperate with that villain from the Dark Path, the Beast King? Zhang Ligang explained patiently. "According to our scouts, that's exactly what's happening." He narrowed his eyes, wary. "You know how the Beast King is, knows everything under the sun. He's basically the martial world's news network." Zhang Ligang didn't hesitate. "First, see if he can be recruited," Dark Fiend asked plainly, "and if he can't?" Zhang Ligang's face darkened. "If he agrees to work with us but still colludes with the 5 clans, we'll have to eliminate him." In Namlo village, peace and silence filled the air, mountain ridges stretching in the distance beneath a clear blue sky with soft golden sunlight. A place called Herbal Clinic was neatly written on a simple wooden sign. For some reason, a long line had formed today, creating a surprisingly lively and bustling scene. One person in line said excitedly, "Never thought I'd live to see this day in Namlo village." Someone behind chimed in joyfully, "Free medicine, sounds fake but it's real." Inside the house, the physician was checking a villager's pulse. "Let me see here." After the checkup, Okayo declared confidently, "Chi blocked, cold invading, your body's weak. No booze, got it? I'll write the prescription, get your meds over there." The man was deeply moved, hands clasped in gratitude. "Oh heavens, thank you doctor, how could I ever repay you?" Okayo laughed and gestured toward Unryang. "Don't thank me, thank the noble man over there." The man eagerly ran to him. "Truly grateful, sir." But Unryang calmly pointed outside at Tang Salmon and his men. "Wasn't me, thank those gentlemen out there." At that, the crowd swarmed Tang Salmon like bees to honey, shouting, "That's the one who donated the medicine, such a great deed." Everyone bowed sincerely before Tang Salmon and his crew. Thank you, may blessings shower upon you." Tang Salmon's mouth hung open. He mourned silently, "Half our sex herbs gone, and behind father's back too, oh no." One subordinate whispered reassuringly, "Master, think of it this way, this might not be misfortune. If word spreads, the reputation of the Sichuan Tang clan in this area will soar." Tang Salmon nodded thoughtfully. You might be right, maybe father won't be too angry then." Wang Jiaryang was now lifting a massive boulder with both arms. He calmly tossed it into a cleared patch of land ahead of him. A stone pillar engraved with neat characters read, "Kunlun Hotel, the birthplace of our first dish," created in a rather quirky way. Zhuge Soming looked at the growing crowd gathering near the stone pillar and nodded in satisfaction. "The traffic's better than before, this place really has excellent feng shui." Seizing the moment, Zhuge Soming shouted boldly, "Everyone lining up, please come closer, I work for the famous Kunlun Hotel." A few folks murmured in complaint, Yeah, we've been there once, but the road up was a nightmare." Zhuge Soming patiently explained, "True, the mountain path was rough, but not anymore." Holding paper and brush, he beamed, "From now on, if you ever crave a Kunlun dish, just write it down." Zhuge Soming then placed the note next to a golden bell hidden in a stone drawer. "Just drop it in this hollow under the stone pillar." He shook the golden bell dramatically and declared, "Once rung, the gourmet delights of Kunlun shall fly to you." The guests, half skeptical, half intrigued, asked, "Seriously, that's a thing now?" To boost credibility, Zhuge Soming turned to Wang Jiaryang. "Brother, the birds here obey your command, right? Could you send notes through them when they hear the bell?" Wang Jiaryang's face darkened as he ground his teeth, making Zhuge Soming nearly wet himself. "You think I trained as a beast king just to become a glorified male pigeon?" Just then, Unryang arrived with perfect timing. "This is no trivial matter, it's a vital mission." Wang Jiaryang instantly transformed, bowed politely and said, "Ah yes, leave it to me, it shall be done." Gu Jashin peeked out from the stone pillar, clearly conflicted. With a single finger he inscribed boldly on the pillar, "Whoever dares destroy this shall perish by my hand, Gu Jashin." Back at the familiar woodland, haven nestled in the mountains. Ningso Bung, Okayo, and Huang Yang were stunned when Unryang said, "I'll now pass down 2 simple martial arts to you. One is the nameless internal technique, the other the 10,000-mile gale steps." Huang Yang echoed, "Nameless internal technique." Okayo raised a brow. 10,000-mile step. Unryang smirked confidently, these are my own creations, no sect in the world can rival them. The crowd instantly erupted in excitement. Unryang remained calm, with this footwork you can run 10,000 miles without fatigue. Okayo blinked, not for fighting, Ning So Bung muttered, so just running. Hwang Yang looked crushed. Then Unryang recited with power, all techniques return to one, strength stems from the body, if the heart has doubts there's no need to proceed. I'll only teach the mantra once, listen carefully, starting with nameless internal technique. He flowed into a rapid chant, breathe like flowing water, exhale into the danchan, gather the essence, store the breath, unify spirit, pull moonlight into the core, refine it gently until it rises, circulates and clears the mind. Ning Sobung panicked, how am I supposed to memorize all that? The trio humbly bowed their heads. Okayo pleaded, please forgive us, could you repeat it once more? Deep in the woods, Dark Fiend lurked behind thick trees, observing every movement. He bared his sharp teeth and let out a fierce chuckle. Meanwhile, Wang Jiryong slammed his axe onto a block of stone with a thunderous crack. He grumbled while chiseling, why does the number keep going up? Already made 16 tables, now 32 more chairs. Nagak watched Unryang lecturing the trio and couldn't help but smile, so lively for early morning Hess. Dark Fiend paused, his eyes widening in shock. After confirming it was Nagak, he murmured thoughtfully, didn't expect it to be the drunken, immortal Nagak. Jinsohi politely bowed, Master Nagak, you've arrived. Nagak cheerfully waved back, good morning. He mused aloud, didn't think I'd be drawn in by something else, let me order my first dish then. Standing before a newly hung peach blossom painting, Nagak asked curiously, oh, these paintings are exquisite, did you invite a master painter? From behind, Unryang replied calmly, these were all painted by Miss Jin herself. Nagak beamed, marvelous, what an impressive brushwork. Jinsohi blushed, hee hee, you're too kind, please come this way to see more. Another painting in full view caught Nagak's eye, it depicted all the familiar faces of the inn. He suddenly shouted excitedly, oh, isn't this us? Nagak crossed his arms, visibly pleased and praised, what a masterful hand, one glance and you can tell who's who. Jinsohi smiled sweetly, thank you, Grandpa. Jo Okjeong pointed at the painting and muttered, it's lovely and all, but even random guests are in it. Nagak poked fun, technically you're a guest too, aren't you? Jo Okjeong glared, then erase both of us. Nagak laughed nervously, I was just joking, come on now, leave it, it's good for business, plus you look prettier in the painting anyway. Jo Okjeong ground her teeth, so you're saying I'm uglier in real life. Nagak had no way out, awkwardly turned and muttered, I'll go drink some wine now. Jinsohi tugged him back, Grandpa, it's still early. Jo Okjeong huffed, let him go, let the sales rise. She glanced again at the painting, puzzled, but it still feels kind of empty. Jinsohi responded politely, that's because. She carefully explained the idea behind the painting, we don't know how many more will join our family. I thought newcomers might feel left out if they didn't see themselves on the wall. Jo Okjeong blinked in surprise, you think that far ahead? Dusk fell. Wang Jiryong was still focused, hammering away with his axe, diligently working away. Suddenly a voice echoed from afar, startling him, Beast King. Wang Jiryong looked around cautiously, thinking, who could sneak up on me like this, radiating such killer intent? The voice continued, calm and clear, my master sent me to check your intentions. How goes the task we entrusted to you? Wang Jiryong frowned, it's about the commission, then it's either someone from the demonic cult or that mysterious Zhang Zhongligang. If it were the demonic cult, they would have mentioned the heavenly demon leader. He clenched his fists and replied calmly, if that voice is Zhang Ligang's, I can't fulfill the task. If compensation is needed, I'll take it. A dark aura leaked from a nearby bush, followed by a chilling voice, so you've chosen to side with the righteous, huh? Wang Jiryong suddenly leapt into the air and roared toward the noise, you bastard, I know where you are. Without hesitation, he slammed his fist into a massive boulder. The impact shattered it into bits, sending dust flying everywhere. He realized too late that the rock was empty. Damn it, that's where the killing aura came from, I swear. Dark Fiend abruptly appeared behind Wang Jiryong, sneering, refuse our task to cozy up with the righteous, hand over your life in payment. Countless chains slashed across Wang Jiryong's face before he could react, leaving him dazed. The ends of the chains were tipped with deadly scythes sharp enough to cleave a tree in one swing. Dark Fiend swung the chains in a frenzy, raining blows on Wang Jiryong like a man playing death tag with himself as the Grim Reaper. One blade pierced Wang Jiryong's right shoulder, blood spraying as he cried out in pain, arg. Another embedded into his stomach, making him cough violently from the agony. After brutalizing him, Dark Fiend sneered, even the Beast King can't escape my scythe chains of doom. He quietly drew a sword from his dark cloak and said with a wicked grin, I'll be bringing your head back as a souvenir. Unexpectedly, Wang Jiaoyang suddenly smirked, completely different from his pitiful look earlier. He firmly reached out and grabbed the iron chain, confidently retorting, "The one who's trapped is you." Dark Fiend was stunned, clearly underestimating the Beast King. Wang Jiaoyang suddenly pulled the chain with brute force, yanking it toward himself. "Come here." Dark Fiend flew like a broken kite, slamming straight into the ground with a heavy thud. Lying on the ground, gasping, he croaked, "No way, you have supreme body protection chi." Wang Jiaoyang laughed heartily. "Body protection chi? Nah, this body was forged through bamboo sinew, mountain veins, internal cores, and formed into bone armor chi flowing through every inch." Dark Fiend's eyes sharpened with suspicion. "Bone armor chi?" Wang Jiaoyang couldn't be bothered to explain. He stretched his arms with gusto. "Enough talk, die." Seizing the moment, he unleashed a punch straight at Dark Fiend's face with brutal precision. Not stopping there, he went berserk with a storm of strikes, aiming to pulverize him into oblivion. Each blow grew fiercer. He bellowed, "Too late to regret now." But Dark Fiend cunningly used a substitution spell, replacing himself with wood and stones. Wang Jiaoyang froze mid-motion, blinking. "No wonder, something felt off, so you're a trickster too, huh?" He glanced around and muttered, "Already fled, huh?" Night fell back at the familiar lonely forest inn. Contrary to the chilly outside, the room was warm. Sam Bongi teased, "Gu Jashin still loyal to those buns, eh?" Ning So Bung stuffed his face and mumbled, "I don't think I can ever leave this place now." Sam Bongi nodded, "Only here do they serve this kind of noodles." Holding up his bowl, Ning So Bung happily said, "If this hotel thrives, surely they'll start paying us. Not getting paid now, who cares?" Suddenly, a hand quietly placed 2 scrolls on the table. Ning So Bung looked at Unryang and then the scrolls, confused. "Byokyu sir, what's this?" Unryang turned coldly and walked away. "You lot keep forgetting the mantras, so I wrote them down for you." The trio cheered. "Thank you, Master Byok." Ning So Bung watched Unryang leave, filled with admiration. "He did all this for us, but Unryang's thoughts were much more utilitarian. Only if they owe me can I control them." Unryang walked up to Wang Jiaoyang, whose face tensed up instantly. Without beating around the bush, he slammed the table. "Who was that guy?" Wang Jiaoyang gritted his teeth, worried. He found out. Unryang flashed his favorite threat technique, "If you don't fess up." As expected, seconds later Wang Jiaoyang confessed, I don't know him." Unryang didn't let go then. Wang Jiaoyang sat down like a guilty puppy, lowering his voice. "Actually, I came here on assignment, to gather intel on Kunlun Hotel." Under Unryang's piercing gaze, Wang Jiaoyang knew hiding was futile. He spilled everything. 2 clients, one from the demon sect and the other, a mysterious man named Zhang Ligang. Unryang frowned as he speculated, the demonic sect hanging around here must be because of Gu Jashin, and that Zhang Ligang guy might be from the faction I met at Xiamen clan. He asked doubtfully, "The one who came today was from Zhang Ligang?" Wang Jiaoyang immediately replied, "Exactly. Since I failed the mission, they're out to kill me." He boldly declared, "They're extremely dangerous. If permitted, I'd like to descend the mountain and investigate further." Inwardly he grinned, thinking way better than chiseling stones. Unryang shut it down instantly. "No need," Wang Jiaoyang blinked. "Huh." He tried to bargain, but more assassins might show up. Unryang calmly replied, leaving him speechless, "Assassins are customers too." Then he casually walked away, leaving Wang Jiaoyang stunned like a statue. "If trouble comes, we deal with it." Unryang sharply added, "Just finish the stone tables and benches." Wang Jiaoyang bowed respectfully. "Understood." Deep in the forest, shrouded in gentle incense, a statue of the Buddha stood, holding a golden orb and a staff to bless the people. Zhang Ligang sat atop, scowling. "I can't believe the Beast King turned on us. Not even the compensation came through." Dark Fiend sighed. "I learned my lesson. His strength far exceeded our predictions." Zhang Ligang raised a brow. "Stronger than you," Dark Fiend admitted honestly. "If it came down to a deathmatch, I'm not sure I'd win." Zhang Ligang gritted his teeth and slammed his hand on the table. "Beast King was always the weakest among the 4 heavenly kings. Did he secretly level up?" Dark Fiend added cryptically, "And Tai Tiern was also there." Zhang Ligang was stunned. "Wait, Tai Tiern?" He clenched his fist and banged the table again. "Now it makes sense. Tai Tiern has become the rallying point for righteous factions to strengthen themselves." Dark Fiend leaned in, "And that's not all." He emphasized every word. "The Tyrant Blade is also there." Zhang Ligang was thunderstruck. "The Tyrant Blade?" Growing impatient, he asked urgently, "So Tai Tiern holds the Tyrant Blade now?" Dark Fiend shook his head. "Nope." Zhang Ligang was baffled. "Then who?" Dark Fiend described. "It was some guy who looked like a regular inn-servant." That only made Zhang Ligang more confused. "A servant?" Dark Fiend continued seriously. "From my investigation, the real core figure is Tai Tiern, but a young man in white robes." He elaborated that white-robed guy and the servant carrying the tyrant blade, they're likely the ones involved in the Great Ming escort incident and the Xiamen clan conflict. As he pieced it together, images of Un Ryong and Wang Jiuyang interacting with Tai Tiern surfaced. Dark Fiend pondered aloud, that guy in white is Byokyu. He seems to be giving orders to Beast King, and he's not subordinate to Tai Tiern, they're more like equals. Zhang Ligang composed himself and mused, in this situation I shouldn't rush to conclusions. Dark Fiend nodded, exactly. Eventually, overwhelmed by the mess, Zhang Ligang sighed, if you were me, what would you do? Dark Fiend immediately suggested, I'd report it to the higher-ups and coordinate with them. Zhang Ligang nodded, makes sense, I agree. Then he asked directly, so you'll head to Black Valley? Zhang Ligang responded coolly, that's right. Instantly he shot up, fiery determination blazing in his eyes. I must head to the Celestial Domain and request reinforcements. Meanwhile, back at the humble inn nestled in the mountain forest, the weather today was noticeably milder. A pure white dove suddenly flew in through the window, carrying a small message note tied to its leg. Jin Sohee read the note and beamed with joy. Oh, a big order, 35 bowls of noodles and 20 plates of dumplings from the Jung family in North Root Village. Zhuge Soming chimed in excitedly, even North Root Village has started using our dish order pillar. Inside the kitchen, Un Ryong was passionately cooking, fire techniques dancing around him as he exclaimed, what a perfect start. The prepared dishes were neatly stacked and ready to be delivered to eager customers. Ning So-bung, Sam Bong-gi, and Huang Yang were the trio in charge of food delivery, each effortlessly carrying more than 10 bowls at once. Ning So-bung shouted cheerfully, spill even a drop of broth and you'll regret it. Sam Bong-gi grinned, that won't happen, we've mastered the 10,000-mile swift wind steps, remember. He teased Ning So-bung, but if you spill it, we're the ones getting beaten. Ning So-bung rolled his eyes, you cheeky brat. Ning So-bung and Huang Yang took off with trays full of food, launching forward at full sprint. They shot off like wind-up toys, disappearing in a blur and leaving only a trail of dust behind. Sam Bong-gi boasted proudly, seriously though, we've improved a lot, we're already at the foot of Mount Kunlun. There's an old tale from hundreds of years ago. In a chaotic era, 3 warriors were hailed as the mightiest in the martial world. Celestial Lord Zhang Li Xiam, martial god Jin Muyop, and demon lord Sal Mujuk. Jin Muyop's power was unstoppable, but he lived a solitary life devoted only to martial arts, never taking disciples, and died alone. Sal Mujuk could manipulate formations and control all 3 realms. He crazily absorbed all martial arts and eventually exploded from his own power. Oops. The last one, Zhang Li Xiam, unlike the others, he believed no single man could unify the martial world. He sought to build a loyal, powerful organization. He hid in Black Valley, a remote, wild region at the edge of the world where he secretly built his forces, but he passed away before his ambitions came to light. His descendants, however, carried on his martial legacy for centuries, worshipping him as a deity. Amidst a torrential downpour, a stone stele carved with just 3 characters, Celestial Sect, stood tall and unyielding. A sudden realization dawned, this was the Celestial Sect. Zhang Ligang stood beneath the curtain of rain, staring at the stele, mumbling, it's been over 5 years already. A thick mist suddenly gathered at his feet, drawing his attention. Zhang Ligang furrowed his brows, assessing seriously. An octagonal formation barrier completely repels all intruders from reaching Black Valley. Realizing the fog was thickening, Zhang Ligang quickly raised both hands and began performing a technique. He moved in sync with his feet and hands, 2 steps forward to the Zhen direction, 3 steps to the Zhen direction. His movements grew more intense as he declared, 3 steps to the Zun direction, 5 to the Wu direction. He imagined all the terrifying forest beasts, falling demons, venomous cobras, glowing-eyed wolves, spotted leopards, and deadly spiders waiting to pounce. He thought cautiously, if I don't follow the set footwork patterns exactly, I'll get trapped in this maze and be poisoned by bugs, reptiles, or plants. Finished, Zhang Ligang stood with his feet parallel, waiting for what would happen next. Moments later, 2 massive stones suddenly split apart like doors to another world. Zhang Ligang stepped through calmly, gazing at the towering fortresses in the distance. But the calm didn't last long, the city suddenly stirred with chaos. A group of mysterious black-clad people rushed in like they were starving wolves. Each of them wielded weapons, charging aggressively. Their icy expressions screamed just one word, eliminate. One man stepped forward and demanded, who are you, state your name. Zhang Ligang wasn't fazed, he slowly lowered his hood. Removing it completely, he smiled warmly, it's me, Zhang Ligang. Sunlight shone beautifully over the city, casting a dreamlike glow. Zhang Ligang strode past crowds lining both sides who bowed and chanted in unison, the 5th noble has arrived. He stopped before a figure standing with hands clasped behind their back. That man said calmly, you're here. Zhang Ligang responded easily, long time no see, third brother. That man was none other than Zhang Li Huang, third among their 7 brothers known as the third noble, while Zhang Ligang was the 5th. Zhang Li Huang didn't even glance at him, turning coolly. Let's go, the 12 palace lords are waiting. As they ventured deeper into the cave, they passed stone pillars carved with elder figures, likely past leaders, though all appeared shadowy and indistinct amid the mist. Zhang Ligang looked up and marveled quietly. Jiakan Palace Lord, Divine Beast Lord, Shadowless Lord, Thousand Hands Lord, Grim Reaper Lord, all 5 are here. One man looked confused. Why summon us all like this? Zhang Ligang answered calmly, not just the palace lords, I wish to see my father too. That man replied immediately, the sect leader is in closed-door cultivation. Zhang Ligang looked visibly displeased, thinking hard, right now, without father's help convincing them will be hard, time to go with plan B. With resolve, he boldly announced, I've discovered martial god Jin Mu Yope's martial techniques. The 5 lords were stunned, whispering among themselves. The martial god, he devoted his entire life to cultivating his arts, could this be true? Pretending honesty, Zhang Ligang nodded solemnly. Indeed, someone has inherited his techniques. One of them shouted angrily, who is it? Zhang Ligang nonchalantly replied, his name is Byokyu, he's hiding at an inn on Mount Kunlun disguised as a master chef. Someone objected, but the martial god never took disciples. Zhang Ligang stiffly responded, the full story is unclear, but we'll find out soon. Let's investigate. Deep inside, he was scheming wickedly. I'll use this chance to seize the 10 legendary treasures. Zhang Ligang's cruelty flared up madly as he muttered to himself, it's time to act, but tracing any real link to the martial god is tricky. Aside from rumors, there's no actual lead. Back at the inn, everything continued peacefully, running like a well-oiled noodle machine. Zhu Soming slumped into a chair, wiping sweat from his brow. What a day, he sighed. Jin Sohee, cuddling Huang Yang the fox, laughed. The place is packed today. She turned and cheerfully invited Ning So Bung, Sam Bongyi, and Huang Yang. Now that we have a moment, let's enjoy some breakfast, the trio gleefully shouted. Boss lady is the best. But just then, the wooden door creaked open unexpectedly. In walked Ho Yeoman and her subordinates. Jin Sohee happily greeted them. Welcome, honored guests. Meanwhile, the trio deflated like popped balloons. Why now of all times? Zhu Soming stood up energetically and gestured politely. Please, have a seat over here. But Ho Yeoman ignored him completely, striding past like he was invisible. She asked coldly, is there someone named Byokyu here? Jin Sohee froze, nervously replying, you mean Mr. Byok? A voice suddenly called out, footsteps approaching, you're looking for me. Unryang stood opposite Ho Yeoman, hands clasped behind his back, calm and composed. I am Byokyu. He remained tranquil like still water and added, just as I said before. She held out her hand arrogantly. I am Ho Yeoman. I've come for the martial god's technique. Do you have the manual? Her eyes turned sharp, threatening. Countless assassins will follow. Even if you hide it, it's pointless. Hand it over and leave. That's your only path to survival. Unryang fell silent for a long moment. Then, with surprising casualness, he said, we have aged spicy pork here. Normally 320 coins, but for you, just 300 today. Ho Yeoman's subordinates erupted, drawing weapons, shouting, still joking, you think we're here to play. But she raised her hand, signaling them to stop. Ho Yeoman smirked and brought her hands together, activating her seduction technique, Heavenly Charm Soul Entrapment. She thought triumphantly, once this hits, you'll be consumed by desire. You won't refuse me anything, even your secrets or your pants. She stared intently at Unryang, tracking every flicker in his expression. Soon, you'll even hand me your heart on a silver plate, she believed. But halfway through, her pupils darkened, and panic started to creep in. She felt like she was being dragged into the depths of a boundless ocean, trapped with no escape. Ho Yeoman held her breath, struggling to swim upward. Inside, she screamed, this is insane, what the hell kind of freak is this guy? As soon as she surfaced, Ho Yeoman spat out a mouthful of water like a half-drowned duck. She jolted in shock, finding herself surrounded by a gray sky and blinding white rain, with terrifying lightning streaking across the distance. One giant wave after another came crashing down, dragging Ho Yeoman back into the depths of the ocean as she screamed helplessly. She suddenly snapped back to reality, trembling before Unryang and gasping for breath like she'd run a marathon underwater. Instinctively on guard, Ho Yeoman whispered to her subordinates, sit down, now. They blinked in confusion. Huh. She gritted her teeth. I said sit down. The subordinates obediently plopped down like students caught talking in class. Ho Yeoman sat at the table too, not daring to raise her head. Unryang calmly turned back toward the kitchen, calling out with authority, 4 bowls of aged smoked pork coming up. Ho Yeoman panicked, how the heck am I gonna explain this to Lord Jiakan? Just then the door swung open once again. 8 members of the Dark Arts Battalion barged in and roared, "Which one of you is Byokyu? Show yourself." Ho Yeoman turned pale. She already knew these guys were about to suffer the same fate. She watched tensely as the two sides faced off. Those guys are from the Divine Beast sect, she thought. Unryang answered calmly. "I'm Byokyu," the leader of the group shouted. "Hand it over now, unless you want trouble." Unryang tilted his head innocently. "Hand over what?" the man barked. "The martial god's secret technique, what else?" Unryang yawned, unimpressed. "Too loud, sit down and eat." The man roared in fury. "What, eat? What are you on about?" Unryang replied flatly, "Aged smoked pork, best eaten while still warm," and the room fell silent. Meanwhile, far away in the Westgate clan, the sky was blue, birds were chirping, and romance filled the air. A man staggered to the gate, groaning dramatically. Ugh. He wobbled like he wanted attention, moaning as if auditioning for a tragedy. A guard rushed over. "Brother, what's wrong?" Then the man collapsed to the ground right in front of the guards. Inside, Siaman Byok gritted his teeth and raised his sword with a heavy hand. He danced gracefully with the blade, showing off an elegant display of swordsmanship. A slick step ended his performance with flair. He frowned slightly, taking deep breaths to regain composure. Onlookers cheered like fans at a concert. "Amazing, my lord," another chimed in. "Your blade work deserves a place among the top 10 masters of the martial world." Suddenly, a guard burst in, panicked. "My lord, it's urgent." Siaman Byok looked displeased. "What's with the noise?" The guard, face dark, stammered, "Milady, she's been kidnapped." Siaman Byok's heart skipped a beat. "What did you say?" The guard trembled. She was taken during a walk." Siaman Byok snapped. "And her escorts," the guard reported grimly. "Out of 5, 4 are dead, only 1 returned alive." The lone survivor handed over a scroll. "Also this." Siaman Byok opened it. The note read, "Bring the dragon scale armor to Hung Enham Peak at Shen Hour. Come alone, or your daughter dies." His hands shook as he clutched the scroll, unable to believe what he was reading. 2 guards respectfully bowed. One shouted, "You can't go alone." The other pleaded, "Let the elders and Thunderstrike Corps go with you." But Siaman Byok was firm. "No, Huinai's life means more to me than my own. I will go alone." In the desolate forest, only a few stray sunbeams filtered down through the towering cliffs. Siaman Byok marched on, carrying his satchel through the woods, solitary and determined. He clenched his jaw. "I swear, when the time comes, I'll shred them all to pieces." Suddenly his eyes darted toward a suspicious rustle. He froze, deep in thought. Strange, there's definitely a hidden trap here. Hung Enham Peak was a mountain thick with greenery, yet tucked away in a nearly impossible-to-find location. After quite a bit of wandering, Siaman Byok finally arrived at the spot. He roared furiously, "I came alone just like you demanded. Return my daughter." Zhang Ligang had Siaman Hai tightly bound in his grip. He sneered coldly, "So you finally made it." She was sobbing in terror. "Father." Siaman Byok tossed the bag harshly to the ground and barked, "Here's what you wanted, now give me back my daughter." Suddenly, Dark Fiend appeared behind Zhang Ligang like a walking bad omen. He gave Siaman Byok a once-over and muttered, "He really did come alone." Siaman Byok furrowed his brow, silently thinking, so the one monitoring me, it was him. Zhang Ligang casually loosened the rope, saying calmly, "A man of his word, let's return her." But while no one was paying attention, he began silently channeling a dark surge of magic into his palm. Without hesitation, he flung the energy ball towards Siaman Hai as she tried to flee. She screamed in agony. "Hainai!" Siaman Byok shouted, completely shaken. He rushed forward and caught her in his arms. Zhang Ligang watched without a shred of emotion while Siaman Byok cradled the unconscious girl. With glee, he announced, "That was the 9 yin soul-chilling palm. 9 streams of yin energy now circulate her body. Every 4 hours the pain will return until she dies." He added slyly, "Unless you purge the yin energy in time, she lives, otherwise, not so lucky." Siaman Byok scooped her up, boiling with rage. "You think you'll survive this?" Zhang Ligang admired the treasure inside the bag like it was a rare snack. "I just didn't feel like wasting energy fighting your martial arts. Focus on saving your daughter instead." With that, he turned coldly and walked away. "Dark Fiends, let's go." Siaman Byok was left behind, clutching his daughter in agony, crying out, "Hainai." Back at the Westgate clan, everything felt colder and lonelier than ever. A physician carefully examined Siaman Hai's pulse. He bowed apologetically. "I'm sorry, this is beyond my ability to treat." Siaman Byok grew impatient. "Then what should I do?" the doctor offered. "Perhaps find a rare herb to restore her yang energy." Siaman Byok gasped, suddenly remembering. "Wait, didn't someone offer a 200-year-old mountain ginseng during the longevity banquet?" The doctor nodded. "Indeed, sir. Shall we begin the decoction?" Just then Siaman Hai coughed. Siaman Byok panicked. "Hainai." Her face grew paler by the second, like life itself was slipping away. His eyes widened in horror, just as that bastard said. Meanwhile, the familiar mountain inn remained busy and bustling, proudly standing amid wilderness rain or shine. Inside it was packed to the brim, every table had a full house. One of Ho Yeoman's subordinates blurted out, "Damn, this is insanely delicious. Are humans even capable of cooking like this?" Ho Yeoman herself was busy munching, frowning in thought. All these assassins from various sects, and they're just scarfing down food. Suddenly the doors burst open as the Power Fist 5 stormed in, shouting, "Where is Byokyu?" Ho Yeoman's jaw dropped. The Power Fist 5, elite fighters under the Death Hand Palace Lord. But seconds later she went right back to eating, sneering, "Same old story." A silent figure stepped forward and blocked their way. It was Gu Jashin, arms crossed. He calmly ordered, "The place is full, go eat outside." They growled, "You're Byokyu, aren't you?" A wave of demonic aura surged behind Gu Jashin as he repeated, dangerously calm, "I said, go eat outside." Out in the yard, Gu Jashin took down the Power Fist 5 in a blink. As they struggled to get back up, they stared at him, baffled. Only Byokyu could toss us out like that in one move. Unexpectedly, Gu Jashin calmly introduced himself, "I'm just a staff member. Byokyu is the head chef." The Power Fist 5 blinked in confusion, "Not the head chef." They suddenly roared like madmen, "Then get out of our way." One of them launched an attack, only to be immediately blocked by Gu Jashin's iron punch. The attacker winced, nearly in tears, staring at his crushed hands. Gu Jashin watched their melodrama with a smirk. "I went easy on you, quit whining." Bewildered, the group panicked. "What the hell is this?" Realizing they had no choice, they shouted, "We're masters." Everyone attacked together. Like moths to flame, the Power Fist 5 charged, unleashing a barrage of flashy techniques to overwhelm him. The wooden door swung open by itself. Gu Jashin walked in casually, smiling, 3 plates of buns and 5 bowls of noodles for the outdoor table. Zhuge Soming quickly responded, "Got it." As dusk settled, the inn officially closed, ending a day of total chaos. Everyone gathered inside, attentively listening to the daily wrap-up. "You all worked hard today." Zhuge Soming nodded with satisfaction. Customers kept pouring in and delivery orders surged too. Jin Sohee suggested, "I think it's time we pay everyone their wages." The team erupted in cheerful cheers. She joyfully announced, 5 taels for full-timers, 2 for temps. Zhuge Soming added kindly, "It's not much now, but once the inn thrives, you'll be spoiled rotten." Ning So Bung, Huang Yang and the others shouted excitedly, "That's amazing, thank you, boss." He continued, "And yes, you'll be paid for all the days you've already worked." That sent the team jumping and whooping in joy. Night fell upon Ba Dao Forest, where a grand and luxurious mansion stood in eerie silence. Rumor had it that those who fought over power in T-Letter-1 EBF Nam once crushed the Hong Fu clan, one of the 5 great families, forcing them into decline after an all-out battle against Ba Dao Lin. HWA Huel and HWA Yuk stood solemnly at the mansion's gate, each carrying a heavy wooden box. One was Kill Fiend, the other Fat Fiend. HWA Huel arrogantly commanded, "Go announce that the twin fiends are here to see the Lord of Lin." Someone gritted their teeth and scoffed, "What the hell are these freaks babbling about?" The Ba Dao Lin guards lounged smugly, thinking the twin fiends were just another joke from the so-called righteous sects. Trash like them dare mention our Lord? One of them growled at the mysterious box HWA Yuk was carrying. "What's that? Open it up." HWA Huel remained firm. "We have a prior agreement with your lord." A guard unsheathed his sword and pressed it to HWA Huel's neck. "When I say open, you open. Nothing shady enters without clearance." HWA Huel suddenly sprang into the air. HWA Yuk shot a death glare and roared, "You dare draw steel against us." The guards froze, utterly overwhelmed and unable to retaliate. HWA Yuk flipped midair and punched one guy so hard he lost a mouthful of teeth, and maybe a few regrets too. One by one, the guards were flattened under HWA Yuk's ferocious blows. They stumbled back in shock. "What are these monsters?" A palm suddenly smacked across one guard's face, stunning him. Another hand clenched around a second guard's neck, making him wheeze and squirm. A boot flew into the face of a scar-faced thug, sending him reeling. In one clean combo, HWA Huel took down all 3 like it was leg day at the gym. He stood calmly in the smoke like nothing had happened. He turned back, clicking his tongue, making a mess even with an appointment. "Black factions, tusk. HWA Yuk smirked, "Shall we mop up the rest, bro?" Both suddenly turned toward the same direction. Wang Qiaoyong calmly descended the stairs, speaking with poise. "Seems there was a miscommunication during the guard shift. Apologies for the rudeness." HWA Huel shrugged. "Fire Yang Heavenly King." Wang Qiaoyong respectfully bowed. "I am Wang Qiaoyong, a pleasure." Arms folded, HWA Huel complimented him. "Cave Tiger of the 4 Thrones, your name precedes you." Wang Qiaoyong modestly replied, "Too kind, please come in." Then he suddenly blew up at the guards still groaning on the floor. Didn't I tell you idiots to brief the next shift properly? Get ready for punishment. As he walked away, his thoughts turned dark. Took out elite guards in one move, they're worse than the rumors. Wang Qiaoyong brought out 2 bracers and explained, these are the Blood King armlets unmatched for hand-to-hand masters. HWA Yuck gently placed the wooden box on the table and opened it. We brought this too. He explained seriously, Heaven Mountain Snowleaf Herb instantly boosts power by a full level and a half. Our master's written promises are all included here. Wang Qiaoyong grinned dangerously. I'd take that herb over the armlets any day, but I do have one question. He faced HWA Huel and asked, why is your master collecting all 10 legendary martial treasures? HWA Yuck immediately answered, because they're not just weapons, they're keys to breaking a seal. Wang Qiaoyong blinked, keys to what now? HWA Huel rubbed his chin, that's all we know. Then he stated plainly, I'll be taking this if you don't mind. Grabbing the relic, HWA Huel turned to go, let's roll. Wang Qiaoyong stood in the shadows, brooding, Zhang Ligang, just what kind of man are you? HWA Huel and HWA Yuck carried the relic back, reporting to their master, Blood King armlets secured, sir. Zhang Ligang merely gave a cold chuckle, clearly irritated. He turned his head unconsciously, looking off into the distance. There sat Zhang Li Haiyou, the second Grand Duke of the Heavenly God Sect, arms folded, legs crossed, silently observing Zhang Ligang's every move. HWA Huel spotted him too and politely greeted, oh, second Grand Duke, you're here. He was quietly shocked. He hid his presence that well. Zhang Li Haiyou picked up the relic, frowned and muttered, this ridiculous bracelet, what even is this thing? After examining it thoroughly, he threw it at Zhang Ligang's feet with disdain. Ah, Kong, you're too obsessed with shiny rare junk, isn't that why you're slacking on your mission? Zhang Li Haiyou casually ordered, twin fiends, stand down for now. Then suddenly he gently asked, do you remember what you said last time? A memory flashed back. Zhang Ligang had boldly declared he had discovered the martial god's secret technique. That declaration had made the 5 palace lords restless. The martial god Jin Mu Yope, the man who spent his entire life mastering martial arts, could it really be true? Zhang Li Haiyou leaned forward, eyes fixed on Zhang Ligang. Are you absolutely sure about the martial god's technique? Zhang Ligang replied confidently, the intel is confirmed. That answer sent Zhang Li Haiyou into deep thought. The next sect leader seat was meant to go to either the first daughter or the heretic. But now, if the martial god's technique surfaced, that sly old fox might seize the moment. Seeing that, Zhang Ligang couldn't help but smirk with wicked delight. Let chaos rise, I'll use the opportunity to snatch the tyrant blade. Zhang Li Haiyou eventually trusted him and turned to leave, but not without a cold warning, let's hope this isn't another of your jokes, Kong. Zhang Ligang shot up, pretending to be concerned. Don't underestimate them, I heard all the elite forces our sect sent were crushed and had to crawl back home. Zhang Li Haiyou answered calmly, don't worry, I've already mobilized the Black Wind Squad. Zhang Ligang froze in shock, isn't that a bit premature? The elder tilted his head, didn't you say that man possesses the martial god's power? And with a flick of his robe, Zhang Li Haiyou vanished. It's best to strike swiftly before dreams grow long. Zhang Ligang gritted his teeth in frustration. Black Wind Squad, madness, that inn and everyone in it is going to get vaporized. He looked at the 2 treasures in his hand and reassured himself, at least I've got 7 of them already. Only the Emperor Sword and the Tyrant Blade remain. His mind wandered to the final treasure, a crystal orb radiating color and frost, which Dark Fiend was now retrieving in the northern seas. Zhang Ligang called out, twin fiends. A pair of voices answered in unison, yes, my lord. Slamming his hands on the table, he roared, accelerate the plan. Gather the troops, we're hitting the Namgung clan directly. Back at the inn, the morning felt unusually calm, in contrast to the usual crowd chaos. Tiger King lay lazily on a stone table, happily grooming his soft striped fur like a pampered house cat. Suddenly, Xiamen Biok burst through the door, startling Tiger King into a yelp. He carried Xiamen high in his arms and cried out, drunken sage, where is the elder? Zhuge Soming ran out, assuming a guest had arrived. Oh, why so early, sir? Xiamen Biok shouted in panic, is the drunken sage here? Zhuge Soming blinked and shook his head. No, not yet. Spotting Xiamen high unconscious, Zhuge Soming was shocked. He's not due yet, but Lord Xiamen, what happened? The elder cursed, damn it, this is a catastrophe. Hearing the commotion, Unrayang stepped outside. What's going on? Xiamen Biok, pale as a ghost, cried out, my daughter been kidnapped. They used the ultimate yin poison. Is there any way to contact drunken sage? Unrayang calmly patted the table. Lay the young lady down. The elder obeyed, placing her down gently. She's been struck by the 9 yin snow soul palm, it's pure demonic frost, what now? Unryang began channeling energy. A blinding light burst forth, forcing Byok to squint and look away. By the heavens! Almost instantly, color returned to Hai's face, her cheeks flushed with life like someone rebooted her soul. Witnessing the miracle, Byok jolted in disbelief when Unryang announced coolly, "She's fine now." Without hesitation, Byok dashed to her side as she slowly opened her eyes, clearly in disbelief. How did you do that? None of my clan's elixirs worked, and even the best healers gave up." Overjoyed, he grabbed Unryang's hand and bowed deeply. "Thank you, truly thank you, I'll never forget this debt." After saving Hai, they finally had time to sit and talk. Unryang asked sternly, "So what exactly happened? Please tell me everything." Byok sighed heavily, lowering his voice. "My daughter was kidnapped by strangers. They demanded the dragon scale armor in exchange. I gave it up, but they still poisoned her." Unryang frowned and thought, "Sounds like the same scum who attacked your clan during the birthday banquet." Byok nodded. "That's my guess too." Unryang's face turned resolute, his eyes staring into the distance. Suddenly, he stood up and said calmly, "I need to go. You and your daughter should rest here for now." Byok was stunned. "Wait, where are you going all of a sudden?" With a sharp gaze, Unryang replied coolly, "I'll know when I get there, but I think it's connected to the kidnappers." Byok could only mutter, "Oh." The elder offered, "In that case, can I come with you?" Unryang casually replied, "Suit yourself." Elsewhere, rows of soldiers stood in perfect formation, their morale blazing high. These were the infamous Black Wind Squad. One stepped up to the commander and whispered, "Sir, something feels off about this mission." The commander gave him a side-eye. "Our job is to follow orders, not question them." The subordinate hesitantly raised his hand. "I'd obey without hesitation if this were a royal target, but it's just an inn." The commander cut him off bluntly. "Not just any inn. It's where the 5 great clans and drunken sage from Nagak conspired. Wake up." That shut him up. He straightened up. "Understood, if that's the case." Meanwhile, the commander silently thought, "No need to mention the martial god stuff again." Clutching his sword tightly, he reflected grimly. "The second lord himself ordered me to kill Byok Yu and seize the secret technique." Then, without warning, the commander raised a hand and barked, "Everyone halts." Instantly, the Black Wind Squad stopped moving like statues. The puzzled subordinate glanced back. "Sir," the commander nodded toward the front. Standing in their path were none other than Unryang and Byok. In Unryang's hand was a tiny leafless twig. The subordinate squinted. "Left guy's definitely a top-tier martial artist, right one looks like a butler." The commander frowned. "Something's not right." He stared at Unryang and felt a chill in his chest, an oppressive aura he'd only ever felt from the Grandmaster himself. Without delay, he shouted, "Deploy the Black Wind Annihilation Formation." The confused subordinate asked, "That's only for the deadliest foes, why use it on these guys?" The commander snapped, "Shut up and follow orders." The Black Wind Squad received their orders and immediately formed up for battle. With furious momentum, they unleashed clone techniques, flanking from both sides to encircle their targets. Unryang and Byok stood still, silently watching the dizzying vortex stirred up by the Black Wind Squad. He spoke up with displeasure, "I came to negotiate, yet they strike first." The elder man urged him urgently, "They outnumber us, better retreat for now." The squad leader roared menacingly, "We are the Black Wind Squad, any interference will be slaughtered without mercy." Unryang simply clasped his hands behind his back and calmly said, "Black Wind Squad, I'm Byok Yu." Facing them head-on, Unryang remained fearless. "This inn is too small for you all, come back another time." The squad leader froze for a second, suddenly stunned. "Byok Yu, he's Byok Yu if that's the case." Without hesitation, he slashed forward and arrogantly barked, "Attack." The squad stormed in like a swarm of black bats, charging toward Unryang while he stood there with head held high, not moving an inch. Byok shouted nervously, "That pressure's insane, get out of the way." Unryang flicked his hand. A destructive gale surged forth, flinging the Black Wind Squad members away like autumn leaves. The squad leader watched in horror as his men were tossed aside. His eyes widened. "What kind of nonsense is this?" Gritting his teeth, he raised his sword and charged directly, determined to at least injure him. Unryang focused his power and slowly raised his leg. Then he stomped hard on the ground. And the earth shook violently. Standing still, he watched the entire squad stumble and collapse under the shockwave, every single one of them. They panicked and tried to flee. Unryang casually turned around, peacefully admiring the mess he'd just made. Another group of the squad, not yet beaten, stubbornly raised their weapons and charged. But all of them met the same explosive fate, blasted into chaos by a ground-shattering eruption. Their screams echoed in the midst of a deathly whirlwind. The squad leader, defiant, charged back in. "Fine, I'll take care of him myself." He launched his ultimate technique at Unryang, Thunderstorm Burst. Unryang frowned, raising the leafless twig in his hand and shifting into a battle stance. The squad leader still hadn't grasped the situation, standing dumbfounded and frozen in place. Then, like a meteor crashing to earth, he was blasted backward, skidding along the ground from the sheer force. Xiamen Biok gasped, grinding his teeth in shock, thinking to himself, this guy's a monster, no wonder Gu Jashin follows him like a puppy. The battle ended with the Black Wind squad members strewn all over the ground, their faces twisted in agony. The leader collapsed near a cliff edge, barely able to lift his head. You're truly the successor of the martial god, Jinmu Yope's techniques, unbelievable. Unryang suddenly spoke, you're from the same bunch who attacked our hotel, aren't you? Xiamen Biok looked on in disbelief as the leader admitted honestly, I have nothing to do with the one who kidnapped your daughter. Unryang questioned sternly, then who sent you to the Kunlun Hotel? The man fell completely silent. After a pause, he stubbornly replied, even if you kill me, I won't talk. Hearing that, Unryang calmly replied, if you won't talk, that's fine. His unexpected composure stunned the leader. But the next second he added, just go back and report, the martial god you seek isn't here. The leader froze, confused, is that true? Unryang stared at him silently, his gaze complex and unreadable. He pondered, if that guy really wanted me, he could have torn me apart easily. No reason for him to lie just to let me live. Unryang turned to Xiamen Biok with a faint smile, let's go. The elder opened his mouth to say something, then thought better of it. Oh. Watching Unryang's back, Xiamen Biok felt proud. No man could be more perfect for Hai than this one. He risked everything to save her, asking nothing in return. Back at the inn, the sky shifted toward noon, sunlight gleaming across the landscape. Xiamen Hai bowed respectfully to Unryang and said sincerely, truly, thank you, I will never forget your kindness. He smiled warmly and replied, just come visit often, that's enough. Xiamen Biok secretly clenched his fist with joy. Aha, he does like her. Trotting behind Xiamen Hai on horseback, the old man beamed. Sooner or later, he'll be my son-in-law for sure. Inside the inn, someone grumbled aloud, why are we having a meeting all of a sudden? Unryang stood before them and announced boldly, I've decided to expand our inn. Sambongi blinked in confusion. Expand, Huang Yang chimed in, but we're already exhausted with what we have now. Gu Jashin was puzzled. He turned to Zhuge Soming and asked, what do you mean by expansion? The boy beamed, it means building more space. Gu Jashin's eyes lit up with hope. So our hotel's gonna be bigger? Zhuge Soming nodded, exactly. Gu Jashin immediately perked up, that's great news, let's do it. Sambongi and Huang Yang shouted in unison, huh. Zhuge Soming broke into a nervous sweat, thinking, wait, isn't this carpenter work? He stammered, expanding the inn will cost a ton of money, and we don't really have enough, but Unryang calmly crossed his arms and said, leave that to me. Still uneasy, Zhuge Soming warned, but this building was passed down by the innkeeper's grandfather. Expanding it might, Unryang cut in calmly, I already talked it over with the boss lady. Just then, Jin Sohee gently spoke up, my grandfather once dreamed of building the most wonderful inn. She smiled warmly, what he left me wasn't just the building, but also the will to keep that dream alive. Zhuge Soming stammered, ah, I see. An elderly voice chimed in, expanding the inn. Nagok sipped his wine leisurely, asking, you'll need a carpenter then, won't you? Sitting across from him, Unryang nodded thoughtfully, yeah, we're still looking for one. Nagok smiled and offered, I know someone, the most skilled carpenter in all the land. He asked, have you heard of the Hyok family? Unryang squinted and replied vaguely, maybe, sounds familiar. Nagok poured more wine and began the tale, they're fallen now, but 50 years ago they were among the wealthiest clans. Unryang raised the cup to his lips, then paused, thinking, ah, no wonder the name rings a bell. Nagok continued, back then they had a massive manor built by Gong Jiao, the greatest carpenter of the era. Unryang asked curiously, he must be ancient now, probably retired. Nagok replied, his grandson Gong Chik inherited the craft, he too was once renowned as the best carpenter. Unryang frowned, but Nagok lowered his voice, he disappeared over a decade ago, no one's heard from him since. Unryang muttered, Gong Chik, huh? Nagok leaned in and proposed, I can have the beggars gang search for him, we'll have news in no time. In eastern Central Plains, in Tiletter 1 EBF Nam, luxurious mansions and manors lined the streets, each more extravagant than the last, showcasing immense wealth. In a lively tavern, patrons bustled about, chatting cheerfully over their meals. One man whispered, hey, heard about Thiermlu Gates, the other asked, they bought up the land and rebuilt everything. A guy in a sea blue robe munched loudly and boasted, I saw it with my own eyes, absolutely magnificent. Someone in a green outfit chimed in, well, if it's Choi Demon doing the building, it's gotta be good. The sea blue guy nodded, yep, he's the best carpenter in Tiletter 1 EBF Nam. At a nearby table, Gong Chick couldn't take it anymore. He slammed his hand on the table and roared, "Who says he's the best carpenter?" The man in the ocean blue robe jumped and instinctively turned around, startled. His companion panicked. "Whoa, old man, what's gotten into you?" Gong Chick suddenly stood up, furious, and shouted, "Choi Demon just sticks his face out while I did all the real work." The two men blinked in surprise and asked in unison, "And, you are?" He proudly crossed his arms and declared, "Gong Chick." Both guests froze, puzzled. "Gong Chick, the Gong Chick." One scoffed, "Isn't he the guy who squandered his family fortune and legacy?" The other confirmed, "Yeah, that's him, no doubt." Gong Chick's face darkened, his whole body trembling. He stuttered, "No, those were slanderous lies spread by that Choi Demon." Suddenly one of the men barked, "Shut up." The blue-robed guest snapped, "Don't ruin the flavor of our wine. Go back to your corner and finish your drink." The green-robed man clicked his tongue in disgust. "Chich." Gong Chick deflated, bowing his head in silence. The tale goes the Gong clan was nearly wiped out after being tricked by Choi Demon into signing a fake contract. Gong Chick was the sole survivor, forced to serve under him just to scrape by. Gong Chick downed his drink in shame, thinking, "Father, wife, I'm sorry, only I remain enduring this disgrace alone." As he drank himself deeper into sorrow, two shadows appeared in front of him out of nowhere. It was none other than Unryang and Gu Jashin. Unryang politely asked, "Are you Gong Chick?" Gong Chick trembled and stammered, "Why yes, that's me." Unryang smiled, "We'd like you to take charge of expanding our inn." Gong Chick didn't seem interested. He refilled his cup and muttered, "I don't know where you heard about me, but I'm just a lowly laborer now. Better find someone else." Unryang didn't waste time. "We want to build the greatest inn in the world." Gong Chick froze, thinking, "They're asking me to build the best inn in the world." Unryang doubled down, "That's why we need the best carpenter in the world." With firm eyes, Unryang softly added, "Only you can do this." Gong Chick couldn't hold back anymore. He burst into tears like a child. "Someone still needs me." The trio soared through the thick green forest filled with dense flora and fauna. While Unryang and Gu Jashin floated gracefully, Gong Chick clung to Unryang's arm, coughing and wheezing like a cat in a wind tunnel. Their destination was Guangxi Nanning, a picturesque location glowing under warm sunlight. Upon spotting the familiar gate, the three rushed straight toward it. Unryang and Gu Jashin landed smoothly, while Gong Chick arrived looking like a ghost, face pale and soul nearly left his body. He calmly asked, "Is this the estate of a man named Zhang Song?" The old man, still disoriented, awkwardly answered, "That's right." Unryang slowly stepped inside. "Let's go." Gong Chick was shocked, clenching his teeth. "How did we get here this fast? Just what kind of supernatural being is this guy?" Flashback to just earlier, Gong Chick had kindly suggested, "If you really want to build an inn that grand, you'll need azure dragonwood." Unryang asked, "Azure dragonwood?" Gong Chick patiently explained, "The rare wood. Even if you had giant logs, they'd need to be dried and treated for years to avoid warping. And the man who possessed the largest stock of it in the south was someone named Zhang Song." Yet Unryang casually responded, "Lead the way then," leaving Gong Chick startled by the man's nonchalance. The trio arrived at the estate gates guarded by soldiers. Unryang coolly stated, "We request an audience with the master of the house." A guard cautiously asked, "And who are you?" Unryang stood with hands behind his back, politely said, "I'm Byokyu of the Kunlun Inn." Gu Jashin chimed in, "And I'm Gu Jashin, the inn's assistant." The guard responded politely, "Please wait a moment." Zhang Daegu approached, smiling. "I am Zhang Daegu, the steward." Unryang nodded in greeting, "I'm Byokyu from the Kunlun Inn." Daegu's eyes widened. "Did he say Kunlun? Did I hear that right?" He cautiously asked, "And what business brings you to our humble estate?" From inside, a deep voice asked, "You want to purchase a large quantity of azure dragonwood." Zhang Song entered, trying to gather more information. "What kind of construction project requires so much wood?" Daegu bowed respectfully. "The master is here." Zhang Song kindly asked, "I am Zhang Song, what brings you to me?" Unryang confidently replied, "We plan to build an inn even larger than this entire mansion." Hearing that, Zhang Song's face changed. He murmured, "Something that massive, that would be worth tens of thousands in silver." After a brief moment, Zhang Song grew serious. "For a transaction that big, I can't handle it alone. It requires approval from a higher authority. I can only act as the contract witness." Gong Chick immediately caught on, "So Zhang Song has someone backing him." But Unryang replied flatly, "Then perhaps we've come to the wrong place," making Zhang Song lower his head anxiously. "Not necessarily. I just need permission from General Quanlin to proceed." Zhang Song tried to clarify, "Deals worth tens of thousands can't skip the general, but have you prepared the silver yet?" Unryang firmly answered, startling both him and Daegu, "I've got 400 taels right here." Zhang Song was furious, feeling insulted. He shouted, "Daegu, see them out." Daegu winced, cursing under his breath, "Why did I let these guys in? I'm dead meat now." But Gu Jiashan was even fiercer. He glared and barked, "We're not done, sit back down." Zhang Song immediately shut up, muttering pitifully. His hands trembled as fear overtook him. That gaze, he's no ordinary man. Unrayang stood tall and said proudly, "Then it's time to pay General Quanlin a visit." Suddenly a scream pierced the sky, echoing across the calm daylight. The three of them moved at full speed toward their destination, with Gu Jiashan now hauling a fourth Zhang Song by the collar. Their next stop, the fortified residence of General Quanlin, a solid and imposing structure. The guards immediately blocked their way, shouting, "Who goes there?" One of them darted off, rushing to deliver the message, "General, there are guests requesting your presence." Quanlin, engrossed in a book, casually muttered, "Let them in." He flipped through the pages, head spinning, mood clearly sour. Then he tossed the book aside in frustration, thinking, what useless garbage. With permission granted, Unrayang, Gu Jiashan, Gong Chik, and Zhang Song boldly entered the hall. Zhang Song timidly bowed. "General, forgive this lowly one for the sudden intrusion." Quanlin sternly asked, "Zhang Song, who are these people?" Unrayang politely introduced, "I'm Byokyu of the Kunlun Inn." Gu Jiashan grumbled, "I'm Gu Jiashan, the inn's errand boy," barely suppressing his rage. Gong Chik peeked from behind and added humbly, "And I'm Gong Chik, a humble carpenter." Quanlin let out a cold chuckle. "What an interesting bunch we have here." He slowly stepped forward. Stopping in front of Unrayang, he squinted, "You from the martial world?" Unrayang admitted once yes. Quanlin raised an eyebrow, "And now?" Unrayang answered modestly, "Now I'm the head chef of an inn." "Head chef?" Quanlin echoed, puzzled. Still doubtful, Quanlin pressed, "You mean the one cooking in the kitchen?" Unrayang firmly replied, "Correct." Quanlin absent-mindedly stroked his beard, then scoffed, "A cook, a bellboy, and a carpenter dare approach me." Zhang Song and Gong Chik looked utterly mortified. Quanlin leisurely sat down, smugly remarking, "Still, I'm in a good mood from recent victories, so what do you want?" Tension filled the small room like thick fog. Facing the trio, Quanlin calmly discussed, not royalty, yet asking for a massive purchase of azure dragonwood, but with enough silver, anything's possible. Unrayang cut him off coolly, "I don't have any silver." The general blinked. "What?" Realizing he was doomed, Zhang Song bowed, trembling, "This fool deserves death. Please have mercy, General." Quanlin fell silent, saying nothing. But as he observed Unrayang's unwavering expression, he wondered, "No money, yet still so bold before me." Unrayang declared firmly, "I may not have silver, but if there's something you desire, I'll give it my all to obtain it." He stood tall, voice resolute. "As long as you hand over the wood, I'll fulfill the task no matter what." Quanlin raised a brow. "You'll really fulfill it?" Unrayang nodded. "Without fail." The general continued, "Anything." Unrayang calmly replied, "Name it and I'll do it." Quanlin hesitated, deep in thought. "What I want is—" He paused, contemplating for a moment. Then his eyes fell on the book he'd previously discarded. He bent down and picked it up. Holding it out, he said, "First, read this and tell me what you think." Unrayang accepted it and read thoroughly. Gu Jiashan, curious, peeked in and then yanked it away, shouting, "This garbage, who wrote this joke?" Quanlin scratched his head, baffled. "Is this really the kind of magical nonsense popular these days? Bah, forget it." Then he bellowed, "What I truly want is this, a martial arts manual powerful enough to rank me among the 100 greatest masters of the world." He relented slightly, stating his terms. "If you can bring me that, I'll give you all the azure dragonwood you want." Unrayang calmly replied, "That's completely doable." He confidently crossed his arms. "Not only can it get you into the top 100 masters, but if you train hard enough, you might even contend with the top 10 in the martial world." Back at the inn, peace and quiet seemed like the standard. A hand was diligently slicing vegetables. Suddenly, Zhou Okjeong called out, "Manager." Jin So-hee rushed over, politely replying, "Yes." The older woman smiled and said, "Go bring 10 caddies of premium pork ribs for Master Tao." Jin So-hee headed over to the meat rack only to discover it was empty. "Oh no, we're out of pork." She muttered sadly, "If Master Gu Jiashan were here, he'd have already caught one in the mountains." A strange noise suddenly drew her attention. She slowly pushed the door open. "What the—" A wild boar lay sprawled right outside. Jin So-hee picked up Tiger King and asked sweetly, "Was this your doing, huh?" The little guy adorably let out a meow. She cradled him lovingly. "Oh my, such a good little tiger, aren't you?" Wang Jiryong watched anxiously, thinking, how is she not scared? Jin So-hee beamed, "I didn't expect this from you." The guy froze like a statue. She playfully praised him, "So you're actually kind of fun, huh?" leaving him stunned. Jin So-hee gently stroked Tiger King, her smile radiant. "This adorable kitty, how can it be the mighty Tiger King? You're really something, haha." She cheerfully asked, "It was you who brought this gift for us, wasn't it, Uncle Wang?" Flustered, he quickly denied, "And no, I told you it was Tiger King," but she kept teasing, "Come on, don't be shy." Jin Sohee tilted her head, speaking earnestly, you must be busy, yet you still think of us. Truly, thank you. Wang Jiaryong cleared his throat, better not say more or I'll embarrass myself further. He couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, why call me Uncle Wang? Jin Sohee innocently replied, it suits your age, doesn't it, great hero Wang? He snapped, what age do you think I am? She chirped back, at least 40. He cried out in protest, what are you saying, I'm only 32. Really? She gasped. Smiling gently, he relented, fine, call me whatever you like. She happily agreed, all right then, thank you, Brother Wang. His face turned red as a beet. Brother, what now? Suddenly energized, Wang Jiaryong swung his axe, carving a stone table, silently repeating, Brother Wang. Seeing Wang Jiaryong like that, Jin Sohee smiled with relief and told Tiger King, isn't it lucky to have a big brother as sturdy as Mount Tai? The little tiger let out a happy meow. In a distant mansion, gusts of wind lifted dust and leaves into the sky. Quanlin sat leisurely inside, unrolling scrolls to read. He suddenly furrowed his brows, deep in thought. He hesitantly asked, what's the name of this martial art? Ryang immediately responded with precision, that's wood-fire technique. Time was short, so I didn't get a chance to write it all down. Quanlin thoughtfully pondered, the essence stems from the cycle of creation and destruction. Wood gives birth to fire, fire tempers steel. Not hard to learn, but when mastered, each move strikes like thunder, burns like wildfire. Then he suddenly declared, you've held up your end of the bargain. Moments later, to the shock of Zhang Song nearby, Quanlin proudly proclaimed, the green dragon wood is yours. At the tea table, Quanlin propped his chin and scowled at Zhang Song. Hey Zhang Song, the man snapped to attention. Yes, General Quanlin. After receiving instructions, Zhang Song hurriedly asked, how much should we deliver? Quanlin immediately cut him off, however much they want, give it all. The words made Zhang Song visibly panic, but if we do that then. But Quanlin firmly dismissed his concerns, I'll cover the cost, don't worry about it. All Zhang Song could do was bow and obey. Back at the Kunlun Hotel, Jin Sohee let out a long sigh in the kitchen. Today was exhausting. Suddenly Zhuge Soming popped out of nowhere, cheerfully saying, Miss Jin, you've worked hard. She smiled back, you too, young Master Soming. But before they could relax, Ning Sobung stormed in with 2 others. What about us, huh? Just then the inn doors opened with a loud creak. The moment people inside saw Ryang enter, their faces lit up. Sir Byok-yu. As he walked in, everyone bowed and greeted him in unison. Welcome back, my lord. Gong Chik, following Ryang, muttered to himself, isn't he just a bellboy? But then he caught sight of Ning Sobung's intimidating face. Wait, that's Hwang Yang and Yong Hwa, they look like bouncers, not bellboys. Seeing that familiar figure, Jin Sohee ran over joyfully. You're back. Ryang used the moment to introduce, everyone, this is the innkeeper of Kunlun Hotel. When she noticed the unfamiliar face, she blinked in surprise, and who might this be? Seeing Jin Sohee puzzled, Ryang took the chance to introduce on Gong Chik's behalf, he's the carpenter who will be handling our hotel expansion. Gong Chik gave a short intro, I am Gong Chik. She cheerfully replied, I'm Jin Sohee, sir, please feel free to speak comfortably. Hearing that, Gong Chik became overly polite, but Sohee beamed and added, I'm only 19, it's fine, really. Suddenly, he leaned in close and whispered suspiciously, so then, how old is Byok-yu exactly? With sharp hearing, Ryang shouted from afar, scaring Gong Chik out of his skin, not too sure, maybe around 122. Gong Chik froze in disbelief, what, that's just a warning not to even think about calling him bro. At that moment, Jo Ok Jeong appeared in the kitchen and asked, you're back? Ryang nodded, yes, disciple reporting in. Then Ryang turned to introduce her to Gong Chik, this is Lady Jo Ok Jeong, our head chef. Gong Chik respectfully greeted, I'm Gong Chik, the carpenter, and she warmly welcomed him, we'll be counting on you. But suddenly, Jo Ok Jeong stepped in close and studied his face seriously. Confused, Gong Chik asked, why are you staring at me like that, do we know each other? Without hesitation, she guessed, your father was a carpenter too, wasn't he? Flustered by her accuracy, he stammered, why yes. In a flash, she recalled a familiar face, the chief carpenter when the White Crane Hotel was built. That man was Gong Jiao. Stunned by her divine deduction, he blurted out, that's right, that was my father. Wait, you're the descendant of the White Crane Hotel's master chef from Hubei? Jo Ok Jeong didn't answer, she just left him with one request, please take charge of this renovation. As Gong Chik warmed up to everyone, Ryang moved on to Zhuge Soming, this is our strategist. The young man softly introduced, Zhuge Soming, a pleasure to meet you. The moment he heard that, Gong Chik stiffened like he'd been electrocuted. A strategist, at a hotel, and from the Zhuge clan, are you seriously telling me someone from the Zhuge family is working as a bellboy? Just then, another familiar face arrived, Wang Jiaryong happily greeted, welcome back, my lord. One look at the guy, and Gong Chik recoiled in fear. Trembling, he asked Zhuge Soming, isn't that the Beast King? Calmly, Zhuge asked, oh, so you know him. Gong Chick leapt in fright, of course I do, even people outside the martial world have heard of the four great dark kings. Sensing the awkward tension, Ryang quickly interjected, come greet him, this is our master carpenter. Wang Jiaoyang chuckled, I'm Wang Jiaoyang. Gong Chick, realizing he'd better behave, quickly bowed, it's an honor to meet the Beast King, I'm Gong Chick, humble carpenter. Just then Jin Sohee entered, gazing at Wang Jiaoyang with starry eyes which made him puff up with pride. Looks like someone here knows how cool I am, he thought smugly. As the group shared cheerful moments, Ryang suddenly asked with a straight face, you didn't slack off on that table, did you? Wang Jiaoyang replied firmly, absolutely not. Gong Chick, having seen it all, muttered in disbelief, the Beast King actually made a dining table with his own hands. Just then Jin Sohee jumped in, oh, by the way, Gu Jiashan Haiyang. Hearing that, Ryang jerked his chin backward, signaling that they were late because of too much luggage, it should be about time now. Just as he finished speaking, a thunderous noise erupted, startling everyone on the spot. Ning Sobung immediately volunteered and dashed outside, what's going on? What met their eyes was a massive brown blur hidden in a cloud of thick smoke, prompting panicked cries, what is that? I can't see a thing. He and Wang Jiaoyang stood there dumbfounded as the smoke began to clear. Then they both gawked, jaws practically hitting the ground, this is. What emerged was an enormous pile of firewood, and atop it stood a cool silhouette gazing down like a boss. Gu Jiashan had made his grand, sweaty entrance in epic fashion. After dramatically standing above like a hero, he finally descended, leaving the crowd gasping. Ning Sobung looked at the woodpile and asked nervously, Gu Jiashan bro, don't tell me you did this all by yourself. Even Gong Chick was shaken by this shocking scene, never heard of anyone like him in the martial world. If these folks go public, we're all doomed. The moment Gu Jiashan landed, he jabbed a finger at Wang Jiaoyang and barked, what was it you just said, huh? Caught off guard, Wang Jiaoyang stammered, I didn't say anything really. But Gu Jiashan exposed him immediately with a scowl, I heard you from up there disrespecting our manager. Wang Jiaoyang froze, utterly speechless. Their voices echoed in the sky as the bickering intensified, so you're saying calling him bro was out of line. Gu Jiashan pointed a fist at him, get over here and take 3 punches like a man. Wang Jiaoyang panicked, it was Jin Sohee's idea. That statement pushed Gu Jiashan over the edge, he gritted his teeth and cornered him against the pile. You sneaky little brown-noser, Wang Jiaoyang yelped, wait. Just in time, Jin Sohee appeared like a guardian angel, that's right, I gave permission. Gu Jiashan still looked skeptical, really? Wang Jiaoyang, barely breathing, trembled, yes, of course. Hearing both confirmations, Gu Jiashan finally backed off. All this while, Gong Chick had been watching in stunned silence. Is this really the world I know? Meanwhile, dusk fell, and the scene shifted to the Namgung clan estate. Outside the estate walls, a squad of black-clad figures leapt over with no concern for subtlety. They rushed straight toward the palace at full speed. Inside the room, everyone was still happily pouring drinks. One man raised his cup and declared, I've hosted this banquet to thank you all, drink freely tonight. That man was Namgung Mu, the eldest son of the Namgung clan. But someone immediately protested, the clan had banned alcohol for a whole month, isn't this risky? Mu simply lifted a hand, signaling silence. Namgung Mu casually confessed, drinking in secret makes it taste better, then burst out laughing. At that exact moment, a group of black-clad intruders kicked the doors open and barged in. The Namgung disciples screamed, who are you people? Outside the door stood the twin freaks, casually commenting, well, looks like it's more than just one guy in there. The two villains chatted leisurely, I thought this would be like kidnapping the descendants of the Xiamen clan to trade for the Emperor's sword. HWA Yuck added, the world doesn't always follow our script. Suddenly, HWA Huel recalled an old conversation with Zhang Ligang, didn't you say we're no longer attacking the Namgung clan? Ligang had replied calmly, that's no longer appropriate, leaving Huel baffled, what? The next words from Ligang stunned HWA Huel, the Black Wind unit was wiped out by a single person. Then he slowly revealed the name, it was Byokyu. Huel froze, no way. Ligang sat like a tyrant, declaring, so war is off the table, twin freaks, this job's yours, make it quick, just like when we stole the dragon scale armor from the Xiamen clan. Then he furrowed his brow, but this time it's Sky Warrior, not someone to take lightly, if you encounter him, abort immediately. Back to the present, the Namgung men were desperately defending against the relentless black-clad assault. One subordinate leapt in front of Namgung Mu, young master, get back, they're headed for the inner sanctum, it's you thereafter. Meanwhile, HWA Yuck strode into the hall like he owned the place. He clenched both fists, channeling all his power, annoying, let's end this quickly and bounce. Without warning, he curled up and rolled like a flaming meatball toward the Namgung defender. The man instinctively stepped forward to block the attack, but he was flung like laundry in a typhoon. Namgung Mu, seeing the brute approaching him, clenched his jaw. This monster. He lowered his stance and raised his sword, sky-splitting blade. The killing intent radiating from him made HWA Yuck nod in appreciation. Not bad, young master. Got some moves, huh? Then suddenly HWA Yuck sped up his rolling. Mu panicked and dodged. Alright, let's double the speed so you really feel it. But in the end, he still couldn't escape from HWA Yuck and was slammed straight into the wall. As Namgung Mu lay motionless on the ground, he finally realized, dang, that guy's really strong. Meanwhile, HWA Yuck, having finished his attack, casually dismissed it all. Thought it'd be fun, turns out not even worth a warm-up. Seeing Mu unable to resist, HWA Huel immediately barked at a nearby black-clad man. Enough playing, get him out of here. Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out, stop right there, making him turn his head in surprise. Namgung Jetchen arrived with another man, shouting at the doorway, do you even know where you are, barging in like this? As he stepped in, he announced his status, I am Namgung Jetchen, patriarch of the Namgung clan and the Sky Warrior. This is the head of the 5 great clans. HWA Huel squinted at the aura of murder around the old man, then spotted the sword. No way, the Sky Warrior himself. He suddenly recalled the warning, if they encountered the Sky Warrior, retreat immediately. But he scoffed, so what if you martial artists of the Central Plains wriggle around, you think it'll change the world? After a brief brooding pause, the twin freaks began planning. Might as well grab the goods now and leave, one said. HWA Huel nodded, my thoughts exactly, bro. Then he raised a finger and shouted, whoever seizes the Emperor's sword gets 5 golden peaks as reward. Seeing their defiant attitude, Namgung Jetchen's fury boiled over. He drew his sword, bastards. But someone immediately stopped his hand. Then, with blade already in hand, Jetchen charged forward. I'll deal with you personally. The black-clad attackers, seeing his fearsome presence, all widened their eyes in sheer terror. But in the end, Namgung Jetchen still charged forward, burning with vengeance. Regret now was far too late. In a flash, a blood-red wave burst forth along with shrill screams. HWA Huel and HWA Yuck both froze in shock at the sight. After clearing out the small fry, the old man turned to face the twin freaks. None of you are leaving here alive. His threat was enough to throw them into a panic. What the hell, there's someone this strong in the Central Plains. But then HWA Huel suddenly crossed his arms in front of his chest, no choice left but to go all out. He shouted with force, summoning his weapon, demonic iron soul blade. Now powered up, he barked, hand over the Emperor's sword and we'll retreat. Fair trade, eh? On the other side, HWA Yuck stepped forward to face a worthy opponent. I'm your opponent, he growled. And with zero shame, he rolled straight at the guy again, absolutely ridiculous. A loud crashing sound rang out as the door splintered apart. HWA Yuck, still standing, continued his rampage without missing a beat. Meanwhile, HWA Huel was swinging away with his artifact weapon. The weapon quickly zeroed in on Namgung Jetchen's head. The old man had to levitate just to dodge the furious flurry of attacks. Then he dropped back to the ground with a roar. The sword arts of the Namgung clan are not to be insulted. He unleashed a barrage of strikes with absolutely no mercy. HWA Huel took a few solid hits in the chaos. But Jetchen wasn't pleased. His opponent's moves were unpredictable and hard to pin down. After their brief skirmishes, the twin freaks regrouped. If we combine forces, no one in the Central Plains can stop us. Hearing that, Jetchen erupted with overwhelming power. Oh really? The pair could feel the pressure and froze for a few seconds. Without hesitation, Jetchen gripped his sword. He drew his glowing green blade with unwavering resolve. The blade now pointed straight at the twin freaks. Fully prepared, he taunted them, if you want to die, let me oblige. The sudden spike in intensity left HWA Yuck dumbfounded. Bro, what is this? HWA Huel also stammered. We ran into a monster. At that moment, HWA Huel's legs twitched instinctively. He suddenly leapt up screaming, damn it, do or die. On the other side, Jetchen grit his teeth with equal ferocity. In a flash, a brilliant light burst out, launching the twin freaks into the air. Outside Namgung's estate, the twin freaks were now tangled up in an overwhelming force. HWA Huel knocked back hard, growled in frustration. Staring at the shadowy figure within the swirling spiritual aura, he trembled, the Sky Warrior, truly terrifying. Then, unable to hold it in, he cursed under his breath loud enough for HWA Yuck, who was rummaging around, to hear. The hell, freak. In a flash, the guy whipped out a spiky sphere. Without hesitation, HWA Yuck hurled it forward. Meanwhile, Namgung Jetchen just smirked coolly. In an instant, his sword sliced that poor little spiky thing clean in half. But no one expected it to explode right in his face. A thick black smoke quickly engulfed the area. Jetchen thought to himself, poison mist, better not breathe that in. As the smoke cleared, the twin freaks were nowhere to be seen. Staring at the now empty space, Jetchen cursed under his breath, gone, cowards. Suddenly, a faint groan from Namgung Mu caught his attention. Jetchen rushed over and asked anxiously, "Are you all right, son?" But the young man clenched his teeth and muttered, "Father, I failed you." That made the old man even more concerned. "It's all right, don't force yourself to talk." After checking him over, Jetchen finally sighed in relief. No serious injuries, thank heavens. But his eyes soon blazed with fury as he clenched his fists. "I don't care who you are, I'll hunt you to the ends of the world for daring to cross the Namgung clan." Cut to a desolate hideout with nothing but a lonely monk statue. The twin freaks were now kneeling before Zhang Ligang, who questioned coldly, "You lost everything. I told you, retreat immediately if you encountered the Sky Warrior." Zhang Ligang was seething. The plan worked against Xiamen Biok because she was manageable, but using it on the Sky Warrior, idiots. HWA Huel tried to salvage things. "Please forgive us, my lord. I'll devise a new plan immediately," only to get shot down. "Spare me, you'll just screw it up again." Zhang Ligang brooded, chin on hand. The Overlord Saber and the Emperor Sword, never easy to obtain. In the silence, only he remained tense. Now that the mission failed, they'll be extra cautious. Forget that Byokyu brat for now, let's focus on the Emperor Sword of the Namgung clan. Scene changed to the morning at Xiamen Estate. 6 people sat around gossiping, heard the Namgung clan got attacked last night. Xiamen Biok jolted upright at the shocking news. In panic he asked, was it the same group that stole the dragon scale armor? Someone replied quickly, most likely. In that moment, Biok remembered Siok Chung, still tied up with leads from that poison freak. As soon as the guy saw who entered, he gasped, "Zhang Li Gang, my lord, it must be." After a bit of thought, he concluded that this Zhang Li Gang guy must be targeting the Emperor's sword. Just then, a servant rushed in. "Master, there's a guest asking to see you." He waved it off coldly. "Tell them I'm in a meeting, they can wait." But, the servant added, "It's the Sky Warrior." That made Xiamen Biok jump out of his chair. Namgung Jetchen had already arrived with 2 others, and was slapping the table. As he stepped out, he greeted with a smirk, "So early in the morning already." Jetchen was polite and stood to return the gesture. "It's been a while." The 2 quickly sat down and got straight to the terrifying events of last night. "I figured you came for this. Yes, our clan was attacked." At that, Xiamen Biok panicked. "Then, the Emperor's sword." Jetchen calmly assured him, "Still safe. Those fools didn't get their hands on it." "With me around," he added confidently, "how could they possibly succeed?" Biok grumbled internally, "Is this guy mocking me? Still that same arrogant jerk who thinks the world spins around him." Jetchen then got serious. "I'm here to see if you found any new leads." At that moment, Jetchen recalled what his son said the night before. Namgung Mu had struggled to speak but managed. "Father, they came for the Emperor's sword just like at the Xiamen clan's birthday banquet." Hearing that, Xiamen Biok nodded slightly in agreement. Seemed to make sense. Trying to keep the conversation flowing, Biok asked, "Still haven't identified them yet?" Jetchen pondered briefly and answered, "They're under someone named Zhang Li Gang." That name stunned Li Gang. The room filled with Biok's voice. "Aside from targeting the 10 legendary treasures, I've got nothing else." The 2 fell into a long, uneasy silence. After a moment, Jetchen pressed his palm to the table and said, "Thanks, I'll take my leave now." Just before he left, Biok casually mentioned, "There's a place on Mount Conlon called the Conlon Hotel." He added, "You saved our clan and the head steward there, Byokyu, is the one." Jetchen was startled. "Byokyu?" Biok stepped closer. "Oh, and that Overlord Saber, it's being guarded by a staff member named Gu Jashin." Jetchen's brain short-circuited. "Wait, what now?" They entrusted the Overlord Saber to a hotel. Yet Biok seemed quite pleased with himself as he told the tale. "You'll find more answers there." He ended with a dramatic bombshell. "They're all disciples of the drunken immortal Nagak." Jetchen froze, jaw slack. Disciples of the drunken immortal. Deep down, he was giddy with success. "Fine, I'll strut in with that smug face. We'll see how many teeth I leave with." Cut to the lively Conlon Hotel again. Ning So Bung, Huang Yang, and Sam Bonggi were lined up neatly, ready to receive their orders. The one giving commands, of course, was Un Ryang. 2 duties today. First, same as usual, serve food and deliver orders. Everything seemed normal until Un Ryang dropped the bomb. Second, build a wall around the place. They all blinked, dumbfounded. "Build a wall?" Just then, Zhuge Soming appeared, balancing a tower of bowls. "The delivery for South Road Village is ready." One guy instantly volunteered, took the stack, and strode off with a sigh. "Welp, here goes nothing." After he left, Un Ryang continued assigning tasks. "Huang Yang, you're doing the deliveries this time, the rest stay." The 3 slackers, including Ning So Bung, cheered. He remembered our names, were finally relevant. Soon after Hwang Yang showed up stacked like a dish fortress, he suddenly felt a boost of motivation. Without warning, he dashed off like a madman on a mission. The others gulped. Odd, that kid is kinda cool actually. As Unryang sorted another task, he turned and called Wang Jiryong. He pointed at Sam Bong-gi and Ning So-bung. You take those two to fetch stones for the wall. Ning So-bung watched him leave and muttered, stones, like actual stones. Unryang casually pointed to a distant mountain. Ning So-bung almost choked that second peak. Unryang finished handing out tasks, adding sweetly, any problems? The poor guy shook his head, thinking, no sir, accept all of it. Seeing their long faces, Wang Jiryong snapped, what's with the funeral looks? I hauled all those stones myself to make the tables, you know. Ning So-bung shyly inched closer. Big bro, maybe you could help us with. Before he could finish, Wang Jiryong roared, you think I'm stupid? I'm the wild sky king, Wang Jiryong. He spun around, carry it yourselves. But for some mysterious reason, he raised a fist and grumbled, damn it. Upon seeing Gu Jashin approaching, he instantly froze in fear. Still haunted by him, he waved dismissively, I mean, let's work hard, right? Gu Jashin didn't argue, he just walked off with a warning, 3 big stones, don't forget. Scene shift to Lonely Inn. Inside, Hwan Tong, top retainer of the Namgung clan, eyed Namgung Jetchin suspiciously. Are you saying the drunken immortal is really there? Even Biweol, commander of the Hong Fai intelligence group, chimed in, to be honest, I don't buy it. Xiamen Byok is known to be a bit dramatic. Her analysis echoed through the room. Our intel has never uncovered anything about a so-called Conlin hotel. Jetchin replied firmly, but if he's right and they're targeting the 10 legendary treasures and the Overlord Saber, we need to check it out. Seeing his resolve, both subordinates stood up. Allow us to accompany you. But he refused flatly. No, you return and strengthen our defenses. Biweol still looked uneasy. But if you go alone, it's... Jetchin had enough. Have you forgotten who I am? That shut them up. They bowed silently as he walked out. The scene cut to a clear blue sky where a wooden structure was gradually taking shape. Jinsoi stepped out and called cheerfully, Elder Gong, come eat. Gong Chick was already grinning with noodles in his mouth. This is the best bowl of noodles I've ever had. Every time feels like the first. He placed his chopsticks down, eyes sparkling, a flavor truly unmatched under the heavens. Later, Unryang arrived and asked casually, how much longer until it's done? Gong Chick raised 4 fingers. At this pace, 4 more months, though that's pretty fast already. Before Gong Chick could even finish, Gu Jashin leapt up and barked, no bullying, 3 months chop chop. Gong Chick stammered, but the current pace is already borderline inhuman. 3 months is a bit what? Gu Jashin roared, clearly done with patience. Gong Chick stuttered, if we hire more workers maybe it's possible, but thought quietly, too bad we're broke. On a fine sunny day, progress was steadily underway at Conlin Hotel's construction site. Birds chirped melodiously from the peaks above. Meanwhile, on the ground, Wang Jiryong was slicing through boulders with his bare strength. After he finished, Ning So-bung, Hwang Yang and Sam Bong-gi showed up, jaws on the floor. Legendary stuff, man, he scoffed, meh, average Tuesday, suddenly. Namgung Jetchin arrived, waving away dust with his hand. So this is the Conlin Hotel. Sam Bong-gi frowned and scolded, who the heck are you? We're under renovation, no guests. But then Jetchin dropped the bomb, I heard the drunken immortal frequents this place. Is it true? Wang Jiryong flinched and grumbled, told you we're closed, beat it already. Jetchin's eyes suddenly bulged with surprise. He scanned Wang Jiryong from head to toe like a detective. His gaze dropped to the axe in Jiryong's hand. He stroked his chin, letting out a deliberate HMPH. A hero of the righteous path, once leading the martial world, now hanging with Black Path scum, a four-heavenly king of the underworld, unbelievable. Exposed, Wang Jiryong bristled and barked, who even are you? Jetchin smiled faintly, Namgung Jetchin. The others gasped, what, Sky Warrior himself? Jiryong's face twisted in recognition, oh, so it really is him. Jetchin turned on his heel, I'll let it go this time, got my own business today. Wang Jiryong exploded, let it go, you think I'm some joke? Jetchin clenched his jaw just as furious. Sparks flew as they postured for a duel. Wanna go, huh, you think you can beat me? Just as fists were about to fly, Unryang stepped out, making Jiryong freeze mid-charge. He instantly reverted to polite mode. No, just a rude guest, I was handling it. Unryang squinted. A rude guest. Seeing Jiryong trembling, Jetchin was baffled. Who is this guy that even Wild Beast King is scared of, and why do I feel oppressed just looking at him? Too curious to hold back, he asked, who are you? Unryang calmly answered, Byok Yu. That name made Jetchin's insides lurch. So this is the guy Xiamen Byok talked about. Not one to back down, Ryang returned fire, and you are, Jiryong buted in, Sky Warrior, heard of him. Ryang asked bluntly, so what brings you here? Jetchin replied without hesitation, I heard this place might have clues about those targeting the 10 legendary treasures. I came to ask. Ryang quickly denied it, don't know what you're talking about, but Jetchin pressed, Xiamen Byok said you fought them yourself. Ryang ignored the bait, replying, this is just a hotel, currently closed for repairs, come back later. Jetchin wasn't having it, hold it. He exploded with self-importance, a disciple of the drunken immortal, daring to be disrespectful to the Namgung clan's patriarch. Where'd you learn such insolence? Namgung Jetchin, without any courtesy, unleashed his killing intent and roared, call your master out now. He went a step further and hurled a rock straight at Ryang's head. Taking the hit, Ryang finally snapped and barked back, looks like we gotta throw hands then. With that, he lunged forward so fast Jetchin couldn't even react. In the blink of an eye, Jetchin ate a divine punch straight to the face. Groaning in pain, he clutched his face and whimpered. Furious, Jetchin snarled, do you even know who I am, you punk? But Ryang didn't let him finish and threw another punch right away. Jetchin collapsed, groaning helplessly like a deflated balloon. His eyes suddenly narrowed, no way, this can't be happening. He furiously drew his sword and charged at Ryang, I'll make you regret this. But Ryang just twirled a wooden stick in his hand and calmly replied, the only one regretting things will be you. Jetchin pointed his weapon menacingly, you think that stick can take on the Emperor's sword? But Ryang just smiled and waved his hand mockingly, bring it on, Gramps. Jetchin couldn't take the disrespect and growled like an angry dog. Even with one eye bruised shut, he charged forward without hesitation. But with perfect timing, Ryang blocked the blade using only a dry branch. Jetchin gasped in disbelief, blocked by a branch. Still in denial, he slashed again. But every single strike was caught effortlessly by Ryang's one hand. Spectators outside gasped in awe, Byokyu is insane, even the Sky Warrior is struggling. Just then Nagok popped up and cheered, lucky me to witness this, Ning Sobung shouted, welcome senior. Jin Sohee also joined in the fun, can you really fight using a twig? Nagok grinned, of course you can. But her follow-up question made him choke, then grandpa can you do that too? Overhead, Jetchin's sacred sword was spinning in the air. It soon lost momentum and stabbed into the ground. Jetchin stared blankly at his now empty hand. Just as he was trying to make sense of things, his eyes narrowed. Flashes of light flickered before him, accompanied by pitiful screams. The familiar half-built scene of the hotel returned. Wang Jiryong was diligently splitting boulders in half. He was so focused he didn't notice the figure behind him. Meanwhile, Jetchin had just woken up from unconsciousness. Squinting with his bruised eye, he muttered, what just happened? As he tried to recall, memories of that final fight flooded in, shocking him all over again. Suddenly, a loud argument nearby grabbed his attention. Told you it needs to be 3 pieces, it's too big for one head. Gu Jashin scolded while whacking Wang Jiryong on the head, just do it and it'll work. Witnessing this chaos, Jetchin clenched his jaw, the wild beast king, reduced to a delivery boy. A sudden chuckle came from behind, rough day huh? Jetchin turned around to see Nagok lounging on the table, sipping tea, feeling any better now. Seeing the smug look on the old man's face, Namgung Jetchin couldn't help but get suspicious. Who are you? Are you mocking me? But Nagok casually replied, still want another round of my fists, haven't woken up yet huh? That left Jetchin dumbfounded. What now? Seeing Jetchin's exaggerated reaction, Nagok chuckled, just kidding, have a drink. Jetchin kept staring at him, eyes full of curiosity. Is this really the drunken immortal? A moment later, 5 hotel staff stood neatly in line as Zhuge Soming announced, according to Gong Chick, construction will take about 4 more months. He added, to reduce impact on business, we'll expand delivery through the order token system. Everyone instantly froze. Ning Sobung couldn't take it and protested, isn't delivering to both South Root Village and North Root Village enough, we're still hauling stones for the walls too. Jetchin, hearing all this, relaxed his clenched fists. What disciple of the drunken immortal, this place is seriously running a business. Right then Nagok asked with a smirk, so, what brings you here? Above, clouds drifted across a serene blue sky. After hearing Jetchin's long story, Nagok replied calmly, is that so? But honestly this has nothing to do with us. We're just an inn, nothing more. Frustrated, Jetchin could only vent to Nagok, but clearly they're a hidden force in disguise. If we ignore this, the future of martial arts will be pitch black. As if reading his mind, Nagok flatly denied it, not my problem. Jetchin was stunned. Even after the cold brush-off, Jetchin still pleaded, you're the legendary drunken immortal, once hailed as a top master. Can you really turn a blind eye to the fall of martial society? Nagok replied with the calm of someone who's seen too much, I've retired from the martial world. These matters are now for your generation to handle. As the two spoke passionately, Gu Jashin came running in. What's this, you're here already? Jetchin spotted the broadsword on his back and muttered, the Overlord blade, could he be the Gu Jashin Siamun Byok spoke of? Nagak acknowledged Gu Jashin with indifference, which annoyed him. Yeah, I'm here, I'm Byokyu's buddy, show some respect, will ya? That offhand remark caught Jetchin's attention. Byokyu's friend, he silently judged. Unless the drunken immortals lost his mind, there's no way he'd befriend these youngsters. Unless... there. Suddenly a wild idea sparked in his mind. Masters who have reversed aging. With that thought, Jetchin pushed himself up off the ground. As Nagak saw him about to leave, he tried to tempt him. At least eat a meal before you go. If you skip it, you'll regret it for life. But Jetchin coldly declined. No need. Jetchin then turned around and bowed with cupped hands. Nagak, understanding the gesture, replied cheerfully, then come again next time. As he walked away, Jetchin muttered under his breath, only a lunatic would ever come back to this place. Scene shifts to the grand buildings of the Kunlun sect. Around a tea table, 5 people were heatedly discussing. I've seen it with my own eyes. Beak Heek exploded. What do you mean expanding the construction without permission? 2 other elders immediately jumped in. Exactly, judging by the scale, it's massive. Who gave them permission to build that on our Kunlun mountain? Even Beak Chung couldn't hold back anymore. This can't be ignored. They didn't even report it to us. Everyone was shouting at once, except poor Bindo, who just looked completely lost. Meanwhile, sunlight poured over the bustling city. Bindo sat on a stone bench, anxiously mulling over the situation. How should I deal with this? Just then, a hand carrying a bucket of water approached Bindo. Yongpeng set the bucket down and quickly asked, Master, your face looks troubled. Is something wrong? Bindo looked at him thoughtfully. Have you heard about the Kunlun Hotel expansion? Yongpeng answered honestly. Yes, sir. Senior Yong Yuuk already informed me. Bindo then dropped a bomb. The sect leader has already sent people there to investigate. Yongpeng's heart skipped a beat. Should we go there ourselves to stop it? But Bindo waved his hand. No, we have plenty to do here. Still, Bindo left him with a parting option. If you want, you can go check it out yourself. He added a cautious warning, but don't expect stubborn old Beak Chung to listen to you. I wouldn't get my hopes up if I were you. Meanwhile, Beak Chung was already leading a squad of men in white into the forest. He muttered to his subordinate, I really don't understand why Elder Bindo is so against this. The man replied, yeah, it's really odd. Another guy couldn't help chiming in, what if he has some kind of connection with that hotel? Why else would he be defending them? Hearing that, the group behind immediately joined in. Either way, they dared to build something so big on Kunlun Mountain without permission. We should teach them a proper lesson, master, or at least collect a proper construction tax. As they walked, their minds were full of scheming. Right, if they show sincerity, maybe we can reconsider, maybe. Meanwhile, at the hotel site, Gong Chik was still hard at work, absolutely exhausted. Suddenly, Jin Sohee appeared with a bowl of water in hand. Here, drink some water and rest for a bit, sir. Gong Chik gratefully took the bowl and downed it in one gulp. Then he handed the bowl back with a polite nod. Thank you. Jin Sohee smiled, no big deal. After she walked away, Gong Chik quietly stared at her back. She's about the same age as my daughter. Every time I see her, I can't help thinking of her. A wave of unease crept into his heart. I wonder if my girl is being mistreated wherever she is. Suddenly, a loud voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Hey, where is everyone? 2 white-robed loudmouths barged in, shouting, Hey, who's in charge here? Get out here now. Gong Chik hurried over and greeted them politely. Sirs, I am. Who are you? One of them barked. I'm Gong Chik, the carpenter. A carpenter, get out of the way then. Without waiting, they yelled again, Where's the innkeeper? Who gave you permission to build here? At that moment, the burly figure of Wang Jiryong appeared before them. He growled with annoyance, What's going on here? Beak Chung stepped out from the crowd, shamelessly eyeing Wang Jiryong up and down. You don't exactly look like someone from a hotel. Upon seeing him, Wang Jiryong sneered, Ah, from the Kunlun sect, huh? His smug attitude instantly infuriated the group. How dare you talk like that? Do you even know who we are? Unbothered, Wang Jiryong raised his crescent axe. Do you know who I am? That line made Beak Chung squint and examine him more closely. Wait a minute, that aura, a master-level expert. Then he noticed the weapon in Wang Jiryong's hand. A moon-shaped axe, could it be? Instantly, the whole Kunlun crew was stunned like they'd been struck by lightning. It's the Beast King. Beak Chung cautiously asked the towering man before him, Hold on, are you really the Beast King? The answer came swiftly and firmly, That's right. Beak Chung, trying to stay composed but clearly nervous, asked, Then why are you here? Wang Jiryong looked him straight in the eyes and declared clearly, I'm an employee of the inn. Beak Chung couldn't hide his stunned expression. He thought to himself, this guy must be nuts, probably a fake Beast King. Still, there's no gain in picking a fight with him. Beek Chung glanced at the weapon in Wang Jiaoyang's hand and quickly said, "We need to speak to the innkeeper." But before he could take a step, Wang Jiaoyang stepped in front of him, blocking the way with a cold stare and a steel voice. "That's not necessary." Then he smiled gleefully, eyes gleaming. "Having me greet you is more than enough." That unwavering look and rock-solid confidence gave everyone nearby the shivers. Meanwhile, at the Kunlun sect estate, voices of discussion echoed. Beek Heek asked Beek Rak seriously. "The second elder went to the Kunlun hotel and still no word?" Beek Rak replied gravely, "Yes." Beek Heek raised his voice, clearly anxious. "He's been down the mountain for days. Why is there still no news?" He continued, "Could something have happened to him?" Beek Rak, also uneasy, offered, "Why don't I go check it out?" The suggestion made sense, but Beek Heek still worried. Will you manage?" Beek Rak answered firmly, "Yes, I'll bring disciples. Consider it a stroll." With Beek Heek's approval, Beek Rak turned to the disciples and asked seriously, "Ready yet?" The eager disciples shouted, "Yes, sir, we'll wipe them out in one go." The group then formed neat lines and marched out. After walking for a while, they finally arrived at a breathtaking forested mountainside. Spotting Beek Chung and the others, Beek Rak and his disciples were stunned. "Wait, aren't those our uncles and seniors?" Confused, they asked why everyone was holding tools and digging furiously. One of them replied, "Not sure, looks like they're digging for something." A disciple volunteered to go ask, but Beek Rak immediately stopped him. "No need." Before the disciple could take a step, a brawny man appeared with a dangerous smile. The man greeted them politely, "You must be," and then declared proudly, "I am the Beast King." The disciple beside him couldn't hide his shock. "No way, one of the 4 Dark Kings." Hearing that, Wang Jiaoyang grinned with pride. "Exactly, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Dark Realm." Beek Rak and his disciples were stunned, their eyes widened in disbelief. This can't be real." Wang Jiaoyang saw their faces and sighed, raising his hand to his head. Yeah, someone like me showing up here makes no sense, right? Honestly, even I don't know why I'm here." Brushing off the awkwardness, he put his hands on his hips and declared boldly, "Anyway, just follow my instructions and you'll all walk out of here in one piece. Got it?" Hearing that, everyone looked stunned. One disciple stepped forward defiantly. "What's that supposed to mean?" Wang Jiaoyang simply nodded toward the group still digging. "Don't you see what your senior brothers are doing?" But that wasn't enough to intimidate them. They gritted their teeth and spoke one after another. "You're forcing our elders and fellow disciples to labor. Even if you're one of the 4 kings, we've got over 30 people here." The situation riled Wang Jiaoyang up. He gripped his weapon tightly, red light pulsating from it. Then he raised his weapon high and barked, "Get to work." He slammed it down hard, shaking the earth beneath them and leaving everyone wide-eyed. Cracks split across the ground, dust flew everywhere, and his voice thundered, "You lot don't have the qualifications to stir up trouble with the Kunlun Hotel." The overwhelming show of strength left everyone frozen in fear. Wang Jiaoyang followed up with orders, "You see the line I drew, dig 3 feet deep along it." Without delay, everyone scrambled to grab tools and got into position. As soon as he spoke, they were all working like ants under his barked orders, "Faster." Gong Chick nearby was momentarily distracted by the commotion. When did he gather that many people? At this rate, we'll finish ahead of schedule. Back in the calm halls of Kunlun sect, Beek Heek was fuming upon hearing the latest report. Even Beek Rak has gone missing for days now. A crowd gathered in the sect courtyard, buzzing in confusion. Why's everyone assembled? Heard there's some shady business mid-mountain. Beek Heek glanced around and asked Beek Song, "Where, Elder Bindo?" Beek Song replied promptly, "He said he'd stay behind to guard the sect. Should I call him?" Beek Heek nodded, "No need, someone's got to watch the gates." Beek Song understood right away. Tension filled the air as over 100 people began marching toward the Kunlun Hotel. Upon arrival, they saw unfinished beams and framework. Everything was laid bare before them. Beek Heek, reluctant to believe, muttered, "So the rumors were true." A nearby elder added, "That's real green dragon wood. They must be filthy rich." Suddenly someone approached, making them all jump. The man radiated imposing aura and introduced himself clearly. "I'm Byok Yu, head of this hotel. What brings such a crowd here?" His voice sent an indescribable pressure through Beek Heek. "Strange, I've never felt this way before." But he masked it well, clearing his throat. I'm Beek Heek, sect leader of Kunlun." Gu Jashin had been standing silently nearby, looking thoroughly unimpressed. "So it's the Kunlun gang, why so many of you here?" Wang Jiaoyang chuckled. "Maybe they came to help their fellow brothers." Hearing that, the disciples looked at each other, stunned. "We came to help." But someone snapped back, "No way, no one said anything about that." Another shouted, "Wait a minute." Beek Song turned around, frowning. "What's going on now?" What they saw left them speechless. "Isn't that the Grand Elder and the Second Elder digging?" The elder beside Beek Heek couldn't hold it in any more and roared, You've committed high treason against our Kunlun sect." In response to the anger, Byok-yu simply lowered his head with an indifferent expression and said nothing. Then he turned to leave, but Baek-song was about to speak when a flash of memory crossed his mind. Wait a second. That man. After some connecting dots, he realized who the arrogant young man in front of him really was. Baek-song recalled the old conversation. That's right. He once said he shared destiny with your grandmasters. Having recalled everything clearly, he spoke up. Wait, you're the guy who came to Kunlun long ago, rambling about secluded cultivation and ancestors, aren't you? Hearing this, Byok-yu furrowed his brows in confusion but remained silent. Baek-hik anxiously asked, who is he? Baek-song quickly explained. A young man came here before, spouting nonsense about closed-door training and our ancestors, then just left. He then asked Baek-song seriously, wait, how did he even know about our sect's secluded cultivation history? And Baek-song stood there, lost for words, face filled with confusion. A harsh voice rang out with fury, glaring at Byok-yu. You people came here with ulterior motives. Byok-yu calmly crossed his arms and declared, this land around the hotel was legally purchased by the previous owner. His granddaughter is running it now, so you have no right to interfere. That made the disciples waver slightly, some even lowering their heads, mumbling, well. But the old guy wasn't having it, clenching his fist and growling, this punk just called us you people. Byok-yu still said nothing, but clearly he had had enough. He gently picked up a small branch, and a faint green glow slowly enveloped it. Holding it up before the crowd, Byok-yu's calm gesture left Baek-hik and the disciples all visibly unsettled. His eyes turned cold and he spoke in a dangerous tone, looks like someone needs a little re-education.